emergency broadcast here. Today is what, June 8th, 2025, and this is day 3 of the far left, radically progressive, anti-ICE, anti-Trump, pro-open border, pro-illegal alien riots. They're trying to say they're protests. They're very peaceful protests. Well, today we're going to keep a great eye, a really good eye on everything that's unfolding here. Yesterday we put on a broadcast like this similarly for maybe 3 hours. I said, you know what, today if we're going to do the same thing, why don't we kick it up a notch? So you can see here today we have down there, over there, and that way we are watching this entire riot as it unfolds pretty much from every single angle conceivable. And so tonight, I mean, I figure I'll cover this stuff with you guys for the next 4 or 5 hours. I think anyway things will die down by then the later you go in the night, but we're gonna watch all of this as it unfolds. So if you are live here in the chat right now, do me a favor, everybody post a hello, hi, I'm from Washington. Let me know where you're from, say hi, and we are just going to stay on top of all of the news as this unfolds. Yes, this is day 3. They started doing this on Friday night. It was Friday morning. It was Friday morning when, the ICE agents started raiding some locations all throughout Southern California, Los Angeles area, picking people up outside of Home Depots, etc. And that was the catalyst that set these people off. They went crazy. And so they were rioting Friday night. Saturday night, we watched all of that live together. Who was here for that? That was something else last night. And now we're gonna do it again. Now we're doing it again. It really is kind of it's kind of an unfortunate set of circumstances. You know, ideally this situation would not be happening. Ideally this wouldn't be happening at all, but it is. And it's important to talk about. And so here we are. Now, I'm trying to figure out what is the deal here. If we're going to be live here for the next 4 or 5 hours, and we just might be, I want to figure out, why is my YouTube chat not working? Maybe that's what I need to do. I don't know. Well, anyway, it's not that big of a deal. So, we have some news to go through before we really get into all of this. As you can see, we've got 3, actually 4 technically different angles. There are thousands, look at this, there are thousands of people out here on the streets. You can really see in the camera down there in the far left, bottom left corner, they're blocking traffic on the freeway over there, on the interstate. You can see in the bottom left, the officers are actually walking down the freeway through all of these blocked up cars. There's a massive traffic jam. And maybe they're going to go break up the people that are causing the traffic jam. Who knows? You're seeing a lot of Palestinian flags, and you are seeing a lot of Mexican flags. You're seeing, I don't even know, what's this blue and white flag? The point is, you're not seeing a lot of American flags. Not a lot of American flags. And I have a nice cup of coffee my lovely wife made for me. I don't know. There's another Palestinian flag. Gosh, look, this aerial helicopter view that we have here in the bottom left, it really just puts into perspective how many people, thousands. We have signs out here, abolish police, abolish ICE, abolish everything. We don't want any laws, no order, no justice, whatever. 1.7K here. But 200 likes, come on. Is that true? We have 1,700 people here. Listen, I have to say, who was here last night? Give me a me in the chat if you were here last night. Last night, we got up to 18,000 live viewers. That blew my socks off. I couldn't believe it. 18,000 of you guys were tuning in. I couldn't believe it. So who knows? Maybe it's going to be like that tonight. Either way, whatever it is. Even if it was only one of you, thank you for tuning in. Hey, if it's you, thank you for tuning in. Every single person. Dan Holmblad is here. He didn't even say anything. That was a $50 super chat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, I see Fleshy Mammalian. I'm trying to... I think there is something wrong with my... alerts with my live. Okay, maybe that has fixed it. Okay, so Fleshy Alien said for $4.99, hey, just wondering, what do you have to say whenever Democrats bring up January 6th? Love your videos, by the way. Well, I guess it depends on what they have to say about it. The Democrat narrative was that Donald Trump, tried to spark off an insurrection. I think that argument falls flat when you consider that Donald Trump, on like 3 times that very day, in the morning, during, and after, Donald Trump disavowed everything that was going on and told people to remain peaceful and go home. So Donald Trump very clearly was not a part of anything that was going on. He did not incite anything that happened. Beyond that, if you expect me to believe that Donald Trump put together a January 6th insurrection, then why did nothing happen? So, hold up. So the narrative is that this grand secret insurrectionist plan was that Donald Trump was going to have a bunch of people walk into the Capitol building without any weapons. None of them brought weapons. They didn't attack anybody. All they did was go in there, take a bunch of selfies. They said, hey, look, I'm in the Capitol building. And then they all went home. That's the, if that really was the plan, if that's Donald Trump's evil fascist insurrectionist plan, it's like, really? You expect me to believe that a bunch of random people walking in the Capitol building, and by the way, you all saw the guards let them in. None of them brought weapons, and all they did was take a bunch of selfies, and then they left peacefully. That is the grand insurrection? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Anyway, here right now, we are seeing violence. We're seeing a lot of destruction. We're seeing a lot of graffiti. We're seeing officers, ICE agents, local police be assaulted. People are throwing rocks at them. Last night, an officer in Los Angeles got shot. I actually don't know if he passed away. I never followed up on that, but an officer got shot. I hope he is okay, whoever that was, or she, I guess, whoever it is. What you're seeing right here, this is, if anybody is trying to make a comparison to January 6th, this is like January 6th times a million. And by the way, this is a foreign force. These are illegal aliens that have invaded our country in violation of our federal immigration legislation, and they're waving foreign flags, the flag of Mexico and Palestine. This is a foreign invading force that has invaded our country, and they're trying to take over. They're calling for the total abolition of the police, of the federal agents. They want Donald Trump to be impeached. It's nuts. And then also the icing on the cake of all of that, the icing on top of the illegal alien invasion cake, is that all of these Democrat politicians are, what are they doing? They are protecting them. They're saying, it's not a big deal. In fact, both Gavin Newsom and the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, they're saying, hey, listen, in Los Angeles, everybody is welcome. We don't care if you're here legally. We don't care if you have papers. We don't care if you are an illegal immigrant, as they call them, an illegal immigrant. In fact, they don't even call them illegal. They just say they're immigrants. If you are an immigrant, it doesn't matter. Everybody is welcome in Los Angeles. So that is their narrative. That's what they're saying. So all of these Democrats, they are totally comfortable with what's going on here. This is what the country looks like under Democratic leadership. And also, I missed, there was another Dan. It was Dan again with another 50. Thank you. Okay. Why are my alerts not working? We had these working last night, and I don't know why they are not working now. So give me a minute. I'm gonna try to fix this. I don't know what the heck is going on here. Get rid of that. Well, I don't really know. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we might not have the text-to-speech functionality that we had last night, which maybe some of you guys don't actually care about because it seemed like some of you didn't like it. So, okay, so anyway, so every single super chat I'm just going to personally read with my own voice. So Michael P. with a super chat here, he said, in the 1950s and the 1960s, the civil rights protests, it was the KKK who wore the masks, not the good guys. Today, those wearing masks are the so-called agitators who are hurling rocks and other projectiles and setting fires and destroying property. You know, they're right now, you know, in a way, I guess I'm not even trying to take sides. I don't really blame anybody for wearing masks these days in the age of the internet and the age of doxing and the age of swattings and the age of photos and everything is being recorded, I guess. You know, like right now we've got ICE agents wearing masks and that makes sense. I think the ICE agents should be wearing masks because all of these nut jobs on the far left, they're trying to dox them and figure out who they are, first name, last name, address, social security number, where do they work, what do they do, what are their hobbies, where do their families live, where do the family work, and then they're doing everything they can to destroy their lives. Seriously, these people, they're like, oh, so you are the second cousin of an ICE agent? Well, now we're going to harass you and try to get you fired from your job. These people are crazy. It's crazy. So, you know, the whole masking thing, let me actually push back a little bit more. I guess this kind of condenses down or boils down to the idea of anonymity. I'll give you guys a little bit of American history reminder or lesson for those of you that didn't know this. The Articles of Confederation and Thomas Paine's Common Sense were both published anonymously under British rule in the colonial days. So actually, if not for anonymous speech, this country wouldn't exist because you all know, without Thomas Paine's Common Sense, and now we know it was Thomas Paine, but back then they didn't, it was anonymously published, and the Articles of Confederation, all of that was published anonymously because if the British found out who published that paperwork, who published those documents to incite the Revolutionary War and kick the British out, then we wouldn't have a country. So I maybe this is a controversial take. I think anonymous speech is important. I think your right to anonymity is important. You know, obviously, if we are having terrorists run around the streets masked, causing damage, it's maybe a little bit of a different story, right? So we're talking about Antifa. But I guess, like, as a principle, it doesn't bother me. It's got to be situational. Situationally, what is the deal? It's kind of a case-by-case basis. That's my opinion. Dan Holmblatt, thank you. Whoa. Dan is going crazy. He said, super chat, super chat, super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. It all depends. It all depends. But I mean, you guys know there are cameras everywhere. Security cameras, people with their phones out. You'll notice if we, you know, I'm sure you'll see this as we keep on watching throughout the rest of the night. Every single one of these people with a phone, they're all claiming, I'm a reporter, I'm a reporter, I'm a journalist, I'm a journalist. And it's like, no, you're not. You're just some random idiot with a smartphone. You're really, and so they're trying to get special privilege. Hey, you know, they're trying to get up close and in the face, right in the face of the police officers. I'm a reporter. I'm a journalist. You can't touch me. You can't hurt me. It's like, well, listen, you're causing a big problem here, and you're not a reporter. You're just a random. You're probably an illegal immigrant with a smartphone. So with an Obama phone. So hey, I don't know. I don't know. We had Colin here. Couldn't Trump have these Democrats arrested? Seems like that is the way that we are moving, actually. So earlier today, in fact, we haven't gotten there yet. I need to pull some of this stuff up. I'm going to go to Truth Social here. Donald Trump said earlier today that... Oh, we actually have quite a bit to read through here. What is the best way to do this? Maybe I can flip off... Not that one. Not that one. This one. This one, and we can read some things that Donald Trump said. So we can take a look at this first off. What am I? I'm hearing some music here. Where is that coming from? Pause that. Stand by. Okay, they're going to bring that back here soon. Okay, so Donald Trump, a couple hours ago, he said, a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Is that true? Yes or no? It is a yes from me. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try to stop our deportation operations. True. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi in coordination with all other relevant departments, where was I, and agencies to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion. It is insurrection, invasion, criminals, illegal aliens. This is the verbiage, the terminology we have to use. We cannot let them run the narrative here. We have to hammer these words home. Illegal, alien, invader, insurrectionist, criminal. Yes. Anyway, order will be restored. All illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention for this matter. Okay, great. Now I'm going to flip this one back up here. We'll take a look at that. They are blocking the freeway. This, man, I'm one of these guys. Listen, you have a right to peacefully assemble and protest. That's fine. When you block the freeway, you have gone too far. Imagine your wife is going into labor and you've got to go to the hospital, and standing in between you and the hospital, because your firstborn son is coming any minute now. You know, your wife is in labor in the back of the car. There are 400 Mexican and Palestinian protesters on the freeway. You got to get out of the way. You cannot block freeways. Go to a college campus, go to a free speech zone, go to the public square, downtown, whatever. That's fine. Okay, you have that right. That's free speech, freedom of assembly, fine. You cannot block a freeway. I'm sorry, you can't. If it was up to me, call me an authoritarian. Every single one of these people here on the freeway got to go arrested. I don't know, probably deported, a lot of these people. I'm thinking, where are the water jets? Where are the water cannons? I want to see a fire truck out here water blasting these guys. Just blast them out of the way with a high pressure water cannon. Do something. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to see if Donald Trump said anything else here. President Trump. If President Trump said anything else. Let's see. Okay, this was 16 hours ago. Dan, whoa, Dan. And also real quick, Scott, thank you. Well, let me double back and read that here real quick. Dan, thank you. You are going insane. Thank you very much. This guy, Dan is crazier than the people out on the streets. No, I'm kidding. But hey, thank you. I appreciate that. We had a super chat here from Scott. Waving a foreign flag, proud to be illegal in another country and burning the American flag. Make it make sense. This is ridiculous. You know, maybe another controversial opinion here. I don't know. Some people call it free speech. I think it should be a federal crime to intentionally destroy an American flag. I don't know. You do it accidentally, some things happen, I guess. I don't know. But if you were like intentionally trying to destroy, burn, desecrate an American flag, it doesn't sit well with me. I understand it's a First Amendment thing, whatever. I think, you know, we can make an exception. I don't like it. But yeah, I feel the same way. I'm with you on that. Now, do we have any audio on any of these streams? Dude, wow, look at all of these people. This right now, 3, 4, 5 times more people than we had out here yesterday. They recouped, all of these protesters, all of these rioters, they recouped. They got a good night's sleep. It's a beautiful sunny Sunday evening, afternoon, and now they came out in full force. They are just going all out today. So, this is the ICE facility here. Trump today, they spit, we hit. They spit, we hit. You know, I'm going to try to find another thing. Okay, so Donald Trump actually made another post here I want to show you guys. This was last night, but I haven't seen it yet. Benito Mussolini gained power by creating the black shirts in 1919. They used riots to intimidate political opposition. Remind you of anyone? Yeah, hey, we've seen that. Also, I mean, you can talk about early 1930s in Germany as well. We had the brown shirts. You had black shirts, you said, brown shirts, all types of shirts. Now they're just wearing black Antifa masks and Mexican flags and Palestinian flags, I guess. I don't know. You're seeing all types of flags other than American flags. I've even seen gay pride. I've seen the transgender flag out here. It's like, hold up, what does transgender people have to do with any of this? I don't know, but they're out there also. I don't know. I guess that's just how Los Angeles is. That's what it's like down there in Southern California. Okay, I was going to try to pull up this Donald Trump post for you guys. I see this right here. Let me format this. This one right about something like that. Yeah, okay. Great job by the National Guard in Los Angeles after 2 days of violence, clashes, and unrest. We have an incompetent Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass, who were, as usual, just look at how they handled the fires, and now they're very slow permitting disaster. Federal permitting is complete. Unable to handle the task. These radical left protests by instigators and often paid troublemakers, we know that's true. Ladies and gentlemen in the live audience, do you think these protesters are being paid to be out here? Maybe not all of them, but yeah. Yeah. Now, it will not be tolerated from now on. This is the important announcement. From now on, masks will not be tolerated to be worn at protests. What do these people have to hide anyway? Again, thank you to the National Guard for a job well done. Okay, so I guess President Trump, as of 16 hours ago, is when he posted this. Masks are no longer allowed at these protests. Although, I mean, in spite of that, you still see a lot of masks. We'll see what happens with that. So I'm going to try to find some more stuff for you folks here. There was another super chat that I missed. It was Doomwolf. Doomwolf goes way back. Thank you. Good to see you. It says message retracted. Okay, well, hey, anyway, thanks. Thanks anyway. Okay, I'm going to see what else is going on Twitter. I see that LAPD Central Division posted an announcement about an hour ago, 50 minutes ago. They said the city of Los Angeles is on tactical alert. This is from the LAPD. LA is on tactical alert. An unlawful assembly has been declared in the area of Alameda between 2nd Street and Aliso Street. A dispersal order has been issued.
Left this driveway.
Does it seem like the rioters have heeded that order? Does it seem like they have dispersed? Are they dispersing? Yeah, it sure doesn't look like it. Not even one bit. Now we have an interesting angle down there in the top left. Arrests are being made to our media partners. Please keep a safe distance from active operations. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Okay. 3 minutes ago, LAPD posted 2 people riding motorcycles attempted to breach a skirmish line at Alameda and Temple. 2 officers were injured after being hit by the motorcyclists. Both riders have been detained. Officers are being treated at the scene by medical personnel. We have another one here from the LAPD. Connor, thank you. Hassan is one of the idiots blocking the highway, and he has all of it on video. Oh, so guys, Hassan is one of the biggest far-left communist streamers over on the website Twitch. He's actually down there in person. Are you kidding me? Let me take a look here. I'll pull that up real quick. Hassan. This is him here. Yeah, there he is. Wow. There he is. That's just embarrassing. You know, it wouldn't really bother me if he got deported also. I'm going to be honest. He can go ahead and get deported as well. Okay, so anyway, Scott, I see the super chat. Thank you very much. Let me take a look. It says, corporate Walmart let go of 1,500 employees that had expired visas. I live in Florida, and 2 of my stores have let go 120 employees because of that. Also, many Walmarts are doing that now. You know, like, here's a question. Dan has an answer. He said, $50 super chat. That is, I didn't even have time to ask the question. Dan, thank you. Whoa. Wow. Let me thank you very much. What I was going to say was, at what point does the Trump administration need to start holding employers accountable? You know, there's maybe some accountability to be had here. If you are an employer and you are knowingly, intentionally hiring illegal aliens, I think you bear some responsibility. You are giving these people jobs. You're not properly vetting them and making sure that they are in the country legally. You know, so if you're Walmart, you know, maybe we're not at that point yet, but it's like, listen, hey, if you've got 120 illegal aliens working at your business, that you have made that's a big problem. That's a pretty big failure. Are we live? This is live. We are live right now. You are tuning into the live broadcast. And I wanted to double back because there was a super chat here from Michael P. Notice these peaceful protesters are not at church or work this weekend. They're either professional protesters or recipients of our American taxpayer dollars, welfare. I'm sick of these ingrates. Can I show you something? This is what I was doing this Sunday morning. Well, I need to upload the photo here. Give me a minute. You guys are going to like this. Ugh. One moment here. Enjoy the broadcast here for a second. I've got a very lovely photo for all of you. And thank you once again, everybody, for tuning in and for the super chats. This'll do. This'll do. There. Okay. So, one moment here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I was doing earlier today. I'll just take a moment of your time here. My 2 children and my lovely wife, we had a nice little walk around the lake, a beautiful forest trail. That's my almost 2-year-old son in the little red wagon, and my 4-year-old daughter and my beautiful wife. Her name is Kathy, and we had a lovely morning in a nice Sunday, beautiful sunny day. That's what we were doing today. Meanwhile, down here in Southern California, it's a little bit of a different story. This is what they are doing. Yeah. Okay, and by the way, Dan again. Thank you. I appreciate that. Wow. And Michael, thank you. Everybody, really everybody, thank you. It was a nice walk. It was a good walk. Thank you. They're down there, yeah, banging. What is that? They're banging on their drum. Respect our existence or expect our resistance. Yeah, you're gonna get deported. Yeah, you are deported. You are deported. Deported. You are deported. Everybody out here, you have received 1 free deportation. Get him out of here. Speaking of deportations, I want to take a look and see what Stephen Miller is doing today. See what Stephen Miller has to say about all of this. Speak English. Speak English. Stop speaking Spanish. So what is this? What the heck is this? Real quick. Shocking, a Democrat LA City Council member, Eunices Hernandez, is now calling for escalation against ICE.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works, and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up...
You know, I don't want to be rude, but I have a feeling that she does not mobilize fast anywhere. I don't think she goes very fast anywhere, ever. Period. But, anyway, yeah, good for her, I guess. And here we are. You know, I actually had some tacos for lunch. We went to a nice Mexican restaurant in town for lunch, so... You know, I will say, though, if it means... Let me propose a trade offer here, okay? I will never eat Mexican food ever again for the rest of my life. In exchange, every single illegal alien gets out of the country. Because, you know, one of these dumb arguments is like, well, don't you want to have a bunch of illegal aliens because Mexican food is so good? We gotta have Mexican food. It's the best thing ever. Listen, I am willing to never eat Mexican food ever again in my entire life. If it means no more illegal aliens ever again, period. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I'll make the personal sacrifice. Now, we have some super chats here. Respect our existence. Never mind that we actively despise yours. Very true. Yeah, gob true. Yep. They are here, spitting on, trampling on, doing other things on top of our Constitution, our federal immigration legislation. I'm seeing what's going on over here. What is going on over there? Anyway, yeah, they don't care at all about you or your family or America or American laws or the American way of life. They couldn't give one crap about any of that. They don't care. It's all about them. They want as much free shit as they possibly can get, pardon my language. Didn't Hollywood make a movie of aliens attacking LA? You know, yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. There was a movie that came out a decade ago called World War Z. Remember the scene in... It's a zombie movie. Remember the scene where all the zombies are trying to climb over the wall outside of Jerusalem? It was filmed in Israel. Remember that? It's like the billions of zombies trying to climb over the Israeli wall. Yeah, we're getting there. We're pretty much... It's looking very similar. It looks very similar. And then there was another one here. There has to be a way the FBI can track money flow, these mass organized events. So we know that they can, because Doge, like 6 months ago, 5 months ago, had actually done a lot of that research for some of the anti-Musk, anti-Tesla protests and riots. They were tracking that down. So we know they can do it. They can do it. In fact, the way that they do it specifically, they can track people's cell phones. I don't know if you know this, the government, they can see where people are taking... They can monitor where you go if they want, by monitoring where your cell phone is moving. They can bounce the signals off the radio towers. And so, you know, I don't know, but anyway, a lot of these people, you know, presumably not all of these people are illegal aliens, but a lot of them are. Enough of them are. We got to get rid of a lot of these people. I don't know. Here's a question. What percent of people out here right now on the street are illegal aliens? 50%, 20%, 90%. What percent of these people here are in this country illegally? I would bet it's a pretty high number. I think it is a pretty high number. That's what I think. Broadcast here. Oh, sorry. Whoa, yeah, we do. We have 7,900 people tuning in right now. Wow. Wow. There are 7,900 people tuning in right now. Okay, 80%, 90%. Now, once again, you call me a right-wing nut job, say whatever you want. If you are in America causing problems like this while also waving the flag of a foreign country, I don't even care if you are an American citizen, get the hell out. Listen, we need a way to revoke citizenship. Because keep in mind, some of these people actually are citizens. We need a way to start getting rid of some of these less desirable American citizens. Some of them are citizens. In fact, a lot of them I'm sure are because of the whole anchor baby phenomenon, the birthright citizenship dilemma. So I'm sure a lot of these people are citizens. Maybe their parents snuck over here illegally 20, 30 years ago, whatever. They popped out a couple kids. They got, default de facto American citizenship. Does that really make them American? Not in my opinion. I don't know. They're out here waving foreign flags, trying to carry out a legitimate invasion of the country. No, I don't think so. Screw these people. Get them out of here. Anyway, birthright citizenship has been a total disaster for this country. Total. We got to get rid of it. We got to get rid of it. You're seeing lots of Mexican flags. Also, a little bit of a funny side note here. Okay, all of these people act like being deported back to Mexico is the worst thing in the world. No, you can't deport them back to Mexico. No, that's inhumane. Meanwhile, all of these people are waving Mexican flags. We are so proud of Mexico. Here's our Mexican flag. Yeah, Mexican pride. But then also, no, you can't deport them to Mexico. It's terrible down there. It's inhumane. You can't send them back down there. It's like, hold up, wait a minute. Which one is it? Is Mexico awesome or does it suck? Because you're trying to have it both ways here. I don't know. Let me see here. Yeah, exactly, Gob. I'm saying the same thing. How dare you send people back to the country whose flag they're waving? Exactly. Yep. 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 Now, what is going on Twitter? I'm going to try to get caught up here. We have the incompetent LA City Mayor Karen Bass. She had to give her a stupid opinion here. Okay, what is going on? I'm going to put this over here, actually. A lot of stupid people giving their opinions on what's going on here today. Mayor Karen Bass says, "We will always protect the constitutional right for Angelinos." She actually misspelled that word. She said Angelenos. She misspelled the word. "To peacefully protest. However, violence, destruction, and vandalism will not be tolerated in our city." Isn't it weird? There's a weird phenomenon here. It's almost one-to-one. The more illegal aliens you have in one area, the shittier it becomes. That's so weird, and I'm just starting to notice that. the more illegal aliens you have concentrated in one area, there's more crime, there's more vandalism, there's more riots and protests like this, there's more murder and drug dealing and gang membership. That's so weird that the more, yeah, man, what a curious occurrence. Weird, just downright weird. Now, I'm gonna see what else is going on. What is going on? National Guard and DHS, Department of Homeland Security agents are advancing on the rioters. So we have all types of federal agents out here. We've got military personnel, National Guard. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, remember, it was yesterday Donald Trump said, listen, if these riots don't de-escalate, we are sending in the U.S. Marines. We are deploying the U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton, just a couple miles away. So, I'll tell you what, if this situation doesn't de-escalate here, we're gonna have the freaking Marine Corps marching through the streets. And I mean, it sounds kind of crazy, but really, I hope that doesn't happen. We don't want any of this to happen. I wish everybody would go home. I wish all, and by home I mean back to their country is what I mean. American patriots standing back and standing by. That's right. Stand back and stand by. You know what? I am going to... Ladies and gentlemen, I need your help here in a minute. Not yet, but I'm going to ask a big favor of you, of all of you. One moment. Ein Moment, bitte. Meine Frau ist aus Deutschland. So, ich muss lernen Deutsch, aber Deutsch ist schwer. German is a difficult language to... Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Copy. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, that's going to do... Link down below. Yep, that'll do. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to put a tweet out, getting people from Twitter to come and hang out with us. Down arrow. What a crazy day. I mean, you know, at this point, even if you are, keep in mind, not every Democrat. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, not every Democrat in the country is a far left radical progressive. Some of them are center-left Democrats, whatever, just some people that are not a big fan of Trump. Okay, I'm going to vote Democrat. Like, those people exist. If you're one of those more, maybe reasonable or center-left Democrats, how in the hell do you look at this and not come to the conclusion, yeah, our country has been invaded? Every reasonable person has to look at this and say, yeah, this country has been invaded by a foreign invading force, by a bunch of foreign illegal aliens. The police here are marching down the highway. Take a look at that. Something is happening here. Now, one moment, though. One moment. Finish up this tweet. Okay, folks. This is where I'm going to ask a big favor of you. First off, if you are enjoying the show, please drop a follow and subscribe to the channel. That's a big deal. Second off, in the live chat here, if you could all go follow my Twitter page and go and like that tweet. Do me a favor, just like that tweet real quick. Get people in here. Thank you very much. And also, hey, if you're not following already, there it is. Drop a follow on Twitter as well. Okay, that's all. Very basic request. Thank you very much. Okay, anyway. Back to the show. Now, what is going on? No spamming, please. Yeah, sorry. Guilty. Guilty is charged. I apologize. Guilty is charged. You know, I still have not looked at what Stephen Miller is saying about all this. Let me see what's going on. Hello from Arizona. Hello from Washington. The great liberal state of Washington. Between you and me, in the next couple years, I'm moving to Idaho. I'm not going to raise a young family in Washington State. We are moving to Idaho. So hey, listen, all of the super chats, everything you guys contribute, it means a lot, because all of the super chats, that is our down payment for a house in Idaho. We are escaping the radically progressive state of Washington in the next 12 months. We're moving to Idaho. We are getting out of here. Anyway, Stephen Miller. So thank you. Yeah, it's hard to tell if these are gunshots or, you know, they also are firing these smoke grenade canisters. It's hard to tell. I would guess it's probably smoke grenade canisters. That would be my guess. You know, I will tell you guys something funny. You guys all know the Heritage Foundation Project 2025, the infamous, super scary Project 2025. One of the guys, really like a senior ranking individual from the Heritage Foundation, actually followed me on Twitter yesterday, kind of out of nowhere. And I haven't spoken to him. In fact, I don't speak to anyone. I have no friends, or I'm not connected at all is what I'm trying to say. But anyway, I got followed by someone from the Heritage Foundation the other day. Whoa! Goran Sundloff. He's from Sweden. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, my Swedish friend. Thank you very much. In Sweden, you have some similar... Yeah, we say tak, 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 tak. Sweden has some similar problems that we have over here. I know about Rinkeby. I know about Malmo. In fact, my wife is from Germany, right? My wife actually used to work in Sweden. She spent several years working in Sweden, in Stockholm. And she actually is fluent in Swedish as well. So we know a little bit about Sweden over here in my household. Thank you very much. We are also praying for Sweden. We have issues over here. You have issues over there. Really, it's across the entire Western world. It's all of this immigration. It's immigration problems. A lot of problems. And so once again, thank you very much. I appreciate that, my Swedish friend. Andrew Umberger. Thank you. He said, donation for your successful evacuation from the wasteland. That is the PNW. You know, it really sucks. Is anybody else here from the PNW, the Pacific Northwest, Northern California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia? It's rough because this is maybe the most beautiful area of the country. That's my opinion. But it's just going downhill. It just keeps on going downhill. The progressives, the radical progressives, are totally calling the shots, and they have ruined everything. But looks like they're making an arrest. They are, yeah, right over there. Something is happening. Yep. California, yep. 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 It's tough. It's a problem. I always say, you know, like, you know, I'm youngish. I'm 31 years old. When I was 14, 15, 16, 17, me and my, you know, my high school friends, we would hop on the city bus. We lived in the suburbs around Portland. We'd hop on the bus, go into downtown Portland, and this is in 2010, 2011, 2009, whatever. We just go hang out for the day, downtown Portland. There were no problems. There were no drug addicts. There were no homeless people. There were no Antifa thugs. It was, of course, it was liberal and everybody was kind of weird and we had hipsters and stuff, but it wasn't how it is now. It's like dangerous. It's violent now, and filthy is what it is now, and drug infested and homeless infested. And so just in my very short life, I've seen over the last 15 years just how bad things have gotten firsthand. It's so bad now, I don't even bring my family into downtown Portland anymore because it's not safe. I'm not going to put my two young children, you know, I'm not going to walk around downtown Portland with my two kids. There's too many freaking crazy people. No way, no shot. In fact, actually, we did about 2 years ago. We were walking through downtown on a nice sunny day. We were going into Powell's Books, a famous bookstore in Portland. And as we were walking across the road, there was a guy, I kid you not, you can't make this up. There was a guy walking towards us across the crosswalk with a needle in his arm, injecting heroin on a nice, beautiful, sunny summer day. There were hundreds of people walking around. The town is bustling. Everybody's out. There's a guy just, as he's walking, injecting heroin into his arm just in the middle of everybody. And as you know, all these drugs got decriminalized probably 7, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. At most, it's a misdemeanor. And so, you know, people just don't care. People do drugs in broad daylight. I've seen people smoking methamphetamine on the side of the sidewalk in downtown Portland probably 20 times. Just smoking meth on the side of the street. And so that's how it is. And that's how it is all up and down the West Coast. That's how it is in Washington. Go to Seattle. That's how it is in San Francisco. That's how it is in fact, do you guys want to see something really bad? You guys have probably never seen this. I'm going to gross you guys out, kind of. This is going to blow your mind what I'm about to show you here. Hold up. Watch this. In fact, I think real quick, I'm going to put these riots on pause here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to show you, this is a map of San Francisco down in California. Every single one of these brown dots is where a homeless person has defecated. They actually keep a map of this. Every single brown dot is a place where a human being, a homeless person has pooped on the side of the road. This is a poop map of San Francisco. This is how bad it is. You zoom in and it's like, what is going on? What the? And so this is what the country is like under progressive leadership. No problem, doesn't matter, whatever. Just poop on the sidewalk. Whatever. Big time problem. That's called the San Francisco poop map. There you have it. Disgusting, yep. Yep. And hold up, we have some super chats here. Take a look at these. There was a membership. Thank you from Atlacat. Thank you. And then from Andrew again. Born and raised here. I'm 34 years old. I wonder if we went to the same school. Conestoga Middle School, Southridge High School. We were in the same area. In fact, our schools probably competed in athletic events against each other. I can attest to also witnessing the downfall of the area. In front of any 7-Eleven, there's an addict. Yep. Everywhere. 7-Eleven, everywhere. It really is depressing. It just is depressing. It's not even funny. It's like gut-wrenching. It is soul-killing to see what has become of your home. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, your favorite town, the place you grew up. It was nice, it was great, and then your home, your home has been destroyed, effectively, is what has happened. And also, I want to say something, okay? I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. For those of you that are like, oh man, the West Coast, you guys are crazy. That would never happen over here in Tennessee, or Texas, or Florida, or Nebraska, wherever you live. You're saying, man, California's nuts. Luckily, that's not happening here. It's only a matter of time. The key word is yet. It's not happening where you are yet. If we don't solve this problem now, meaning if President Trump doesn't solve this problem, deport all of these people and put an end to all of this radical progressive nonsense, it's coming for your town soon. Might be a year, might be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 10 years. It's only a matter of time. If we don't stop this now, what you're witnessing is going to spread across the entire country, because that's what it has been doing for the last 30 years, 40 years, whatever. It's spreading. It's like a plague. It's a plague. Is what it is. Is what it is. Oh, by the way, thank you to everyone that followed on Twitter. I just checked back on that. Here's one more link if you guys can, if you haven't followed already. That really means a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, it's got to be stopped. You know, this whole idea of like, you know, we're just going to move out of the cities. We're going to abandon the cities. I'm going to go start my homestead in the countryside, and I'm never going to have to worry about this. I understand how romantic and idealistic that is, but listen, they are coming for you. You can't outrun these issues. You can't escape these issues. You can run for now, but listen, if we don't solve these problems, it'll catch up. They're coming for you. Doesn't matter where you are. It is spreading across the country. Doesn't matter how small your town is. Given enough time, they're gonna get you. Now, I see Ginger Locks. I knew Hillary Clinton's Secret Service agent. This is her plant. Yeah, I believe it. Whoa, whoa. Look over there. Looks like those protesters got a little bit too close, and they're trying to blast them out. Rioters. I keep saying protesters. They're not protesters. These are rioters. I don't know why I keep saying protesters. Oh, we have an arrest. That guy was trying to kick the smoke grenade back into the police line, and guess what, idiot? Now you are getting arrested, so congratulations. Hands up! Hands up! Corey, hey, so I like the 1776. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Likewise, also, you and your family. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. You know, I see you said Semper Fi at the end there. When I was 19, I came so close to joining the military. I was looking at the Army or the Air Force. And I actually I took the ASVAB, I took the D-Lab also, I qualified for the D-Lab. I went through MEPS, I spent the night down at MEPS, and I did everything down there. And then, like, last minute, I was 19, I said, I'm not gonna do it, I'm not gonna do it. And so I backed out last minute. And still to this day, I'm 31 years old now, and I'm married with kids, I have a great life, everything is fine, but still, there's part of me that's like, man, I wish I joined the military when I was 19. I wish I did 4 years when I was 19. Everything turned out okay, but sometimes I have that thought in the back of my head, man, I wish I actually... it's too late. It is what it is. You can't do everything, I guess. Now, what is going on? Excuse me. What is MAPS? MEPS. MEPS. It's like a military entrance thing. I forget exactly. I forget what it stands for. I forget. No, you don't. You know, it's funny because you guys are doing the exact thing where every guy that was in the military back in the day or at any point, they say, nah, yeah, you were smart for not joining. Every military guy I've ever spoken to in my life, they say, nah, you don't need to join. You probably made the right decision, but still, it's in the back of my head. But hey, it is what it is. Oh, do you see an American flag? Listen, that American flag is upside down. What is that saying? That flag, the upside down flag, that's saying, screw America. It's, I was gonna say the F word. That is an upside down American flag. So, don't get that twisted. They are not fans of America. Don't think so. What is going on down there? What is going on? What is going on? A lot of Mexican flags. So this is where it's happening. Everybody's out on the freeway today. It's a bad day to drive on the freeway down in Southern California. Now, here's what I want to do. I'm going to try to find some more posts here. Okay, great. So what do we have here? We have LA City Mayor Karen Bass, who in all of her wisdom has said, quote, "There is no need to have federal troops on the ground right now," per CNN. Thank you, Karen Bass. Thank you. You know how some people have the Midas touch? Everything they touch turns to gold. Everything they do works out. Lucky people. She's got the opposite of the Midas touch. Everything she touches just burns down, literally burns down. Pacific Palisades burns down. What's happening now? These riots burning down. This woman is just a dunce. Acid burn. It was, let me say the truth about the Muslim religion Quran. Excellent. Thank you, Acid. Thank you. Thanks. Wow. Thank you. Can we start interrogating the protesters to see if they're being funded by globalists? Are these rent-a-riots? You know, most certainly not everybody out here is being paid, but what they do is they'll pay some people to kind of kick things off. So who knows, maybe 10, 15, 20% of these people, yeah, they're probably being paid. This guy's wearing the Luigi hat. Why do you think he's wearing the Luigi hat? Luigi is the guy that killed the that murdered the United Healthcare CEO a couple months ago, so we know what his message is. So if you look at this, actually, the police officers here are doing something very effective. They are effectively pushing these protesters off of the freeway. I didn't even notice that. I'm just now paying attention to that. They have almost entirely pushed the rioters off of the freeway, back up the ramp. They're making arrests. They're using a lot of smoke grenades here. Looks pretty cool. An arrest is happening right now, looks like. Crazy. Good for them. Yeah, get them off the freeway. That's a good objective. These guys are kitted out. They're like full body. Man, it's probably so hot. Guys, in Southern California, what is it, like 95 degrees, 100 degrees? Ugh. It's already hot enough. And you're standing on a black freeway. It's even hotter. And then you're wearing a full SWAT police getup. I don't even know what you call this. Anyway, oh my gosh. It's gotta be so hot. That's a tough job. Yeah, they are hurting them, exactly. Mm-hmm. Very hot. Shame on you, they're saying. Oh, guess what? We have a breaking message from the one and the only Kamala Harris. I'm going to read this for you guys. Kamala Harris says, Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. You notice how they're trying to flip this on Trump? They're trying to push the narrative that Donald Trump is the one that has created all of this chaos. Hold up. What about your sanctuary city policies? What about telling the police to stand down? Look at that idiot arrested. Mexico on his t-shirt. Good, get him out of here. Iconic. Take a screenshot right there. Mexico, get the hell out of here. Get out. Anyway. Yeah, anyway, so President Trump is causing all the chaos. Not the open border policy, not the sanctuary cities, not the 20 million illegal immigrants. No, it's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump that is to blame for all of this. Yeah, okay. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our country, across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. What are we supposed to do? Just sit here doing nothing while our country is invaded and overtaken by third world immigrant alien invaders? Are we supposed to just sit here and let the invasion happen? What do they want? What do they think is going to happen? What do they think we're going to do? No. American patriots, American citizens are going to rise up and put a stop to this. We're not going to tolerate this. This administration's actions, okay, we read that. Protest is a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. And as the LAPD mayor and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. In defense of our immigrant neighbors. They refuse to use the word illegal alien. Illegal alien. Alien illegal. They're not our humble, peaceful immigrant neighbors. They're just like you and me. No, they are illegal alien invaders, many of whom are criminals, gang members, drug dealers, human traffickers, cartel gang member terrorists. Our humble, beloved, cherished, highly cherished, peaceful immigrant neighbors. Yeah, okay. Who are here illegally. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights. Guess what, Kamala Harris? The reason why you lost the election is because Donald Trump promised to get rid of all of the people that your administration, with Biden, of course, allowed into the country. The American people rejected every single thing that she is about. Churla, Google it. Yeah, you know, I actually made a video. My video today on YouTube is about Churla and how they're related to Adam Schiff, and how the Biden administration was giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of federal grant money from the Department of Homeland Security, comically enough. Churla is a far-left radical activist group in Southern California that is pushing for open border policies, actively protecting, aiding, and abetting illegal aliens. And this is a group that is actively trying to overthrow the country and also being paid for by taxpayer dollars. A lot of it is federal taxpayer money, but a lot of it is state-level tax money from California. And all of that money is being given towards activist groups that are aiming to overthrow the country, fundamentally. Garrett Connor with the 1999. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so tired of nation board citizen hating our country. Can we offer them cash and an airplane ticket to revoke their citizenship? You know, so with illegal immigrants, Trump has already offered them a plane ride and a $1,000 stipend. $1,000, free plane ticket, get out of the country. And as I understand it, a lot of them have actually taken that offer up. There was a report, I was going to make a video about this, but I'm not sure if I will. There was a report the other day I saw from, it was actually a liberal economist, Democrat economist, that said 760-something thousand illegal immigrants have self-deported in the last 6 months. Almost a million. 3/4 of a million illegal immigrants, illegal aliens have self-deported in the last 6 months, according to this one Democrat economist. If true, if that is the case, good. I hope more. Get them out of here. They gotta go. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. True. True. So they've got real guns. That guy has an AR-15 right there. Of course, they've got all of these kind of smoke grenade launchers, whatever those are called. But they've got the real deal too. They are locked and loaded. If something happens. Okay, let me see what else is going on Twitter here. And Brennan, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Because if necessary.
Sorry, that was super loud. I apologize. Sorry. We have a video from Karen Bass here, the mayor of LA. I want to take a look at this with you folks.
Try to spread them out a bit. Now, obviously, they're trying to disperse them. I'm curious if now that the National Guard troops are there on the ground, if there is any urgency on the police department's part to really put out an even stronger force and a stronger posture to get this under control so you can, and I know your governor has said that they don't want, that he's formally requested that the National Guard troops go back, that they're not needed. Were those things correlated?
Well, I absolutely agree with the governor in asking that the troops be withdrawn. I don't think that is a way to bring peace in Los Angeles. I think that our law enforcement officers can handle this situation, but I...
Very clearly not. Very clearly, that is not the case. Everyone with eyeballs in their head can see that that is not the case.
Just have to repeat again, it's a feeling here of intentional chaos. In a situation that had not...
There is intentional chaos in the country, and what has created the intentional chaos? The far-left radical progressives' intentional, deliberate, explicit open border policies. The progressives, let's be very clear, what you're witnessing here, this is not an accident. Everything is going according to plan. The far-left radical progressives, everything that is happening, they want this. They want to replace you with third world illegal aliens. They want chaos on the streets. They want Americans to feel unsafe in the country. They want your hard-earned taxpayer money to subsidize the existence of the illegal immigrant invaders. Everything here is by their design. They have been planning this the entire time. This is not an accident. This isn't a mess up. Oops, our bad. This is the plan. This is part of their plan. All of this is. This is not some oopsie-daisy mistake.
not broken out to violence, short of a few people, and there's nothing unusual about that, and our police departments can manage that, but it is as though troops were rolled out in a provocative manner, and I do not see how that is helpful to Los Angeles right now. It's not the type of
Thank you. Thank you, Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen Bass. You know, the most frustrating part about all of these arrests that you're watching right now over there is that, you know, all of these people, this is Los Angeles, guys. There are no laws. Who cares? You can do whatever you want. All of these people, they might be getting arrested now for the moment, momentarily. By the end of the day, slap on the wrist, maybe a misdemeanor at most, probably not. Who cares? They're back out on the streets. They're ready to riot again tomorrow. None of these people, they're walking them away. None of these people are going to be held accountable long term. There's no punishment for this. I guarantee you, none of these people will be spending the night in a prison cell. They're going to be let out before midnight. I'd bet money on it. And that's a problem. We got to do something about that. Okay, let me take a look at these super chats here. We had Robin Kilgore. Thank you very much. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Squirt Games, nice coverage. I support you leaving Washington. Sad what our vacation spot states have become. Man, once again, Washington is one of the most beautiful states in the country. It is. It really, really is. But it's infested with progressives. Oh, the progressives. It's terrible. Here we have Prepping Sapper 1776. I also left Washington once I saw how left they were going. I'll tell you, you know, Washington has been progressive forever. There was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. It was legislation Washington passed 2 or 3 years ago. And some of you might remember this if you've been paying attention. Washington State passed a state level legislation saying that if you have God, I'm trying to remember exactly. What is the best way to word this? If you have a child, if you have a minor that you are the parent of or the caretaker of, and your child who's maybe 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever, if they think that they are transgender, if your 9-year-old son says, hey, mom and dad, I'm transgender, and you say, you know, that's great. No, we're not going to let you take hormones, though. We're not going to you're not getting any surgery. My 9-year-old son who thinks they're transgender for whatever reason, we're not going to let you do that. Okay? If your child runs away, they run away from home, and they end up in a state care facility like a child rescue center, the state government actually doesn't legally now, per this legislation, they don't have to return your child to you. You are, anyway, so anyway, if you have a transgender kid or they think they're transgender, they run away and they end up in a government facility, the government can actually pretty much steal your kids from you and not return them back to you, the parents. So when I saw that news, when that legislation passed a couple years ago, I said, okay, screw that. Listen, this is ridiculous, because you guys know how impressionable or influenceable young kids are. It's very easy one day for a 10-year-old to go to school and maybe they have some activist teacher or school counselor or principal who is a far left radical progressive, or they have some, another kid in their class from a progressive family in their classroom. And they get it in their head. They come home one day and they say, Mom, I think I'm transgender. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. What are you talking about? Well, guess what? Now your kid can effectively be stolen from you. So when we saw that, it's like, okay, we got to get out of this state. This is ridiculous. And you know what's actually insane? That legislation that got passed 3 years ago in Washington, they actually tried to pass the same legislation down in California around the same time. Governor Newsom wouldn't sign off on it. And I think that's because Governor Newsom was looking towards his presidential aspirations, and he realized signing off on that specific piece of, that's really far left legislation, right? Radical far left. Even Newsom was like, okay, hold up, this is a little bit ridiculous. We're not gonna do this. Well, so California shot it down. However, in Washington State, that is what it is. That is the law of the land in Washington State. So we're getting the hell out of here. Okay, super chats. Agent Pepsi, thank you very much. Here in 2020, in what, Missouri? Democrats bust in Antifa. They lost. Yeah, they are known for busing. They bust their voters. They bust their rioters. They love their buses. Very true. Maybe Trump should declare, this is from Michael P., maybe Trump should declare a formal state of insurrection and impose martial law and adjudicate these offenders before military tribunals a la the Civil War. You know, hopefully things don't have to go that far. Like, you know, really, ideally, all of these people can just be apprehended, deported, de-escalate the entire situation. I don't know, but California is really far gone. California's in a bad spot. Please buy the dog a super treat with this donation. What's her name? Laika. Laika is my dog's name. I gave my 15-year-old with 50-plus vitamin and minerals 10 years. Great. Well, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I will get her a dog treat courtesy. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. You can see these smoke grenades are continuing to go out here. The smoke bombs are going out. It seems like they have effectively pushed the protesters up, or the rioters. They've pushed the rioters up off of the street. Off of the freeway, at least. So maybe the freeway is clearing out a little bit. Hope so. Hope so. And once again, if you folks are new to the stream, to the community, to the YouTube channel, please subscribe to the channel. Drop a like on the broadcast here. It helps a lot. Follow on Twitter. In fact, I'm going to post a link to the Twitter in the chat. Also, this is kind of breaking news today. Well, yesterday, I've started also uploading all of my YouTube videos on Rumble as well. So, of course, you know, I'm not stopping anything on YouTube, but now I'm also doing it on Rumble. So if you guys prefer to watch on Rumble, I've got videos on Rumble now also. So make sure to go follow me on Rumble, I guess. I'm over there now too, at Matt Morris TV, the very same name. But dude, I'll tell you what, it looks like they have effectively pushed these rioters off of the freeway. That's a good thing. And the arrests are just continuing to happen. So the police here, they're just trying to snatch people out of the crowd, get them down on the ground, bring them back behind the line, and, you know, handcuff them pretty much. And between you and me, I would bet that 5 out of every 10 these people that they apprehend, I would bet that they're illegal aliens. Maybe they get deported. I bet we have a lot of illegal aliens in this crowd out here. That would be my guess.
We'll continue on ABC7. We'll continue to cover this on streaming.
To protest, that's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully.
This is live.
We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials. We're organizing resources. But what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration.
Okay.
When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted.
Good.
And raids took place.
Thank God.
Now, in the
Good.
beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens,
yeah, because felons don't go to Home Depot, right? Never.
It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school, parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father
We
that
want
went
them
into
out.
a factory,
Get
and
them
now
out of the
his family
country. We don't
doesn't know
care.
where he is.
Get them out.
The detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
Oh, great. Okay.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chase.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since
Right.
in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moved
Right.
around. Where is the LAPD in
Peaceful
terms of being
protests.
here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get on the one freeway?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the
Thousands of
CHP,
them.
the LAPD, and then frankly the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question at Chase.
Chase?
Mayor Bass, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach out?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you've reached out to the federal government,
She looks like a reptilian.
We are
Can we just say
listening
that?
to
No, I
LA
did
Mayor
not-
Karen Bass address her city amidst unrest in Los Angeles. If you're continuing on ABC 7 on air, we will switch things over to the NBA Finals.
Helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now
I'm gonna
is
hop us
just
over to this
really
one here.
tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los
Got
Angeles
the full
needs.
cam.
when you say you've reached out to the federal government, have you reached to President Trump?
No, I did not reach out to President Trump directly. I spoke to his chief of staff. I talked to Tom Holman. I talked to the U.S. Attorney. So I've talked to several members of the administration.
Next question, Matthew.
Yeah, I know you've been watching these protests. First off, what do you see when you're watching this?
Hear me
And I know
out.
that you've
What if Karen Bass got
mentioned,
deported?
Being worried about the safety of the protesters.
Right? That's
But
not
are
a
you
bad
also
idea.
worried about members of law enforcement in the middle of this?
Well, I'm worried about everybody. I'm worried about members of law enforcement. I'm worried about the safety of the people who are peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get vandalized. I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of that. We do not need to see our city torn apart. And the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are terrified.
How do you think that vandalism
They can go too.
impacts
They can
the
be
overall
deported also.
message of the protest?
Well, I mean, I first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And anytime it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here in white.
Yeah, hi Mayor. George with Reuters. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations you've had with the governor, and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in Los Angeles?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all sorts of information. We're hearing that the raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is
Good.
going to be here.
Yes.
So it's uncertain. But that's exactly the problem. Because we don't need in this city to go
Yes.
to sleep tonight
Yes,
and
you
wake
do.
up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers.
Yes, you do.
Are people
Yes,
going to
yes.
work? Are children at school?
We want
So
that.
we don't need any of that in our
Yes, you
city
do.
right now. Our city's trying to heal. Our city is trying to rebuild. Our city does not need to be torn apart with a provocative measure from the federal government.
We need 1,000 times the deportations, infinity times more deportations.
If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Mayor, last night the U.S. Attorney seemed resolute.
The American tradition of importing 30 million illegal aliens. It's our American tradition. Opening up the borders and harboring illegal aliens.
Or are they just doing it regardless of how everyone else feels?
Well, I mean, I think what we see now is they're doing it regardless of how anyone else feels. My conversation with the U.S. Attorney, though, was not focused on that.
We're going to go Frank?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, hi, Frank.
It appears that the LAPD is cooperating with ICE in this operation outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. They moved in, there was a peaceful protest. The LAPD moved the people back using flashbang and less lethal munitions. Comment on that, because
Sure.
the LAPD is not supposed to be cooperating with ICE.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that LAPD was involved with the flashbangs. But anyway, let me just say that what happened there is that when one branch of law enforcement says they need help, another branch of law enforcement is going to respond and is obligated to respond. And so the minute that protest left the federal building, then that's when LAPD.
How great would it be?
So the cooperation that you're referring to.
How great would it be if the LAPD just says, you know what, Karen Bass, we are no longer listening to your orders. The LAPD is now under complete and total control of President Trump. Karen Bass, Governor Newsom, we no longer report to you. We report to President Trump directly. Nothing you say matters.
I have no exact timeline. I cannot tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest, and the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
Quick follow-up. So I've seen LAPD fire point blank foam bullets, rubber bullets into the ground, but in some cases directly at protesters. Can you speak about what kind of orders they're under in terms of handling peaceful protests?
I can't in terms of the specific orders that are being given by the chief or the other commanding officers.
So, Mayor, will you be speaking then to Chief McDonald?
I'm going to speak to him in the next few minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
I'm
what is
leaving
in
from
the
here
plan?
to meet with him.
Great. What is in the plan for tomorrow? Because let's say presumably this does not end.
Right. Well, you know, I think one thing is that because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and institutions that have been around for several decades, there is a history of having peaceful protests here. Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an athletic event, everybody celebrates. There's always a handful of people that tend to be at the end and tend to hang around and might get into mischief and violence. But that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized in a proper way. The problem is what happens at the end, and that's one thing that is difficult with crowd control, whether it is a political protest or whether it is a football game.
Did you say you talked to Tom Holman?
Look at these pictures here.
Yes, I did talk to Tom Holman.
What did he tell you?
Well, he just listened. I mean, the main thing he said was he appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but you know, I was encouraging him not to deploy the National Guard. I knew that the order had been given. The president had signed the order to the governor that he was federalizing the National Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be deployed, but that didn't mean that they would actually be deployed onto our streets. So my conversation with him was trying to encourage to prevent the deployment. Obviously, that did not work.
And just to be clear, are you meeting with the police chief and anybody else, or just the police chief?
The police chief, the sheriff, and the governor.
Quickly, Mayor, when you talk about peaceful protests, we're hearing the noises outside as this crowd is getting closer and presumably more violent as they're coming up through the streets here? I know it's nice to talk about peaceful protests.
Things are getting more
What's
violent.
happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful.
So then how do we reconcile the difference? Obviously, there's frustration with the Trump administration and the feds, but as LAPD and the Sheriff's Department try to distance themselves from the actions of these immigration actions and work being done, they're against authority in a lot of ways. They're standing outside City Hall, which is your office. It's not necessarily against you. How do you distance yourself, but also kind of try to keep it peaceful at a time where it's anti-authority?
Well, and let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences.
We have breaking news from Trump
I don't
here in a
think
minute.
that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be?
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be within LA, where they're going to be deployed?
Well, what I know right now is that the mission of the National Guard is to protect federal property and the federal building, which is why you have only seen them there. You have not seen them out in the community or anything like that. And just in terms of, to close, to wrap up, I just have to say that, again, our city has been through a lot since the beginning of the year. And now thinking
because
that
of your incompetent leadership, because of you,
that is terrified, that is not going to know if
because
they go to
she is an
sleep
idiot.
tonight,
That is
and
why.
they go to work or they go to school. Will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants where 50% of the population is Latino. A percentage of the populations are from Asian countries and from all over the world. And we embrace all Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came from or when you got here. But the most important thing right now is that our city be peaceful. And so protests and expressing your, fears, your beliefs is appropriate to do, but it is just not appropriate for there to be violence. And I don't want people to fall into the chaos that I believe is being created by the administration, completely unnecessary.
It's the Trump administration doing this. Nobody else is causing any problems. It's all Trump. Why would Trump do this? Why would Trump cause all of these problems? It's crazy. See this car down here? See that car right over there in the bottom left corner? Trump lit that car on fire. Why would he do that? Ah, man, Trump is crazy. Why is Trump spray painting all of these cars with profanities and lighting them on fire and throwing rocks at people? Man, why would Trump do that? He's personally making all of this chaos. So that was Mayor Karen Bass. Okay, I've got a couple things I want to show you guys here real quick. The first one, take a look at this here. This is Donald Trump recently.
California officials could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation, something that Bowman may have suggested.
If officials stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges.
Okay, so what he said, in Los Angeles, any government officials that stand in the way of law and order, the deportations, they will be legally held accountable. Good. That is exactly what we all want. This happened also. Take a look at this. Protester on stilts gets his knees chopped out by a cop. Ooh. Did you folks catch that? Look at that. I'm going to play this back. There he is. He's up on stilts. And come on down, buddy. Yeah, come on down. Back to planet Earth. Okay. And you are getting deported. You are getting deported. Okay, goodbye. Okay. Ooh, wow, these guys are serious business here.
Taking over to clear this. That's National Guard alongside.
These are National Guardsmen. Things are getting serious. These guys are serious business. And real quick, while the National Guardsmen are getting set up, what is this here? Breaking: DHS Black Hawk helicopters are hovering over the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles right now.
Again, viewer discretion is advised for some of these scenes unfolding, and one from the sky, one from the ground. You can see them potentially throwing some water bottles at police, and they are saying there's an unlawful assembly as tactical.
That is nuts. This looks like a war zone, guys. We have cars are being lit on fire. We have foreign flags of foreign nations. You know, we have thousands, I don't know how many people are out here marching through the streets, all of whom are illegal alien invaders, foreign flags, vandalism. Cars are being destroyed, lit on fire. We have Black Hawk helicopters. We have the National Guard. This looks like a war zone. This is a war zone. It looks like a war zone because it is a war zone. This is freaking crazy. And I need to go get a cup of water. So I'll be right back here, folks.
Yeah, they're coming back.
Hey, they're gonna back up. You gotta push forward.
Okay, look at that car down there. Wow, look at that one down over there, bottom left. They are just torching these cars. You know, Elon Musk has been talking a lot about these Tesla cyber cars that are effectively like, you know, self-driving taxis. He's talked a lot about those. When he announced those self-driving taxi Tesla cars, my first thought was, there's no way it's going to work. There's no way this is going to work because our society is too messed up. You think people are really going to be able to get in and out and not destroy a bunch of, you know, AI-driven Teslas with no accountability? Of course, people are going to destroy those things. They're going to light them on fire. They're going to spit in them. They're going to pee inside of them. They're going to, you know, cut open the seats. Who here has taken the New York City subway or gone on actually any public transit anywhere in the country? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We, for whatever reason, here in America, public transportation just kind of doesn't work for some reason. Doesn't work. In Japan, it works. In many places in Europe, it works. In Taiwan, it works. In Korea, it works. Over here, it doesn't really work. We have a low trust society. We have a lot of problems. Yeah. Look at that. That's nuts. When I was a young adult, I don't know what, maybe early 20s, late teens or something, I had a job where I was, for about a year, I would wash the city buses. They'd come in at the end of the night. It's midnight, and I would wash them and clean them so they could go back out and do another bus route the next day, the city buses. Well, we have horses out here. And anyway, cleaning public city buses for 12 months really opened my eyes on just how disgusting people are. I want you to imagine any disgusting thing you could imagine on a city bus, and I have found it and cleaned it. Vomit, feces, urine, drug paraphernalia, all, just every single disgusting thing on these buses. I'm like, dude, what type of person does this? Who does this? Anyway, the point is, public transportation in this country does not work. We've got too many people like this that you're watching right now. That's the problem.
We're hoping to talk, and here we go. Someone else starting a fire in one of these vehicles.
There you go.
Ran out of fuel, thankfully, before that one could ignite, and now hiding their identity. But again, this is something, it's a volatile situation. I don't know if police are able to move in to this scene and try and calm things down, get these folks out. The fire department at some point is going to have to be called in to put this car out, and now a major conflagration in this car. We saw in Compton yesterday when that car was lit on fire in the middle of the intersection. The firefighters had to come in and had to be protected by police. You know, you have a line of officers be able to move in and get those firefighters safe, and even those firefighters had projectiles thrown at them. So again, this car is now fully engulfed. People are trying to set the other Waymos on fire, and as this is playing out again, we want to try to get to Tim Caputo, who just heard from Mayor Karen Bass. I just heard from Gabe Santos in Air 7 that there's not a lot of time left. Are they out? Okay, they are they're out of fuel and have to go back to the airport to refuel. So we hope to check back in with Gabe Santos shortly. And as we wait again, we're hoping to talk to Tim Caputo, who just questioned the...
I don't know if these are electric cars. You know, electric cars, you know, they burn very differently than gasoline cars. Big problem. The fires are very difficult to put out.
All the chaos that has played out in Los Angeles this weekend on the Trump administration's actions, and at the same time, on the other hand, said that violence is not acceptable. And so admitting that there is a lot of violence playing out amid these protests. And so that is clearly the people who are committing the violence are not Trump administration officials. So they are to blame as well. So, you know, it sounds like she's having it both ways. Let's zoom in back on.
She is trying to have it both ways. Listen, and it's not just her, it's every single Democratic politician in the country. The entire progressive Democrat narrative is all of this is Donald Trump's fault. The burning car, the vandalism, the graffiti, everything, the riots, the protests, the police officers getting killed and shot and having rocks thrown at their head. All of that is Donald Trump's fault. That's not our fault. It's all Donald Trump. Donald Trump is evil. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. And all of this is his fault. Yeah. Okay. Nobody buys it. Nobody believes it.
And Jory, sorry,
nobody believes it.
Looking at the Waymo right there, I was looking at what kind of fumes the Waymo sets out whenever it's set on fire like this. I'm not even sure if the protesters even realize that how toxic and dangerous these fumes can be. Hydrogen fluoride, carbon monoxide.
Oh no!
Just these flammable gases that can potentially explode, and we could possibly even see an explosion happening from this Waymo if it's on fire long enough.
God forbid.
And just all these protesters in that area, again, this air, it's just so toxic. And
the police officers don't even need to use smoke bombs anymore because the protesters, the rioters, have actually smoked themselves. That's how stupid they are.
We are continuing our coverage of the unrest in downtown Los Angeles, and we do see possibly some officers moving in now to try and gain control of this situation. This is still... I saw some smoke in the background, so I'm not sure if that's a flashbang smoke or whether these officers are moving.
Don't forget the looting. Oh, this is something worth quickly talking about because every single police officer in the entire city of Los Angeles is here right now stopping the riots. There are looters across the entire city robbing convenience stores, robbing shopping centers. The looting right now in Los Angeles because they know there are no police officers. We can do whatever we want. Because we know the police aren't going to come and stop us because they're all dealing with the riot. So looting right now is terrible. It is crazy right now in Los Angeles.
This country illegally out.
I saw some videos of that last night.
Absolutely. And we were talking about the National Guard a little bit earlier. They're deployed. 2,000 troops are here. And pretty much President Donald Trump basically bypassed Governor Newsom's authority and he deployed the troops here. And that makes you think that's another thing that these protesters are angry with, and that's another reason why these protests are getting a little...
What is that movie where for like 24 hours there are no laws and then everybody runs around and steals from each other and kills each other? There's a movie where they do that. I think they've made a couple of them. Anyway, that's pretty much what this looks like. It's kind of the same deal.
Here, this is the scene in
just total anarchy,
LA.
chaos.
Again, these protests, they erupted amid the ICE raids, and it's the third day of civil unrest. Jory's been talking about this for hours now. You have been covering this.
The Purge, yeah, I think it's the Purge. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's been going for hours. We know there was a demonstration this morning. It stretched into the afternoon, and then two large demonstrations converged into one. Governor Newsom responding to the president today with a number of posts to social media, and some of this is stuff we have never seen before in the United States. So the governor responding to a video of President Trump.
I have to say real quick, let's all pray in the chat. Type P to pray that the horses do not get hurt. That's my number one priority is let's all hope the horses do not get hurt in the riots. P in the chat to pray for the horses, please. Lord, watch over those horses.
Administration, he said, to rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. This is the governor posting to Twitter. He writes, we didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order. Return control to California. That is a message to the President of the United States. Attached is a letter written from the office of the governor to the Trump administration and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, signed by David Sapp, Legal Affairs Secretary in the office of Governor Newsom. And it goes on to list ways where the governor and the state believe it's unlawful for the president to have federalized members of the National Guard, writing, this is done under Section.
Anytime the radical progressives talk about the law, you can just ignore them. They don't give one crap about the law. This is a sanctuary city. This is a sanctuary state. They don't give one crap about federal law, any law, because they are, for decades now, they have been aiding and abetting and harboring illegal alien invaders, which has climaxed in this situation right now. They've said, you know what, we're just actually not going to abide by the federal immigration legislation, all those federal laws that we all democratically agreed upon. Yeah, we're just not going to do that. We're just going to actually have millions of illegal aliens in the country, in the state specifically, and we just don't care. Whatever.
Those three.
The law. They don't care about the law.
Citations within the code.
Nobody buys it.
But the office of the governor, writing the section, further states that orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. And therein lies the problem. This was not done at the request of the governor of California, which is typically how the federalization of National Guard troops happens. We've seen it happen quite often.
Screw the governor of California.
Who cares? We've visited these sites and seen National Guards members guarding entrances.
You know, I actually tweeted something out to this effect a couple hours ago, but for 10 years now, the Democrats, the radical progressives, they've been fear-mongering about how Donald Trump is this authoritarian. He's a dictator. Donald Trump is an authoritarian. Oh my God, he's a dictator. He's like Hitler. You know what? Just for once, and he's really not. Just for one day, though, I wish he was 1/10. I wish Donald Trump just one time was 1/10 of the authoritarian that they say he is. Because if he actually was 1/10 as bad as they say he is, as they've been saying he is for 10 years, this problem would be solved immediately. And I wish he would. I wish Donald Trump would actually, you know what? You want to see an authoritarian? You want to see what it looks like? You want me to go all out here for a day or two? This is what it looks like. Let's go. We're going all in. We're driving tanks down the road. We're calling in the Marines. Whatever, every single thing. We are cleaning up this mess. Call me whatever you want. We are fixing this problem.
Chaos, when we have seen quite a bit of it this weekend play out in Los Angeles, and you start to see the smoke
Chris
rising in this
Condren,
wide shot.
thank you.
It's a disturbing sight to
Thank
see
you
a
very
fire
much.
burning like this in the midst of a crowd making their way through Los Angeles. Again, we just heard from LA Mayor. There's the explosion that we've been waiting for to see if it would happen.
Oh.
That car has now exploded.
Wow.
As it likely is reaching the lithium battery that powers these electric cars.
Once that battery blows
typically
up.
they're found on the beneath the car, along the frame of those vehicles. And so once the fire reaches down there, it is very difficult to put these fires out. I think I remember a crash on a bridge recently where there was some kind of fuel or a vehicle that could not be put out, and they
Thank you, Connor. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you.
Off of the bridge. But here we have, some knuckleheads trying to continue to damage this car, do whatever they can to get involved in this, and basically
they're not the
party
brightest
as they watch this car burn.
Yeah, and again, these EV fires, they're absolutely no joke. Those fumes that are in the air, again, these protesters, they're so close to that fire. They're breathing in all of the toxic gases. Again, we talked about carbon monoxide, hydrogen fluoride. Those aren't things that you should be breathing in, and they are just feet away from that car that exploded. And it makes you think, is that the plan for the second Waymo? I believe there's 3, were there 3 or 5?
Once again, right here, listen, folks, if Donald Trump does not solve this issue, if we don't take the country back and solve this problem long-term, lock down the border and deport all of these people and restore law and order to the country, this is the future you can expect, not just in California. What you're witnessing right now, this phenomenon here, it is going to engulf the entire nation. What do you think happens if a Democrat gets back in office in 2028 and they reopen the border and we have another 20 million, 30, 40, 50 million illegal aliens? You know, right now, this problem is taking place in California, maybe some other cities also, other places also, but if this country continues to take in more people like this, these issues expand out across the entire country. how many people like this can this country accommodate? Before you know it, in less than 10 years, if we don't solve this issue, you're going to have riots and protests and exploding cars like this in your hometown. It's going to be everywhere. Doesn't matter where you live. It's coming for you soon. It has to be solved.
In the last few hours. So it looks like these protesters, they are not going anywhere. And it seems like this protest is dragging into the evening hours.
It will continue.
Indeed.
You know, it's fair to say the sun will be down long before this crowd breaks apart for the evening. Can we pan around and see if there's still a group at the federal building? I know our vantage point has kind of shifted here. We're on the west or south side of, okay, we do have
I see that report
Temple
here.
in Alameda. So this.
Folks, breaking news. U.S. Northern Command is saying that approximately 500 active duty U.S. Marines are, quote, prepared to deploy to Los Angeles. Send them in. Donald Trump, send them in. Send in the Marines. Let's go. We want to see boots on the ground. This is a war zone. Shut it down. We have thousands of violent, illegal alien invaders. They have invaded one of the biggest countries in one of the biggest cities in the country. Send in the Marines. Let's go. Yes, send them in.
This morning, as those cars continue to burn a few blocks away, there is the motorcycle that remains on scene. There was a time when there was a skirmish line, LAPD officers who had cleared the entrance to the federal building and pushed people down the hill into this intersection of Alameda and Temple. At that point, two people on motorcycles approached the skirmish line. And again, there's some, we're not sure whether they intentionally drove those bikes into the officers or whether they were just doing a U-turn or some kind of maneuver and lost control.
Oops. Real quick here. This is a little video talking about that real fast.
I also want to ask you about some breaking news that we're just getting in. This is brand new into our newsroom, that the U.S. Northern Command is saying that approximately 500 active duty Marines are, quote, prepared to deploy. In their words, as unrest in Los Angeles continues. This is after, of course, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, had mentioned this. Is that necessary at this point?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Operationally, it's not necessary.
Yes, it is.
I want to just put this.
I also want to ask you.
Is this, and you heard it, no. Is it necessary to have these Marines? No, no. These people are disgusting. These people, like, these freaking people. No, I don't think it's necessary. Everything is okay. The situation is under control. No, it's not. The situation is not under control. Los Angeles is a war zone right now.
Say is over by the 101. I'm sure many of these people were the folks who
like I would rather be in Afghanistan than Los Angeles at this very moment. If I had to pick a vacation, Afghanistan or Los Angeles right now, I'm going to Afghanistan. This is a war zone. This is bad. Send in the Marines.
It looks like people might be moving out of here.
Send them in.
They are moving in this area.
Send them
they
in.
have their respirators on because, again, this is toxic gas, and there are just way too many people in this area. I remember a little bit earlier we did talk about how many people have been charged with assault of a deadly weapon on officers. So many people have been facing that charge, and these numbers are just insane. And just seeing the large crowds of people, and they're still gathered here around the 5 Waymos, even though this one has exploded, but hoping an officer or someone is moving in to try to at least disperse this crowd, get them away from this Waymo that's now putting all that black smoke in the air.
I don't know if there's any way we can see if there are officers kind of gathering, getting ready to put this out, because the more that these cars are allowed to burn and the longer this goes without police.
I want to show you folks a video real quick. What is this here? Protesters are threatening to end the lives of officers while throwing glass bottles at them in Los Angeles. And this is where we're at, folks. That's how it is now.
Yeah, so we're essentially on Los Angeles Street. The interesting thing is on this side of the 101, Los Angeles kind of turns and goes to Alameda right at Union Station. A lot of the protests in the past have ended up on this because you're on either side of the 101. What you're looking at here you saw from above is the cars that are currently on fire. The police line is on the opposite side of these car fires at the moment from where we're standing. Part of the crowd have been moved back in this direction, but you see they're not exactly moving. They've essentially just moved the line back and are standing in place at this point. That thick black smoke obviously going right into the air where we're standing, and the crowd kind of mingling its way down. Tommy, if you want to point down the street towards Union Station as well, kind of working its way on Alameda and Los Angeles as well. They're essentially all in this area. The federal building itself, obviously the focus of these protests and these demonstrations is on the other side of the 101, but as often happens with these rallies and protests and demonstrations that are in this general vicinity, they get on either side of the 101, and where this is kind of on the near side opposite where the federal building is itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do need to say real quick, my beautiful wife has reminded me to tell all of you to follow my Twitter page. That's very important, I guess. Thank you, sweetie, for reminding me. I'm very bad at promoting myself. So if you have Twitter, drop a follow on Twitter. Also follow the channel here on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like the stream. Thank you all very much for tuning in. This entire situation. There's a link in the chat for the Twitter page, by the way, but this entire situation is only getting worse. This is escalating. This is not de-escalating. I would not be surprised if we have 500 Marines deployed very soon. The Marines, I would bet, are on the way, because this is getting just absolutely unhinged.
More people, some
it's
coming
off the
from
hinges.
The train station itself, are kind of descending on this area. You know, when we were in Compton yesterday, when they set that car on fire, it took a minute for the fire department to get there and put that car fire out. I could tell you from either angle from where we're standing, it would be nearly impossible to get a fire truck in, maybe from over here by Union Station, but obviously this is burning strong with people standing by, and that's why police have backed off a little bit at this point. Obviously, we're keeping a fairly safe distance away from the kind of strongest of the action. You hear the explosions as well from those cars. Obviously, people standing close by there, not necessarily a safe area to be. When we were parked just underneath City Hall by the mayor's office, the crowd rather was kind of moving their way up the street. They're all over this area, as I'm sure you've seen from Air 7, but obviously at this point, this is the main focus. The smoke could be seen from all around as these folks converging around this part of the rally at this point.
Yeah, Tim, now that we have you, I do want to ask you more about what the mayor said. You asked her about the violence, and if she's blaming the rioters, the demonstrators who are turning to violence.
Environment. Yeah,
but
true.
She led
really,
her press conference directly blaming what has played out and the unrest in our city on what the Trump administration has done, but also saying that if you're causing violence and you're attacking law enforcement, you are to blame as well. So it almost seemed like she was trying to have it both ways.
To a degree, right? So this is, it's nuanced and it's difficult, right? I mean, there was an awkward moment where she's talking about we want it to be peaceful, and we could hear flashbangs and fireworks going off outside her office in City Hall, literally outside the windows of the mayor's office. We're hearing these loud bangs as she's saying, folks, keep it peaceful. That point is come and gone. That is clear to this point. You see it behind me, obviously. The peaceful part of it is not happening. But here's the interesting juxtaposition, of course, because the protests and the demonstrations are against those federal agents, whether it's ICE, the FBI, Homeland Security, anyone federal agents assisting, LAPD, CHP.
Oh, goodness. Okay, let's do a little recap here because I have maybe some videos to show you folks. This one here is in Inglewood, California, Border Patrol.
Hey, todo va a estar bien, papa, hey! Oh my fucking God, bro. I'm not doing anything.
Hey, why the fuck are you talking to us?
That's very nice. A lot of people swearing here. They're trying to shove him in the back of the car. Listen, hey, like I said, this is off the hinges. This is nuts. This has gone on long enough. This has gone on too far. This is where, you know, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of a Star Wars nerd. This is where I want to see Donald Trump come into Los Angeles with an entire clone army. I want to see a bunch of stormtroopers marching into Los Angeles with laser blasters and just crush. We will crush the resistance. We have 1 million clone troopers marching into Los Angeles, and we have spaceships shooting lasers, blasting down. Yes, crush the resistance. We will. This is out of control. This has gone on long enough. At a minimum, bring in the Marines. We need the Marine Corps at a minimum, okay? Oh, I don't think this is live. Can I reload this? There it is. Now it is. Okay. All right.
Assaulting people on the street is not okay regardless of what your cause is.
It's a difficult job being mayor. You have a lot of constituencies to tend to. And as she did also say, the mayor said she's for everyone. She wants everyone to, she's not for one side or the other side or the other side. She wants everyone to be okay. She doesn't want to see violence, and she wants to see her citizens maintain their safety and comfort living in Los Angeles.
Oh, hey.
It looks like for Mayor 7,
This guy right here on top of the car, that guy wearing the brown getup, that guy is from Channel 5 News. Who here knows Channel 5 News? It's a YouTube channel featuring Andrew Callahan. That's that black dude from Channel 5 News, Andrew Callahan. We've seen him in YouTube videos before. I've seen his YouTube videos.
On this side of the 101, of course, we're dipped down
That's
a
him,
little
you can
bit
tell. That's him
on
up
the
there.
road here as it curves down into Alameda. I see a lot of bicycles and folks on the street and a lot of onlookers on this side essentially watching it from this angle. I mean, look at this. There's a city bus driving by. I don't think there's any police anywhere close to this. Whether or not the fire department is coming and how quickly they're coming remains to be seen. They might let this burn out, but obviously in the middle of the street here, a raging fire,
Thank you very
cars
much.
that were
Thank
set
you
on
very
fire
much. I
during these
appreciate that.
demonstrations. A sad sight to see, obviously, all around.
Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah,
fight, fight, fight.
This is Niku. So you're
Thank
out
you
there
very
and you're
much.
just like in the thick of it. The smoke is behind you. What does it smell like? I'm just really curious with all the fumes in the air. Does it have a distinct smell? What is it like?
You know, it's an interesting question, too, because on
We are
Friday night,
swapping
especially
hats,
when
ladies
those
and
tear gas
gentlemen.
was shot from the feds
It's
outside
time
the
to put
federal
on the
building,
MAGA
that
hat.
is a very distinct smell. You get it up your nose, it burns all the way through your nostrils, it gets
Perfect.
into your eyes as well. Some of those pepper spray balls that we felt in Compton as well, those are kind of quick bangs. You kind of get a little bit and then you move on your way. This smells like an open dumpster fire. I mean, for better or worse. We could smell it when we pulled up and walked up the street. The thick black smoke is kind of emanating. Thankfully, there's not much of a wind at this point, so it's going straight up in the air, but I think it's a true sense of what we're feeling here is that smoke is kind of emblematic of the frustration, this thick black smoke kind of billowing above these demonstrations. Everyone frustrated at this point, and just a cloud of uncertainty hovering over all of Los Angeles these last 3 days.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can tell. You're in one spot, kind of separated from everything. I'm just curious at this point whether
No, this smoke here is really bad. Like if you breathe this stuff in, you will get cancer. This is really, really, really bad. Like really bad. This stuff is not good for you.
It's a great point, Troy, because
Not
that's the
good.
quintessential question when you have rallies, demonstrations, riots, if you will. I wouldn't go far as to call it that. I know President Trump had tweeted about riots and looting.
Thank you,
I don't
Don.
know that
Thank
I
you,
would
Mr. Fleming.
characterize it
Thank you,
that
Don.
way. But
Thank
certainly
you.
when you have groups
Thank you.
like this, from what we've seen, Tommy Pan over here to the left here, it's the vast majority are people taking videos, people waving flags, people walking around, people wanting to be part of the cause, wanting to have their voices heard.
There are 9,900 people tuning in. All right, listen. Nobody is allowed to leave. Every single person currently watching the live stream, you need to stay here. I am forbidding you from leaving the stream. You need to stay here. We are almost at 10,000 live viewers. You are forbidden from leaving. You need to stay. You can't go anywhere. All right, everybody remain in your seats. We are almost there. Thank you. Thank you.
Intentionally causing some issues. I'm pausing here for a second just to take a see if police are moving up any closer. Obviously, the biggest concern anytime you have a car fire, but especially when you have a car fire surrounded by people standing around as you have a gas tank full of gasoline, and a fire and explosion here would not be ideal. Some of those explosions, you know, it's interesting. We've gotten used to over the last day and a half to tell the difference between a fireworks like that or flashbang being fired by authorities. A subtle difference, and frankly doesn't really make a
That
difference.
car
Obviously,
is
one is
gone.
sent
It
by
is
authorities and the
melted.
other is fired by, that's another one that's a firework. But these are part of the crowd, intermittent and a small part of the crowd. So it's tough to describe the crowd as a whole as agitators. I wouldn't even say that, even close to that. But because it only takes a handful of people to light a car on fire.
Okay, folks, let's brainstorm here for a minute. At this point, what do we do? How do you solve this? The first thing that comes to my mind is we just go full auto on the rubber bullet guns. We get fully automatic rubber bullet machine guns, not real bullets, rubber bullets, and we just start not we, but the police officers, the National Guard, marching down the streets, blasting people out. It's going to hurt. It's going to be painful. Nobody's going to die. We have to shut this down. This has gone on long enough. Are we at 10,000? All right, let's go. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Guys, listen, hey, on this YouTube channel, I've only been doing political news coverage here for 7 months. In 7 months, because of you guys, and I really appreciate it, 500,000 subscribers. In 7 months, 500,000, 10,000 live viewers. Thank all you very much. Thank all of you sincerely very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anyway, this has gone on long enough. This has got to be shut down. We need National Guard. We need Marines. We need rubber bullets. We need water cannons blasting people. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take. I'm not the expert here.
Yes, downtown, but where Tim was standing and we heard those explosions in the background, I think he said it was a combination of the car fire, fireworks, and something else. But
right. Well, we did see those flashbangs going off, so it looks like officers are somewhere, unless that is those are just simple fireworks. But we see those poofs of smoke, and those typically are flashbangs trying to disrupt the crowd. And we do see some movement coming now towards the 101 from the top of our screen. So that would be north to south. That would be coming directly from where Tim was standing. I don't know if there's any police activity pushing these folks this way, or perhaps just the smoke. It's getting too hard to breathe. More explosions here from those cars, but we do have a decent sized crowd watching these cars continue to burn. Otherwise,
once again, at the moment, both Governor Gavin Newsom and LA City Mayor Karen Bass have said repeatedly that the situation is under control. Nobody has to panic. Don't be worried about this, folks. The situation is totally under control, according to Governor Gavin Newsom and LA City Mayor Karen Bass. It is totally not a problem. Everything is fine.
Scene is the worst one that we have been seeing, because like you said, the other areas that we have seen people sitting down, and this is just the worst of it, seeing these 3 Waymo cars on fire, which hopefully
you know what, I just remembered something insane. And by the way, Vander, thank you. 20K, that's a little bit audacious. I appreciate the sentiment, though. I was scrolling Twitter maybe 6 hours ago, and I read the most insane conspiratorial nut job conspiratorial take, conspiracy theory from someone on the far left. They said, you know what? I think the Trump administration actually created all of these protests in order to push the big, beautiful bill. I think all the protesters, all the rioters, all of them, it's actually a bunch of undercover Trump supporters so that Trump can try to push the big, beautiful bill. Democrats would never do this. It's like, really? Okay, you are insane. That is the stupidest, that is frankly probably the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my entire life. Yeah. Yeah, this is all an evil Donald Trump conspiracy. Okay.
Enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and ultimately between.
I mean, as you all know, Democrats actually do this pretty much every summer. Like every 12 months exactly, they just do this again. Minnesota, Portland, Seattle, LA, San Francisco. They did it in New York one time, I remember. It's like literally every 12 months, it's June, it's July, and you know this is going to happen. You just know in some Democrat-run city somewhere in the country, this is going to happen. Every year.
Really dangerous, because again, these EV batteries, this can explode at any minute, and just the air. I mean, Tim said it smelled like a dumpster fire behind him. Yeah. So.
And poor Tommy, his photographer, was back at this location last night with Amy Powell dealing with that. They were hit with tear gas, and so he's back at it again. There's another explosion coming out of that car. We thank all of our photojournalists for being there and our reporters on the ground. This is not easy stuff. It's a very precarious, dangerous situation. We saw one station in
Thank you, Dave Harvey.
Their reporter and photographer were basically kicked off of scene by
also
demonstrators.
Baltimore.
It was unsafe for them to be there. They pushed them out of there.
Thank you, Baltimore football history.
That is why we're being very selective with where we put our reporters on the ground today.
Look at that.
Because we don't want to put them into harm's way. But simply being on the ground, you can see how volatile it is. Tim was just a short ways away from this and had to move their situation because the crowd might have been moving their way. And you, as a reporter, with a camera there, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you can't get out and put yourself in harm's way.
And it could be so tempting because you really want to show, you want to get the message across and really show these images, these videos of just what it looks like there. But at the same time, you really have to worry about yourself, your well-being. And that's also the case for the police officers that are out there, too. I'm sure they're caught in that.
Los Angeles is occupied territory.
So,
it sounds like Tim Caputo has found a new location. Let's see where he is and what is going on as we search really for the bulk of this crowd. That's the 101 South that is still shut down. The 101 North is moving freely again. And what a shot from Tim Caputo's camera location. Tim, tell us about what you're seeing now.
Well, full disclosure, we didn't actually move locations. We were kind of double parked and had to move the van to let some people out because once we got to this location, what's ended up happening, and no surprise here, at Los Angeles Street, cars cannot go down. So they're pulling this kind of U-turn to go back down to Alameda Street here towards Union Station. So we are in the same spot, a pretty safe distance away. I can tell you, there are rowdy elements of this crowd. That's why I'm kind of keeping my head on a swivel as well, because some of the anger pointed at the media, some of the anger obviously pointed at law enforcement, at the mayor's office, whomever they perceive as potentially a person of authority at this point. So we're just kind of watching our backs as well as we watch what's going on ourselves. But, as you guys have mentioned too, is this car trying to make a U-turn here, this Range Rover red one in the middle of the street. These cars are still burning, and the vast majority of people standing on the sidewalk here and standing even in the street here, mostly just getting video. It does seem like some of the attention has moved away from the burning vehicles as this crowd is now moving back towards the federal building across the 101, back over to Los Angeles, Aliso, and even Alameda Street, essentially where the protests we've seen the last 48, 72 hours have been focused. Obviously, this is where it began, but it eventually kind of bleeds out and filters out into the adjoining and adjacent streets around here. And that's what happened in this area when these cars were set on fire. It does seem, at least where we're standing now, while
I think I have a decent video to show you folks. This one right here. Wow. So this motorcyclist tried to drive into the cops. They just ripped him off the bike. Good, good. Look at all these thugs. I mean, like, can we just call them what they are? It's just a bunch of thugs out here. Look, he's doing the same thing. Good. Rip him off the bike. These people are not the brightest. They really are just not smart people. Like, nobody with an IQ over 90 is behaving like this. I'm sorry. These people out here are just stupid. They're just stupid people. Jesse, I'm not sure. You should be able to. They're screaming, they had no weapons. They were unarmed. What did they do to deserve this? They drove a motorcycle into a bunch of officers. What do you mean? They full speed ahead, blasted the motorcycle into a bunch of cops. What do you think is going to happen? They were unarmed. They didn't even have any weapons. Yeah, okay. Okay.
But being part of it oftentimes means you get awfully close to it. And I think that's what's happening with some folks here, is that you might not want to be part of that car fire, but guess what? When you drive by on your motorcycle and do some burnouts around it, you're part of the action as well. And that's what's happening right now. This is kind of a show, in
a way, a motorcycle or a car,
and it's still going
that
strong.
is a several thousand-pound weapon. It's a big weapon
alluded to,
in a lot of ways.
As we know, there are legitimate demonstrators out there. There are also people who, after a sporting event, just want to watch something burn. And so there is a distinction between what is happening right now, whether these cars burning are truly, along with it's not a peaceful demonstration, but whether they're actually out there to make their voices heard, or whether they're just out there to take pictures of themselves in front of a burning car once the crowd is out in the streets.
President Trump says that Los Angeles is going to be liberated from these violent insurrectionists.
She wants it to be peaceful, and she doesn't want things to go sideways or anyone to get hurt. I think it's an interesting point because a lot of folks out
Mr.
here
President,
have told me this
give
is
the
sad.
order.
this is not sad because of what the people are doing. They said it's sad, it's comforting.
Let's go.
They've reached the boiling point. They're mad and they want to do something about it. And I think that's what the mayor kind of alluded to as well, is the fact that she's not necessarily blaming Angelenos for this. She's blaming what led up to make Angelenos do this. And I think that's a subtle but important difference of the folks out
Jesse
here as well,
James.
and what the mayor was trying to convey in the sense that
let me see. Yeah, no option. Same thing earlier when I watched someone else covering this. It is what it is, I suppose. God bless you and your family. You know, I'm not sure. Is anybody else not able to join or become a member of the stream? I'm seeing other people do it. I saw Scott Keaton a couple moments ago did it. Maybe if you reload the page, I'm not sure. Maybe YouTube, sometimes it bugs out. I'm not exactly positive, but either way, I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, though. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you.
LA Mayor Karen Bass alluded to the fact that one of them took place at a Home Depot. We saw some in the garment district, and some factory workers were taken into custody. You know, it is said by the Trump administration that their focus is on the dangerous, the violent, those who have criminal records, who are in this country illegally. But a lot of people in this crowd feel like that is not the focus of what is actually happening. And while some dangerous and violent people are being taken off the streets, there are also upstanding members of society that are being swept up in this as well. And that was not supposed to be.
Anybody out here, I would not consider an upstanding member of society. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm being a little bit, radical by saying that. I just don't think there are really that many upstanding members of society out here right now on the LA streets at this moment. I'm not with you on that. Here we have yet another upstanding member of society with the Palestinian armband, some jihadist headband, an Antifa face baklava mask here, and the flag of Mexico right next to a burning, vandalized car. Just another upstanding member of society out here. Yeah, we have a lot of upstanding members of society running around. That's good. We love that. That's good.
Not nice things either. So a lot of cleanup in downtown LA.
And Governor Gavin Newsom, who is now at odds with President Trump and the federal government over the federalization of California National Guardsmen and women, keeping active on social media, responding to actor James Woods, who posted a video of two police cars on fire. With the quote, "If I hear one more leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protests, I'll throw up," to which the governor responded, "This video is from 2020. And so there he is, active, going back and trying to prove his point.
As if cars are not on fire right now?
To bring in the National Guard against his wishes, which is something that typically we do not see happen. The normal order of things is that the governor of a state would request the federalization, some help from the federal government, and bring in the National Guard. That did not happen here. President Trump took it upon himself to federalize 2,000 members of the National Guard last night, put them into use today. The governor has made a move now to retake control of those National Guards members. And again, we talked about the history in our country of something like this happening. Presidents have federalized National Guards members. The last time I think it's happened was the civil rights era, when John F. Kennedy federalized National Guards members in the South to allow black students to attend schools who were being met with resistance by the governor, George Wallace being chief among them, and other local governments that weren't allowing federal law to be executed, and it was directly harming citizens. This situation is not that.
Right. It's so different, and it's so hard to see. Like, okay, usually history repeats itself. Let's look back. Let's see what happened. We can't really do that with this because this is, again, it's not going in the right order. 2,000 National Guard troops are deployed here. And yeah, President Donald Trump went over Governor Newsom's authority, and he brought them here. So it's just really difficult to see how this is going to turn out.
Yeah,
we can't predict it.
And we've heard from ICE about their the execution of some of their activity the last couple of days, and some of the violent and dangerous criminals and people that they have taken into custody who now face deportment. Our Tim Caputo, who you've there on.
Once again here, this is probably happening soon.
I also want to ask you about some breaking news that we're just getting in. This is brand new into our newsroom, that the U.S. Northern Command is saying that approximately...
Hey, stop spamming in the chat. Stop. I don't like to moderate. I don't like to tell you guys what to do, but come on. Can you not post the same thing 10 times in a row, just taking up space? Stop. I don't want to have to ban anyone or whatever, but stop, please.
500 and that we're just getting in. This is brand new into our newsroom that the U.S. Northern Command is saying that approximately 500 active duty Marines are, quote, prepared to deploy. In their words, as unrest in Los Angeles continues. This is after, of course, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, had mentioned this. Is that necessary at this point?
No, I'm going to be.
No. Yeah, no, we don't need any Marines. Yes, we do. We don't. You're right. You know what? We do not need 500 Marines. We need 500,000. We need the entire Marine Corps. We need the entire Navy arsenal. Okay, we need every single able-bodied American man to help shut this down. This is out of control. We need everything. We need the militia. We need everything. We need the Army, the Air Force, everything. We need the Space Force. We need spaceships. It's the only way. But anyway, no, we got to do something. Something has got to happen here.
Those officers, if you try to impede those officers, if you try to assault or actually assault those federal agents, you will get arrested and you will be prosecuted. And we saw that yesterday. We saw it to a smaller degree on Friday, and I could imagine that's what we're going to see here as well as these protests have continued all day today. It was an interesting perspective from the U.S. Attorney as well, because obviously he sees it from the other side, is that they are federal agents carrying out these immigration work.
They're rioters. They're violent rioters is what they are.
Officers and those agents who are not only carrying out the work like yesterday in Paramount, who were mobilizing at their kind of joining where they were all meeting to start doing that work. And he said there was an assault on officers and they won't stand for
unnecessary,
that. So it's an interesting point of view that we maybe not necessarily have heard as much over the course of the weekend because of the presence of so many people who are frustrated and fed up with these ICE raids. He said, I wouldn't even call them raids. They are arresting people who have warrants out for their arrest. He didn't even.
By the way, FYI, we know that 65-70% of Americans across the country actually support President Trump's ongoing effort to carry out mass deportations. This is another one of these like 80-20 issues, 30-70 issues. The vast majority of Americans, 65-70%, actually they are totally happy, they're satisfied with President Trump's endeavor to get rid of these people, get them out of the country. Okay, so these protesters, these rioters, they do not represent the majority of Americans. These rioters that are upset on the streets here, they are an extreme minority. Most people want President Trump to get these people the hell out of the country, get them out. In fact, this is why we all voted for President Trump. This is why we put him in office again. This is why this is why he's in the White House right now, to say the least. To do this, to shut this down.
I've spoke with a lot of people over the course of the past 3 days, from people protesting here on Friday to Compton and Paramount yesterday, to again people in this general vicinity today. And I've had friends, I've had family on the East Coast and across the country ask me, is it as bad in Los Angeles as it sounds? It is bad as the president is making it out to be?
Yes.
And the answer is simply, it's not as bad as that, but it's not great. And they asked, what's the temperature here?
It's bad.
People are fed up. And that's what I've told each and every one of my friends and family members of what it's like here. People are fed up, and this is their way of getting out here and boiling over their frustration and putting it out in the streets. And when you had those ICE raids on Friday that happened in the Fashion District, that happened in Westlake, that happened in South LA, the people who live here, Angelinos, feel like it's an affront and assault on them. And they're
Personally, I think most Americans are fed up with illegal aliens. Americans are overwhelmingly fed up with violent, dangerous, human smuggling, drug dealing, fentanyl creating, child trafficking, MS-13 illegal alien. That's the problem. The problem is not the ICE agents getting rid of those people. The problem is those people. That is the problem. That's what Americans are fed up with. People are fed up with this. With cars that are being torched and blown up. And all the Mexican flags. Get them out of here. Get them out of here.
Wrote on social media, you know when things were pretty quiet in LA? Before ICE started arresting residents who were bothering no one and going to their jobs, and before DHS and Guard troops showed up and made the situation worse. Of course, Trump and Stephen Miller want the situation to get worse. And that is what he's alluding to, what I was just talking about, where who looks bad when you see scenes like this, cars on fire and civil unrest all across Los Angeles. Is it the demonstrators who are doing this that look bad in the eyes of the nation? If you're trying from a PR perspective, who's going to look bad in a situation like this? It's the demonstrators, it's the leaders in Los Angeles who are in power as
I would bet $100,000 right now at a Las Vegas betting table that Donald Trump's national approval ratings go up a week from now. As a consequence of what is happening today and yesterday and the day before, I guarantee you when we have another round of polls, national approval rating polling, Donald Trump's ratings are going up, up, up because of this. This, when people see this, they say, you know what? Donald Trump needs to fix this. You know what? Get these people out of the country. This is why people voted for Donald Trump, because we don't want this in the country.
Referred to as immigration enforcement at a Home Depot, taking some day laborers.
Allison, hey, thank you.
The federal government says they're not just day
those days are
laborers,
over.
they are violent criminals.
Yep.
That may be the case. They did put out some of the people they have arrested, and not all of them were violent criminals with
and Mama Bear, I think you are right. Regrettably, I think you're right.
In their past. Saturday, yesterday, things began in Paramount. We thought it was outside another Home Depot. It actually was outside another Home Depot, but that was not the purpose of this location, why it was chosen. Across the street in Paramount, there was a DHS facility where authorities were staging more actions to be taken yesterday. That demonstration grew violent. It was pushed down the street into Compton, where again,
Trump needs to declare a national state of emergency, martial law, or invoke the Insurrection Act to use active duty military forces for domestic law enforcement, or it falls under the restriction of posse comitatus. Here's the thing. We know this is what the Trump administration is trying to do. They are trying to push the insurrection narrative. And by the way, they're not wrongfully doing that either. This is terminologically, definitively, this is an insurrection. We have foreign illegal alien invaders marching through our streets. They are blowing they're blowing vehicles up. They're vandalizing everything. They're marching with foreign flags. The California state legislature, the governor, the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, they are actively protecting, aiding, and abetting these people. This is an insurrection. I don't know what, if not this, what does an insurrection look like? This checks every single criteria of the word insurrection. Yeah. Send in the military. Yes. He should send in the military. I hope he does. I want to see these Marines. I want to see the National Guard do more here. Yes. This is an insurrection. Yes.
That took about an hour at least to clear that situation. California Highway Patrol was brought in because once you're on the freeway, that is now state jurisdiction. So the state patrol of the California Highway Patrol came in, cleared off that freeway surface. Spreading people out once again, and now they have moved to Los Angeles Street, where their ire has been focused on a fleet of Waymo cars, lighting all 5 of them on fire. And that's about where we stand here at the 6 o'clock hour, with those cars now melting down to the pavement.
That was a really good way of summing everything up, and that just goes to show, day by day, demonstration by demonstration, and the longer that the National Guard is in town, protesters, they're just getting angrier and angrier. And I actually saw a picture, Governor Gavin Newsom shared it online. It really just conveys like the tone and the message that the protesters are trying to convey. They're angry. The tensions
Thank
are
you,
just
Bradley.
at an all-time high. He said Trump is trying to manufacture a crisis in LA County, deploying troops not for order, but to create chaos. Don't take the bait, never use violence.
Trump is manufacturing the crisis. That's what they're saying.
I wish that the last
Trump
part
did this.
of that message,
bullshit.
The demonstrators could have at least, listened to that a little bit more. But I mean, they're angry.
This right here, see this? See this shirtless illegal immigrant standing on a burned up car amidst the smoldering ruins of America? Everything is on fire. The city is in flames. All of these rioters are out here. The Mexican flag. Donald Trump did this. Yeah, this is Trump's fault. Yeah, Trump is out here trying to cause chaos. Yeah, Trump is doing this. Yeah, okay. Like I said, bullshit.
Here of officers blocking this roadway, but no one really in their face, as we have seen. The cars continue to burn on Los Angeles Street, but there are no skirmish lines as we see. The 101 freeway is back open again, at least northbound. The southbound side has been cleared. I think CHP units remain on the surface. The roadway has not reopened to traffic. But things do seem to be calming down. The question is, will they remain that way tonight? Because we did see a kind of relaxing of tension yesterday about this point, and then things picked back up again in the evening once the sun went down.
Okay, I believe we also have Bruce Thomas. He's on the phone too. We can ask him a couple questions, but I'd love to know Bruce's take on just, looking at the demonstrations the past few days and comparing it to what we've seen today. Does it look, just looking at these wide views.
I see this comment in the chat. It says, keep wearing your red hat, dumbass. By the way, you spelled dumbass incorrectly. Isn't it always funny that the people that are like, oh, you vote for Trump, you're stupid, they themselves are generally just like the stupidest people in the world. Dude, you misspelled dumbass. They're not sending their best.
Graffitiing of the buildings and the freeway overpasses. And what you've seen is a large police response, not only just LAPD, but the Federal Protective Police, and also mounted enforcement for LAPD, which we have not seen before.
And Bruce, have you seen, so we're zooming back into those Waymo cars, have you seen something like this before? And what are the consequences of seeing these EV fires?
Well, it was interesting. I saw a line of the Waymo vehicles over by Alfera Street.
I
and
agree.
I was wondering what they were doing, but then I remembered they're driverless.
Yes.
So they're kind of stuck in confusion. And then they became easy targets for some of the agitated protesters to burn and torch.
Right, and we talked to Tim a little bit earlier as well. He said that the protesters, they are agitated and they have a lot of resentment toward, it's not just what's going on.
Oh, hey, check this out. This is what's going on in Houston, Texas. In Houston, Texas, we have anti-ICE protests going on right now. No hablo español. Speak English. Speak English. Cállate la boca. Speak English. Yeah, wow. Yeah, wow. So anyway, deported. You are getting deported. You are deported. You are deported. Everybody here is getting deported. All of them deported.
I see down there, it says earlier. On the left, this is the live view, and it looks like some law enforcement, they're making their way toward an area. I'm not sure which direction they're going to, which street this is exactly, but we're getting a wider view. They're heading down the street and interested to see what their next move is going to be.
Okay, real quick. Wolf's Watch, disabled Desert Storm veteran. Well, thank you. And I totally agree with you. He just needs to declare martial law, presumably send in the military into California. Yeah, has he done it yet? So right now we have the National Guard on the scene. But right now, I'll give you guys a little recap. The National Guard are deployed in Los Angeles, but right now they are only being used to protect federal buildings. Okay, so the National Guard right now is protecting the ICE building and some other federal buildings in Los Angeles proper, but they're not actually running around apprehending people. Now, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have said that they have 500 U.S. Marines standing by, ready to go. They're not deployed yet. They haven't been sent out yet, but maybe soon-ish if things don't escalate. It really depends, I think, how the evening unfolds. And thank you for tuning in. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you. There was another one here. Thank you again. There was another one. Jesse James, verify they still allow some guy in Arkansas to bleed my bank account. No join on mobile, only computer. Oh, yeah, I think maybe you can only join on the computer or something like that. That might be the case.
The LAPD,
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
A lot of people at our station, Bruce, had the same reaction once the horses were being moved in to confront some of these demonstrators, just worried about the horses themselves.
Thank you.
I'm not sure the experience you have with these, with the mounted. We do see projectiles being thrown at these officers here, and they are firing back less than lethal projectiles. But the training that goes into these mounted officers, the horses, to deal with these situations, we wouldn't think that they would be suited to go into a situation like this. As we're watching this, one person stick their head out of a car. And
there's a group of people
yeah,
who have that car too.
Okay, let's see if we can swing the helicopter around, because this is the first kind of action we've seen in
what is going
probably
on?
about an hour between people on the ground and officers.
What is
so I will get back to that question again. The training of the horses, Bruce, in a little bit as we watch this play out. But I guess we can answer it right now. Just the fact that they're able to handle loud situations like this with protesters.
I just hope nobody hurts the horses.
Yeah, the horses and the mounted officers go over hundreds of hours of training. The horses are accustomed to loud noises, flashbangs, light, basically loud everything. The horses are very well maintained.
Oh, listen, folks, we have some great news. Guess what? Breaking development. The Muslim Brotherhood has now joined the Mexican Los Angeles rioters. Uh-huh. That's what this says. It says the Muslim Brotherhood is now joining with the Los Angeles. Okay, this is just. And yeah, and okay, that's great.
Have to be.
And that's great.
You know, I was kind of surprised that we didn't see them until just now, meaning, maybe an hour ago. They're a great tool to use with law enforcement, and they do clear crowds. People do not want to stand in front of a horse that, outweighs them by a couple 100 pounds. So I was kind of surprised we didn't see them, but now they're being used, and they're being used very effectively.
So I'm just curious. Obviously, I don't have much training when it comes to
Newsom should be arrested.
Law enforcement and when
that's
they
my
use
opinion.
The horses, you explained that really well. How
and
it
also
helps
LA City
with
Mayor
clearing
Karen
the crowds.
Bass arrested.
But I'm curious, why haven't
they are
moved,
insurrectionists.
Further
that's my
in
opinion.
Toward the crowd right now, now that they are on the horses, if they can clear the crowds.
It seems like they're just trying to maintain an operational area. I'm surprised they haven't been used to clear so that LA City Fire can move in and put these vehicles out. But I think they're very content in just letting them burn, as they do have lithium batteries in them, which presents a whole other problem for the fire department and for the safety of everybody involved. But I can tell you, once the mounted units are called, they respond, and they respond very effectively.
As we're watching this play out, Bruce, stand by for a moment. There is reaction coming in from around the country and around the world. There is a post from Ileana Garcia. She is the co-founder of Latinas for Trump, who writes, I want to put myself on the record,
like,
Garcia writes.
Okay.
Says, this is not what we voted for. I have always supported Donald Trump through thick and thin. However, this is unacceptable and inhumane. I understand.
Okay.
Supporting criminal aliens, but what we are witnessing are arbitrary measures to hunt down people who are complying with their immigration hearings, in many cases with credible fear of persecution claims.
Hey, listen, mi amiga from the Latinas for Trump organization, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, it's like, this isn't what we voted for. Hey, idiot, this is exactly what we voted for. In fact, I'm dissatisfied. I am a little bit upset that we don't have military personnel on the ground right now carrying out sweeps. Okay, I am upset that Trump hasn't gone further. This is exactly what we voted for. Shut this down. Get these people out of the country. This isn't what we voted for, actually. Listen, mi amiga, cállate la boca. Get out. You can go too. Shut the hell up. Oh my God. Oh my. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Crowds that are throwing projectiles
at
them. This tonight is the state of Los Angeles, under siege from a lot of different fronts here. You talk about people upset that the federal government is getting involved and occupying, invading our city. You have another side who says that illegal immigrants have invaded and occupied our city, and it's coming to a head on the streets of Los Angeles again tonight.
And it's just looking at these images, it's just so heartbreaking seeing that these people are so angry, and this is what we are seeing, the aftermath of the anger and the tensions, and you understand both sides.
No, you don't.
People, they have their right to their opinion, but acting out in this way, this was supposed to be a peaceful protest turned very just not peaceful. So Mayor Bass said it best in her press conference. I'm trying to find my notes from that. She said Angelinos have the right to exercise their First Amendment right, but peacefully and not like this.
Yeah.
So we don't like seeing scenes like this.
Can we zoom in on the bottom of the screen? Is that a barricade wall that these folks have set up? Okay. Oh, Gabe's back?
Yeah, sure is. Yep.
Okay, great. We've got Gabe Santos back in Air 7. It looks like they have taken Eric.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news from Republican Senator Tom Cotton. He says, Senator Tom Cotton is calling for a, quote, overwhelming display of force and openly calling on President Trump to send in the U.S. military to stop the pro-Mexican violent demonstrations in Los Angeles. Yes, I agree. Senator Cotton, yes. I wholeheartedly agree. Absolutely yes, Senator. Great opinion. Yes, true.
Los Angeles, no, this is Main and First Street, I believe. We'll get the exact cross there for you shortly. It is very near to City Hall, and what happened is some of the protesters started building a bit of a kind of a fort, if you will, using those chairs, as you said, possibly from a nearby art installation. We're dealing with the trees and the buildings here, trying to get you the best shot as possible. But you can see a few of those protesters back there, and actually got on their radios and reported that they were taking projectiles that were being thrown by the protesters towards officers. So officers are trying to get more resources in this area, and this is where about maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago there was that
Thank you guys.
skirmish that erupted from the protesters after this freeway situation. This is the Aliso ramp onto the 101, where a lot of protesters were pushed back up onto surface streets. They were on the 101 earlier.
Okay, we have a special report coming out of CNN I want to listen to real quick. What are they saying over at CNN?
Out to CNN's Kyung Law, who has been standing by all day. Kyung, a lot has happened since we've been talking to you. Where are you now? What is the status where you are?
Well, there are multiple protests now, or at least we should call them incursions between the people who've been demonstrating here, people who've joined in, and law enforcement. We are near where all of this began, and what you're seeing here is a line of a mix of, though predominantly federal agents, Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Patrol, as well as the National Guard that brought out some of these protesters. But you can see they've created quite some space between them and then these protesters. That violence that you were referring to, Jess, you can see that there's a car burning in the background. And while they've made a semicircle here on the street, you can see that the Waymo over there has been vandalized. And we understand that some cars over there may also be Waymos that have been set on fire. So this is a part of the night that law enforcement really worries about, because when I look at some of these protesters, they are not resembling the people who were here when all of this began earlier this morning in Los Angeles. This crowd is different. And so now you have a problem for law enforcement trying to contain these people, whoever they may be, some of them who may have some legitimate concerns, but then also other people who are mixed in. So that is where we are in the evening right now. But again, we are very close to where this all began. And these federal agents now are just standing here with some space between them and these protesters.
And again, thank you, Kyung. We're looking live at some of these Waymos that are on fire at the moment. And as Kyung noted, this has taken a turn since she's been out there over the last several hours, when she saw a different type of protester that was there in a more peaceful way. A lot of people, things have turned far more destructive. And
ladies and gentlemen, 2 or 3 hours ago, was this a peaceful situation? No. Bullshit.
Violent. I do want to bring in CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller, who joins us now. And John, we were talking about this a little earlier during our broadcast, which is kind of when you start mixing groups, that there are people who are true peaceful protesters who believe in a cause, who are doing this the right way. And then sometimes there are...
What is the cause? CNN, hey, what is the cause that we believe in? Also, look at this car. Everybody, pay attention to that car driving through. Okay, that's over. That made it through. What is the righteous cause that they are protesting on behalf of? They are protecting violent, criminal, illegal alien invaders. There's not a single... In fact, the only righteous cause that's going on here is the side of the ICE agents. The ICE agents are the only righteous party involved in all of this, or also the National Guardsmen. Hey, stop spamming. Hey, listen, Wally, stop spamming the chat. Stop doing that. I don't like that. Anyway, no, there is no righteous cause here other than the ICE agents.
Are others that
Ridiculous.
just take the moment and use it to inject destruction and chaos.
Well, and you're seeing some of that here. You have purely protesters for immigrant rights, for migrant rights, protesting against the government action. You have some Palestinian protesters who have been part of a protest movement who are also protesting against the government, who have joined in. And then in the background, you have some experienced anarchist groups that are very adept at protesting, but also...
Listen, when we import all of these people from other areas of the world, these people, there's nothing magic about American soil that, you know, whenever a Palestinian person or someone from Mexico, when they step foot on American soil, they just magically adopt all of our American values and American beliefs. No, they bring their problems with them. The reason why we have people protesting on behalf of Palestine or whatever in the U.S. is because they have brought those problems, those dramas, those issues with them from wherever they came from. They've brought their drama from the Middle East with them. The illegal immigrants coming in, they have brought their Latin American issues and problems with them into America, and now we have to deal with their issues. There's a great solution here. Just kick them out. All of these people that are bringing their third world issues, their problems into our country, these are not our problems to solve. Get out of the country. As an American, I shouldn't have to worry about what is going on in Palestine or what is going on in Mexico. I shouldn't have to deal with these issues. We should be focusing on America first. Dare I say America first. We shouldn't have to deal with these problems in our streets, okay? We shouldn't have people from the Middle East or Latin America burning down our cities here in America. Kick them the hell out. For the last 50 or 60 years, America has been a very gracious country. We've been bringing in people, accepting them, you know, under this notion, this belief, this hope that they will assimilate and become a functioning part of our society. And some of them have, but most of them have not. They have refused to assimilate. They've, isolated themselves off into cultural or ethnic enclaves in America, you know, like once again, refusing to assimilate into American life. And they have just... And now the point is, we have so many of them here in the country that now we have their problems, their drama, their controversies manifesting in our country, on our streets, and it's costing us, like, how much money are Californian taxpayers going to have to spend to clean up this mess whenever this is done? Whenever all of this is done, a couple days from now, whenever the riots are over, how much Californian taxpayer money are they going to have to spend to clean this up? $1 million, $10 million, $20 million, $50 million, who knows? We should not have to deal with this. These problems should not be in America, period. And if what it takes to get rid of the problems is getting rid of the people that are bringing the problems, then so be it. Then that's what we're going to do. And that's why we voted for Trump. Americans, overwhelmingly, by the way, it's like it's like 65 or 70% of Americans don't want to deal with any of this. Get these people out of the country.
Protests going on right now on Los Angeles Street, where we have those Waymos on fire, and now the new kind of hotbed of activity more towards City Hall as we continue to make an orbit on the west side of downtown, and we get view of City Hall on I believe that's going to be Main Street and Los Angeles Street. It looks like this is going to be Temple and Main Street.
Also, sweetie, if you are upstairs listening to the stream, if you could pretty please make me a coffee, that would be great. I love you very much. If you could bring a coffee downstairs, that would be super great. If you are tuning into the stream, dear, thank you very much.
So there is reports that LAPD is working to get more less than lethal rounds on the scene here so that officers can continue maintaining the control of the area. But as we widen out the shot, Rob, I want to see what the situation is on the left side of the City Hall building, because we saw a lot of protesters gathering there. You see those officers on horseback on Temple and Spring Street, and as we tilt down, protesters have kind of made another barrier, if you will. And this is kind of a cat and mouse game that officers are now playing with protesters. They made a barricade, if you will, with those pink chairs and those plastic construction signs a little further down on 1st and Main, I believe. And now it appears that another one is being set up. But this
more
is an area,
barricades.
let's see.
More barricades are going up. I see this one here. Birthright citizenship is unconstitutional. I agree. I don't like it. Get it out of here. If being born in the U.S. was all it takes to be a citizen, we would not have had to pass laws to give the right to vote to blacks, Indians, and women. Allegiance equals citizen. You know, it's a... most certainly birthright citizenship has got to go. Okay, we can condense that down. Birthright citizenship has got to go. Also, give me a 1 in the chat if you would like a coffee also. Maybe we're doing coffees. Everybody want a coffee? We're going to do a Starbucks run maybe. Give me a 1 in the chat if you also want a coffee.
This is the intersection
But no, yeah,
Los
I agree.
Angeles
I agree.
and
You're
Temple
right.
Street.
Yeah.
You could see
Yep. And thank
that's
you.
a van from LAPD Hollywood Division. So it just goes to show you that resources from all over the LA City area are coming in here to help LAPD kind of maintain control, or what control they can of the situation here. And as we kind of just look around and pick and choose different areas, we see these different spots that law enforcement is trying to just monitor. We saw that LAPD air unit going through the shot earlier, and
This
they
looks like a war zone.
Trying to
We have
guide officers
4
into certain
burning
areas
cars,
where individuals and
smoldering
protesters
ruins.
were maybe gathering and creating barricades. We see
Looks
here
like a war
somebody
zone.
looks like, I'm not sure if they're marking
This is
on
Los
the surface
Angeles.
street or trying to crack the curb there. We did see videos in previous days of protesters trying to hammer out pieces of the curb and
they're
create,
gathering something.
projectiles.
They're
Yeah.
gathering all the stuff that's
Yeah.
been fired onto the street for something.
What are they
Yeah,
doing?
we've definitely seen that before.
Yeah, whatever they're
We've
doing,
seen
it looks like it's up to no
protesters
good.
Yeah, I think that's certainly within reason to say, Jory. We have seen videos earlier of protesters with hammers actually chipping away at some of the sidewalks to create concrete projectiles.
That's
And
right.
that's not what
Yep.
LAPD wants to see. And they definitely don't want more people coming here to gather and kind of sightsee or do anything of that nature. Because
What is up with that bus down there?
It's a situation that's not
Look at that bus.
relatively safe. And LAPD is just trying to do their best to continue to control the situation. As you see here, it looks like one side of the
what is
101
going
freeway
on?
is open, and a large CHP contingent is still set up on the southbound lanes of the 101.
You can tell
before it
something
connects
is
with
going
the,
on here.
East LA interchange.
Yeah.
So that will probably take a little bit of a ways.
These
to clear, but at
rioters
least
are
one
doing
side of
something.
The 101 is open right now.
Gabe, it looks like that. I'm not sure. It looks like they might have just escorted that member of the media out of there. Not very. It wasn't a friendly escorting out of that
nicely.
situation. Yeah, we saw them moving a little faster. Anytime you're looking at a crowd like this, right, Nico?
Now, do you think
see
they
somebody
hijacked
moving a little
the bus?
faster than the rest? Something's
Right.
going on.
They might have,
Right,
have
reaction.
stolen
and
the
then,
bus.
they kind of pushed a woman with a camera around her neck out of that group and had her walk away.
They did.
Wow.
They did because that's
Gabe,
the
I had a
bus
question.
driver on the
You showed us
sidewalk.
these different
They
scenes.
stole the
We looked
bus.
at the
Wow.
protesters that had the barriers up. They kind
They
of
kicked
barricaded
the bus
themselves.
driver out of the
Next
bus.
to them, we saw some protesters doing donuts. You were talking about the ones that were chipping away at the concrete with a hammer. Just all these different random scenes. It's just so hard. I can imagine for law enforcement to keep up with the different things that are going on. But it just seems like from the aerial views that you're showing us that the crowd has
More chairs.
reduced. Oh, you see more chairs?
They're on the move. If you
Yeah.
look, yep, just go right back on.
Oh yeah.
Yep. They're on the move again.
It appears that more of these
Refortifying.
protesters are gathering these chairs. They're refortifying that barrier, as you said. But LAPD has their air unit overhead, and they are making a plan, if you will, to try and push back this barrier. They don't want anybody to kind of dig their heels in and get set up or get too comfortable in any one particular
Look at
area.
this.
That's why
They
you saw
are
those
bunkering
LAPD
down.
units
Look at that.
on horseback. You know, within a matter of 10 or 15 minutes, kind of move in very quickly, start launching those rubber bullets, and really break down that earlier barrier that we saw near 1st and Main. You see this new one going up
Thank you, Arizona.
near
Thank
Spring
you.
and Temple. As we kind of pan around and look for where those mounted units are, you see just a number of skirmish lines and a number of areas that LAPD is trying to maintain control over. They are on Los Angeles Street. They're on Main Street. It's all kind of not that it's spreading out, but you had about 3,000 people here earlier, and a lot of them are kind of spreading out over a few blocks right now, whereas earlier they were kind of contained to maybe one city block or two. They're spread out over a couple different blocks right now. Not that this is engulfing the entirety of all downtown, but you.
So I mean, this is what is in my brain. Who knows if I'm going to end up being right or wrong. I think the rioters now are kind of thinking long-term, big picture, late game. It's getting late. The sun is going to set in the next 2 hours or so, 2.5 hours maybe. They are building barricades. They are bunkering down. They are getting ready for the evening. That's what's happening. They are putting blockades in the roads. They are getting ready for a late night, evening, after dark standoff. And so they're going to spend the next 2 hours preparing to do that. And that's not a good situation, folks. That's not good.
We see nothing
Stole
but
the bus. Yeah, they did
LAPD
steal the
vehicles
bus.
and other
Yeah.
emergency vehicles and official
Yep.
vehicles there because traffic cannot flow through this area right now. However, the northbound side
Yep.
is moving, but beyond that, you can see on every overpass in this area, we're looking towards Spring Street, and you get a really good view of just how many people are out here. It is amazing
throwing rocks
to me.
at that
I was
glass.
out here, of course, last night by the Federal Building when this was a relatively small protest. Now we're seeing hundreds, thousands of people.
As we respond to protests.
Oops, my bad.
Here, many of the protests.
You guys know, like, listen, you know, our society, any society can accommodate or tolerate maybe, 0.1, maybe 1% of people in a society can behave like this and things can still kind of function. But if you have too many people in your nation or in your society that are behaving like this, you don't have a society. Like, imagine if 10% of people in your country are acting like this always, or God forbid 20%, or 50%. Like, if you have 90% of people or 99% of people that behave like this, then you have Haiti. Then you have total anarchy, cannibalistic, gang, warlord, violence. You have Haiti. So, and by the way, that is the direction in which we are going. By tolerating this behavior, more and more people like this are coming in the country. Our country, our nation, our society is falling apart, and you're watching it happen live right this very moment. We got, like I've said, I keep saying it, we have to shut it down. We cannot tolerate this. Now we have a super chat here. I see a couple of these. Let me see. A little bit more to help get your family out of Washington. Hey, thank you. What a wonderful display of respect and manners. Now that's masculinity. Thanks again for the coverage and stay well, brother. Best wishes, the wife and the kiddos. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Andrew, once again, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Likewise, and back at you. If they hijacked the bus, it's also kidnapping of the passengers. Yeah, we don't know if people were in the bus, but yeah, if there are people in there, then yeah, no doubt. You're totally right. A man with a good dog is a man I will trust. My dog's name is... Oh, she's gone. I don't have a dog. Never mind. My dog actually escaped, I think, when my wife brought in the coffee. My dog has abandoned me. The dog is gone. It's over.
Anger and their frustration
But hey, thank you.
and their feelings
Thank
that
you.
these arrests, these detentions by ICE are just something unjust that shouldn't be happening. So they're doing it peacefully. They're exercising their right to express their opinions. But again, the view here is just astonishing when you see how many people are here. I mean, this is quite the view. And across
Ice out
the
of
downtown area,
California.
we just see groups of people walking around, again, standing on overpasses, anywhere they can look at this, and it's really
What are they doing to that guy?
unbelievable
Yo,
to see
what are they
is
doing to that
going
guy in
on
the
here.
red
So
hat?
for now, things are quiet in this area, but of course, we have to see
What are they doing?
happens
Look
next,
at that.
because as we've seen many times, things are quiet, and then suddenly something happens, and a confrontation happens. So we'll send it back to you for now, but we'll keep an eye on things here.
Okay.
Along with 110 for you.
What is going
Amy.
on?
Reporting live.
Amy, thank you. It is disheartening to see parts of our city burning tonight with that smoke rising behind you, and we see some vandalism happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. Breaking down a
look at
a
that.
street
They're
sign
tearing
here.
down the
Let's
street
go from
sign.
Amy
Look
to
at
Tim
that.
Caputo, who is also on the ground and is a little bit closer to the burning cars and has been witnessing what's been going on there for the last couple hours, Tim.
You know what I've noticed? The progressive media, they keep on calling this mostly peaceful. It's a peaceful protest. Everything is peaceful. But they keep on capturing acts of violence or vandalism on camera. And then the second they identify it, oh, violence, vandalism, then they just turn the camera away. Anyway, we're not going to look at that because that is debunking our narrative that this is peaceful. We're going to look over here. And anyway, Yeah, no, these are mostly peaceful protests, but then it's like 5 feet to the left, there's a guy getting assaulted, or a, you know, or a street sign getting torn down, or whatever it is. They're like selectively live editing that out, right? We all know what's going on.
That's huge because the United States was built by immigrants.
Built by immigrants.
It is great because of immigrants. And so it doesn't make sense that they can't have a seat at the table when they're the backbone of America.
Folks, I have to say, you know, I'm a little bit regressive, so I'm going to give you my very regressive opinion here. This narrative that America, the United States, was built by a random hodgepodge of immigrants is perhaps one of the most sinister and evil and frankly anti-American narratives that exists in our political ecosystem. This country, this nation was not built by a random hodgepodge of immigrants. It was a very select group, a certain type of, I don't even want to use the word immigrant, because the first numerous generations of people that came to this country, there was nothing to immigrate to. There wasn't even a country. It was a wild, dangerous, vast, untamed, brutal, primal, animalistic wilderness, untamed wilderness. To the west, it was a violent, native, Stone Age, cannibal, primitive people attacking us, attacking the colonists and the settlers. And to the east, it was a collective of the world's greatest superpowers that continued attacking us for 200 years. I'm talking the British and the Spanish and numerous other. And so listen, the people that built this country originally, these are the brightest, the bravest, the most daring, the most ingenious people to ever live on the face of the planet. Those are the people that built this country from nothing, against every single odd, against all odds. They built the country. So this notion that, you know, those people, the original Americans, the settlers, the pioneers, the colonists, the fur trappers, the people that were on the Oregon Trail, the people like Lewis and Clark that were like, to compare those great foundational Americans to obese immigrants from Latin America who are sneaking into our country and then trying to have as many kids as possible in order to collect welfare. I'm sorry. I actually take offense to that. Like, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. This country was built by immigrants. Yeah, what type? From where? What type and from where? And under what circumstances, lady? Because it's not one and one the same. I'm sorry. That is bullshit. Bullshit.
Like, we feel helpless, we feel powerless, we feel like who do we have that Trump can answer to? You know what I mean? And so I'm here for like a vigil, but it also protests.
I get heated. I get a little bit heated. I'm sorry. I'm getting heated.
You know, we want people to see what's
happening,
to hear our cries that we have rights as well. I'm the daughter of 2 immigrants from El Salvador, and so I'm
deported.
Here to speak
You are
up
deported.
for my community and to protect them. Do anything I can.
You and your parents are deported.
That they have people that care about them, and so for those
Tom
of us
Homan,
that have a voice,
Stephen Miller, deport this woman right now. Get her out of here.
Your privilege, your American,
you gotta go.
Privilege, choke your voice, because we need it at this time.
Nasira, thank you so much.
American privilege is earned privilege. Americans have privilege because we sacrificed, we worked, we earned it. There's no American privilege. We fought for it, we died for it, we bled for it. Our ancestors built American privilege out of nothing. They scraped it together out of a pile of mud while being attacked from every single angle, and they built it from nothing. American privilege.
They're coming out here.
You know, the difference between the people that built America and you trying to come to our country right now is that the people that built America sacrificed to build something from nothing. You are running from the problems of your country, fleeing somewhere else, trying to leech off of the people that have built something. Okay, I gotta cool it. I have to relax. I am getting too heated. I can't. Okay, I need to shut up. I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get banned on YouTube. I need to cool off. I'm going crazy here. Chill out. Everybody were chilling out.
Cars that were set on fire while LAPD behind them trying to do a little bit of crowd control to make sure these firefighters are able to do their job. Obviously, for those first responders and firefighters, they're not involved in this in any way, but putting out a fire is paramount to them. So for them to be able to do their job in the safest way possible, that's why you're seeing now police come up on the other side, and the crowd, for the most part, that has really been packed over here for the last couple hours. Have moved across the 101 despite a handful of people like there. Somebody just threw a water bottle at Homeland Security who are pulling up behind LAPD here, but a water bottle against the side of the car, not necessarily the most violent action, but a sense of what's going on out here.
I'm glad that was against someone else and not you, Tim. I thought for a second that you might have been the target there. We have seen that happen. As we watch the LAFD put out these fires, a volatile situation, and here we go, right on camera. More civil unrest, and again, when we talk about peaceful versus violent, this is certainly not on the peaceful side of protests, and this guy's going to take another swing, and we'll see how long these officials allow this to continue here. We do have LAPD officers right in the area, as this man twice now has hit this police vehicle with his bike and now seems to be leaving the area. And so we just want to make sure Tim stays safe in this situation. It is volatile, but we can see the white smoke now rising behind you, which is a good sign if veterans of Los Angeles know fires pretty well, Tim, and we're seeing this finally go out. And the hope is now that these fires are being put out, that this kind of puts to rest the unrest that we have seen. You know, we still see demonstrators on the street, but we don't see the confrontations that we were seeing hours ago.
By the way, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not already subscribed to the channel, please do so. It helps a lot. And also, there is a link to my Twitter page in the chat. I'm spamming it right now. If you could follow on Twitter, that would help. Going forward, I'm also uploading every single one of my YouTube videos onto Rumble. So if you prefer to watch videos on Rumble, I am on Rumble now also. Of course, I'm not stopping anything on YouTube, but now I'm in more places than one now. So we're kind of all over the place, but follow me there. In fact, you should follow me everywhere other than in real life. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's probably the best way to put that.
Up essentially a dead-end street where they can't move
and
get stuck here in the middle of the crowd. I'm not saying that's wrong, but the presence often is a provocation in itself. And I think for some of the folks out here, just seeing those federal agents, seeing Homeland Security, ICE, FBI, whomever it is kind of a willpower to them to do something in response. You saw LAPD, you see them behind me there. Nobody's bothering them. They're trying to protect the firefighters up there at the front of the street. It's just when Homeland Security pulled up 3 or 4 vans in a row, it elicited that response. They didn't do anything to that guy on the bike, but again, the presence alone often causes that provocation. So it's this awkward stalemate where you have police presence that angers an already angry crowd. Obviously, police can't just go away because you have a crowd that is shown to be potentially violent, but it's this back and forth that is almost uncontrollable in the sense that more police that show up, the more riled up the crowd gets, and then it goes back and forth until, you know, we hit a point like we did last night where it just gets completely out of control.
If you're ICE, if you're the Trump administration, you believe this is a righteous cause. You believe that this is an important thing that will actually make things safer.
Yes,
on the
it
flip
will.
side,
It
you see
is.
the demonstrators saying, how is this possibly a safer situation for our city than where we were before? Again, I was talking about the eyes of the country.
ICE, let's break this down real quick. ICE are identifying and apprehending and deporting violent, not just any random illegal, they are specifically targeting the most violent, the gang members, the drug dealers, the human traffickers. We haven't even gotten to the part of the Trump administration where we start deporting just your run-of-the-mill illegal aliens. No, so far, the Trump admin is only really specifically targeting the most egregious, evil, terrible criminal offenders. We haven't even gotten to the rest yet, okay? So that's what ICE is doing right now. ICE is not, however, burning down the city, blowing up cars, throwing rocks at people, shooting people. Some people have been shot already and died. I think an officer got shot yesterday night and died. Throwing up gang signs, vandalizing every building in the city, throwing rocks through windows. That's not what ICE is doing. Actually, the far left radical progressives and the illegal aliens themselves are the ones doing that. Trump is not tearing this city apart. The far left radicals and the illegal aliens are. They are the ones doing that.
passes down onto those vehicles below, the barricades, the signs. That sign that was ripped out we saw a little bit ago looks like it's laying next to that vehicle, and a scooter laying in the windshield.
And those are
Is somebody still
very
spamming
heavy,
in the
those
chat? Let
Lime
me take a look.
scooters. So just imagine the force when it came down from that overpass
let's see
onto that police vehicle. You can imagine the damage that it's caused. But going back to what Tim said a little bit earlier, it really makes you think these protesters, what they're thinking. But one point that I feel like is really important is that a lot of these protesters, unfortunately,
I don't see Willie's messages or Wally.
All of these
I don't
law
even see him
enforcement
anymore
entities
myself.
together. So Homeland Security, LAPD, and the other forces, they've kind of just grouped them. So that's why a lot of them, they are hurling their.
President James Polk had the option to make Mexico a state of the USA in 1848. He didn't due to fears of anti-USA sentiment influencing future elections. Yeah, a little history lesson. We actually talked about this a lot last night. During the 1848 Mexican-American War, the United States military actually conquered all of Mexico down to Mexico City. That's about halfway down through Mexico. We completely dominated the Mexicans. We conquered all of them all the way down to Mexico City, the capital at the time. And the American flag for weeks was waving in the Capitol building of Mexico City. James K. Polk, our president at the time, it's actually kind of racist if you've looked into Polk's history. I mean, it wasn't just Polk. It was pretty much our entire United States government. They said, listen, if we absorb North Mexico, everything north of Mexico City into America, then we have a bunch of Mexicans in America. And so they didn't want that. They said, listen, it's a lot of land, it's a lot of territory, but if we take the land and we take the territory, then we also have to take all the Mexicans. And so the Polk administration said, well, we're not going to do it. We're going to give it back to them. I know we just defeated them, we just conquered them, but we're going to give it back because we don't want all these Mexicans in the U.S. We did, however, the Polk administration did, however, after giving back North Mexico, they did take Arizona, New Mexico, and Southern California. And we kept that. And the reason why is because those areas of land were relatively unpopulated. There weren't really nobody was really living there. A couple small Native American tribes. But anyway, that's the history lesson.
Before they were deployed.
That is the lesson.
Can we go back up to Gabe Santos? Is he ready to go up in Air 7? Let's see what's going on. We see some movement of some LAPD officers. This is around.
Ready.
So this is Gloria Molina Grand Park here, just outside City Hall. Gabe, what are you seeing? We saw some folks removing those chairs, kind of refortifying their line. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, as we move Air 7 around this building here, just on the west side of City Hall, we could see there that fortified barricade that we've seen with those pink chairs that have been put in place there. And as we get a little bit of a better view there, you could see it now spans the entire length of Spring Street. And
they're building their barricades. Look at that.
About 20 or so of those pink chairs
they are bunkering
being used
down
as a barricade, and those protesters now standing behind those barricades. And now we see some of that less than lethal fire from LAPD. LAPD has not tolerated the presence of any sort of fixed barricades or anything like that. They don't want
Okay, quick little recap for people that are just now tuning into the live stream. Things are kind of at a little bit of a lull. Things are mellowing down. We saw this same phenomenon happen yesterday where it's almost 7 p.m., 6:36, 8 p.m. Things are kind of chill. Things are kind of mellow. It's when it gets dark. When it gets dark, it's around 9 p.m., 2 hours from now. Things are going to start picking up. This is when the police generally start pushing out, trying to retake the streets. They'll start aggressively making arrests. So what's happening right now, you're witnessing this in the bottom left corner of the screen, is that the rioters are actually in preparation of that 2 hours from now. They are bunkering down. They are building barricades. They are gathering like projectiles, ammunition, rocks and stuff to throw at the police later tonight. So seriously, I think two hours from now, I think this is going to pop off. I think it's going to go crazy. Maybe 90 minutes from now. Right now, it's kind of the calm before the storm, so to speak, is what we are witnessing. But still, some small things are happening. People are getting ready. Look at that down there.
Hammered away from the sidewalk And some
So
of
that's
those
where
pieces
we're
have
at.
been thrown down onto, you see another one right there at the top of the frame. Some of them have been thrown down onto these CHP vehicles down below.
Matt Morris, what is your opinion on legal immigrants? I'm curious because I might become one myself. I'm from Canada, by the way. Well, I'm actually married. My wife is a legal immigrant. My wife is a German woman. She's been here now for 5 years. I mean, hey, listen, full disclosure. When I married my wife, we spent $7,000, I think, 5 or 5.5 years ago, in order to make sure that they're throwing bikes on the cop cars from the overpass. Anyway, no, 5 years ago, we spent $7,000 doing immigration paperwork. We got an immigration attorney to make sure that we did everything legally, by the books, the right way. She got her green card. We did it all legitimately. And so, if you do it the right way, you respect the laws of the country you are trying to immigrate to, okay, we're not going to have a problem. You respect the nation that you are trying to join. Show some respect. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Different conversation, but it's people that have invaded the country illegally. They couldn't give one crap about the laws of the nation. That's where we have a big issue. That is a problem.
As I look out the window of Air 7, I'm seeing white smoke from those Waymo vehicles, so it appears that fire crews are getting a handle on that. I am a little surprised that LA City Fire actually made the move to move in there, because it really didn't seem like the fires were a continuing threat, but it is my best guess is that LA City Fire was able to get some additional crews on scene, and LAPD was able to get some additional crews on scene.
Bro, you married someone white. We are not the same. Hey, are you just assuming that my German wife is white? Well, she is white. But hey, if you married someone not white, that's great. That's cool. That's good for you.
Other things on fire,
That's good,
protesters could use the flames that are already existent here to set more fires. That's obviously a concern in any situation like this. But you see, these Waymo fires, it looks like a lot of them are being put out. Some stubborn flames there in the middle, probably those lithium-ion batteries that we're always hearing about with regards to any electronic vehicle fires, those Waymos being electronic vehicles. But a lot of different scenes here, spanning a number of city blocks that law enforcement is having to deal with here. As we tilt down, that's the federal building at the top of the frame, and this is Alameda Boulevard. We can see a lot of these LAPD vehicles staging. The numbers on the top of those LAPD vehicles represent different sections of LAPD, I'm not going to bore you with reading them all out, but it's basically from all over the city. So you have LAPD resources from all over the city coming to the scene here, and as Rob,
this is actually a great point we can talk about real quick. So right now, like they just said, every single cop in LA is pretty much right here, helping squash these riots, arrest people, whatever. Every cop in the city is here. Now, what that means is that everywhere else in the city, there is massive looting and vandalism going on right now. You go look around Twitter, there are people that are breaking into convenience stores, shopping centers all across Los Angeles because they know that nobody's going to come and stop them. The police are not going to come and stop them from robbing a 7-Eleven or a Plaid Pantry or whatever, because all the police are stopping the riots. So everywhere else, it's like the riots, this is mayhem, but also everywhere else is also mayhem because the police are occupied and they're just stealing everything. So there's mass looting across the city right now as well.
Wait for police to come in, and they would give the order and march in. I don't know how much. It's surprising to see when we hear about a shortage of those non-lethals that these officers just continue to volley them into this crowd. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Perhaps they're just hoping they stand their ground because you have the mounted horses right there. If they did what they did a moment ago when they were barricading themselves and just move the horses in the line of officers in, you can break that up and get some of that equipment back under city.
Oh, hey, take a look at this. This is footage from the barricade that the rioters are building right now. So they're using these pink chairs made out of metal. They're building a barricade of sorts, I guess. Dude, I bet that's so fun. How much fun is that, blasting a smoke canister? Man, I bet that's awesome. Dude. Cool. Anyway, that's oh, and there's a different angle of the barricade there.
Officers did
from the aerial
come toward
view
them with the horses, and I think that is them. It's kind of hard to tell because it's zoomed out, but I think Gabe is about to zoom in for us. I think those are the police officers right there. I don't believe these are the ones on the horses, though.
No, the horses are just on the catty corner in this intersection.
Okay. Because when they start coming toward them with the horses, that's when we see those barricaded areas start dispersing. So we'll see when they make that move. But as of right now, the protesters have barricaded themselves behind those chairs.
In the meantime, Governor Newsom is observing the situation. He's posted several tweets this afternoon and this evening, writing, Trump is trying to manufacture a crisis in LA County, deploying troops not for order, but to create chaos. Don't
Why
take
would
the
Trump
bait.
do this?
Never use violence or harm law enforcement. Less than an hour ago, the governor wrote, despite protests already being managed by the LAPD, President Trump is escalating the situation to
I see a really curious tweet right here from the quote based bandita. She said, "My father was deported by ICE. His allegiance has been and always will be to Mexico. I will never wave the Mexican flag. I am an American. Only one flag represents me, and it's red, white, and blue." Okay. Are you, what I want to know is she here legally? Are you legally in the country or not? I think it kind of, it depends. It depends here. I don't know if she's here legally. Depends.
Against the United States.
This is where I would love
need more
if we had a
information
legal
here.
expert to be here and answering the questions for us, because that is such a good point. And it just, I'm curious. I mean, is that the next step? If it's not the national, if it's the National Guard is here, but the next step after the National Guard, is it the Marines? And does it stop there? Does he deploy the Army?
Okay, I need a bathroom
Air
break.
Force?
I will be
What's the
right back,
step? I mean,
everyone.
this just seems so, everything is so out of order, and just.
Well, in Trump's first term, he elicited hopes and desires to use weaponry against U.S. citizens. There's that famous day in Washington, D.C. when the president wanted to walk across the grounds to the church, through Lafayette Park to the nearby church there, and wanted U.S. troops to be on the ground to shoot at the legs of demonstrators who were outside the White House. And so he has expressed a desire to fire upon using U.S. military means against U.S. citizens, which would be wildly against anything written in our Constitution and our laws. And again, now there is an open threat from the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense to do exactly that, using an insurrection act that looks like it does not have the grounds to be used here. I'm sure there will some that will call this an insurrection, but we're talking legal grounds. Does the President, in this instance, have the legal grounds to declare this an insurrection against the United States and deploy U.S. military troops against U.S. citizens, which is strictly forbidden by the U.S. Constitution?
It will be really interesting to see how this is all going to unfold, if that's going to happen. Looking back outside, live back at downtown LA, we have that aerial view and still showing the protesters going strong, 7:04 this evening. There is some good news here. You can see on the screen. So that looks like a live picture. So the fire department is there. We had those 3 Waymo cars on fire, and we had 5 Waymo cars, on fire. And
So when I was gone, were they talking about how President Trump wants to indiscriminately shoot people? Is that what I heard? Because I have a wireless headset. Is that really what they were saying? Is that Donald Trump's true secret aspiration is just to start shooting people randomly? Really? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Nothing left but all the
Okay.
plastic is now melted. A lot of the metal is likely melted as well. That's something we observed in the fires in January, is that these things can get so hot that it just starts melting the aluminum and the metals.
Whatever you say.
Therein. There was actually an alert sent out by the LAPD today warning about the air quality because of these fires. It says that from LAPD Central Division, a traffic advisory to media partners, demonstrators, and others who may enter the area of Los Angeles Street north of Arcadia. Burning lithium-ion batteries release toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, posing risks to responders and those nearby. Please avoid this.
Thank you, Breda. Thank you very much.
We were just talking about that a few hours ago, too. And just thinking the protesters,
let me see here. I see this comment from Double Omega. I consider myself to be a good man, but white Americans can only take this for so long. Racism feels quite comfortable nowadays. I will say this, regardless of better or worse or right or wrong or your personal beliefs on the matter, I do think that racial tensions are rising. Whether that's a good thing, bad thing, whatever your personal opinion is, in this country, just undeniably, racial tensions are rising very drastically over the last 5-10 years. I think that is just undeniable. So that does seem to be the case. That seems to be observably true. It's Trump's fault they're rioting. I would need a lobotomy to be able to believe this rhetoric. Well, you know, probably a lot of them are lobotomized. I would not be surprised.
To keep the peace,
spot on,
not play into Trump's political games. And we do expect to hear a press conference from the LAPD, likely from the Sheriff's Department as well. And we believe the governor will be there as well. So he is in Los Angeles tonight monitoring the situation with the chief of the LAPD, Jim McDonnell, and the sheriff, as well as other officials from around the city. California Highway Patrol, I see. So they posted a picture. I'm just trying to see what officials are gathered here. It looks like other sheriff officials, CHP is likely there, LAPD, and I'm not sure. I highly doubt that if any feds are in this meeting, given the tone and
in fact, I think
of
more
what the
people
governor
are
is
showing
saying
up
here, provoked by chaos from Washington, blaming this solely on President Trump and his actions and the actions of his administration. But we will see here in less than an hour, we plan to hear from the LAPD, and we believe Governor Gavin Newsom as well.
Right. There are two men. Their backs are toward the camera. They look like they're in civilian clothes. Obviously, they're not civilians, but it makes you think, what kind of higher up law enforcement is this? They have black polos on, so it'll be interesting to see who they are. We'll see that in the next hour.
The feds are on the scene.
Right, and all this is playing out once again as the governor of California and the state is now in direct confrontation with the president of the United States and the federal government. The president last night ordering the federalization of 2,000 members of the California National Guard.
We want the Marines.
He did so without the request or approval of the governor of California. That's how this typically works. If there's a problem, if there is a need, a governor of a state requests from the federal government assistance federalizing those troops. That did not happen here. Governor Gavin Newsom has now formally requested that the Trump administration rescind that deployment of troops. I'm reading from the governor's tweet. He calls this an unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County. He says, return them to my command. That is the governor of California talking to the president of the United States and his administration, saying, return them to my command. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved, the governor writing. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California.
Oh, folks, speaking of Governor Gavin Newsom, we actually have a new Trump post. As of 4 minutes ago, Trump said, Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done, and this now includes the ongoing Los Angeles riots. These are not protesters, they are troublemakers and what? And insurrectionists. Remember, no masks. I'm seeing a lot of masks. I see a lot of masks out here. Ooh, we have a bunch of police cruisers driving through town here. What are they doing? Oh, look, hey. They are pushing these protesters out of the way. Siegelin, true political prisoners. They were given no, the Democrats these days love to talk about due process. Due process is so important. In fact, Donald Trump needs to provide legal due process for every single one of the 50 million, I don't even know how many illegal aliens we have in the country. Every single one of them needs to have due process. Even though they invaded the country illegally, they all need to have due process to get them out of here. Interestingly, the Democrats didn't give one crap about due process for the January 6 political prisoners. They were just thrown in solitary confinement prison cells. They were not given phone calls. They were not given legal representation. They were just they were just left to rot in the federal detention. No due process. Absolutely. I'm gonna hop over to this one here.
On Spring Street, right next to City Hall, and we've been kind of keeping tabs on what LAPD is doing. Earlier, when there was another one of these makeshift barricades set up, LAPD moved in pretty quickly with those mounted units. This one, they appear to be kind of taking a little bit of their time dealing with, and you could see there are consequences, if you will, to that.
Look at that.
Protesters are continuing to build
Look
up
at the
this
barricades
barrier
here.
and fortify it, if you will, with now 2 layers of these pink benches. And as you can see, somebody there throwing something at officers there further up to the north, and you could see there people continue to use those pink chairs to fortify that barricade. But LAPD continues to slowly, very slowly, fire their less than lethal rounds and make a little bit of headway, at least moving down this street. Those boxes that we were seeing, those are more of those less than lethal rounds. We were hearing earlier that LAPD was actually running short on those rounds, and that's not as an entire department they were running short. It's that at the specific location, different teams were running short on some of that less than lethal ammo. So you had different additional parts of LAPD come in, and it took them a while due to traffic. Some of the freeways were shut down, but LAPD.
We have an announcement here from the LA County Supervisor. They said, federal government must retreat from Los Angeles or the crowds will continue. So now the supervisor of LA County is weaponizing these rioters, these crowds of people, saying, hey, Trump, if you don't withdraw the federal government, federal agents, ICE, National Guard, whatever, then these riots are going to continue. That's a promise. Amazing. Really just astounding.
Her sole responsibility is to protect federal government facilities and occupants of federal government facilities. So unsure exactly which facility they're going to, if they're going to the federal building itself and try and refortify some of the law enforcement crews around that area, or if they are just here in general to help LAPD and things of that nature. That would probably be less likely than just continuing to fortify specifically federal property. But it is interesting seeing them on scene here and them kind of driving around, because that definitely is something that is agitating some of the.
So real quick, something that I missed in that Trump post that we read through probably 4 minutes ago now, that post was actually the very first time that President Trump himself referred to the rioters as, quote, insurrectionists. That was the very first time he did it himself in that context. So what does that mean? Are we going to see the Insurrection Act? We are leveraging the insurrection narrative here. I don't know, who knows? But to be clear, that is the first time that he has actually referred to them directly, the rioters that is, as, quote, insurrectionists. Kind of a big development, actually.
Of flashbangs and pepper balls, and we just see a continued volley of these officers on the front line. It looks like it's calmed down now. We haven't seen anything in the last couple seconds, but look at the side of the road. Every canister there is another empty canister of a less than lethal on one side of the road. These are hundreds here. Throughout the day, we have seen thousands, literally thousands of these munitions sent towards these demonstrators. So that's one side of the street we're seeing. The other side is full of them as well. But again, in this situation, if you are indeed running low on them, what it is accomplishing when you're firing them at benches and chairs that are stacked up in the middle of the road. So
this is every marriage in the entire country right now. The woman says, he must be thinking about other women, and he's laying in bed. Deploy the Marines. Deploy the Marines to Los Angeles. Trump, deploy them. He must be thinking about other women. No. No. Something else.
City Hall, it's where we saw at 2 o'clock, almost more than 5 hours ago, what was the second demonstration of this day outside City Hall. That was a large gathering, more than 1,000 people. The entire park there on the left and the street was completely filled with people. They appeared to walk around down the block and join the other gathering that was happening at the federal complex, which has been the site of unrest for the last.
I'm telling you guys.
There were thousands of protests.
Look at this barricade wall. These rioters, they are bunkering down. They are bracing themselves for what is to come in 90 minutes approximately. That's when sundown hits. When the city starts to get, you can actually already see the sun is slowly setting. It's getting pretty low on the horizon here. So when the city gets dark, there's hundreds of them right there. When the city gets dark, that is when this stuff is really gonna go crazy, okay? So if you're like, man, should I go to bed? I gotta go to work tomorrow. It's a Monday. Listen, hey, stick around. I think 90 minutes or less, this is going to get a little bit crazy, I think.
Apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done. And this now includes the ongoing LA riots. These are not protesters. They are troublemakers and insurrectionists.
Yep.
That is a keynote that he's using that term. Remember, no masks, he writes. And then 3 minutes later, he posted, paid insurrectionists. Okay, so why is that so significant? We were talking about it a little earlier. Insurrectionists, in order to deploy U.S. military troops onto the streets of the United States against citizens of the United States, the president would have to invoke the Insurrection Act. This is hundreds of years old.
Do it.
What is an insurrection? It's obviously a movement against the government, against the United States itself. Could this be viewed, what's happening in our city, be viewed as an insurrection against the United States?
Yes.
If the president here is using that term, he's calling these people insurrectionists. Is that a movement? Is that a move by the president to employ U.S. military on the streets of our country?
And it makes you just wonder, like, okay, are the Marines the next step? Like he said that he wanted to deploy local.
Yeah, geez, wow. Is this an insurrection? Man, look at these pictures here. Is that an insurrection? Is this an insurrection? Is this an insurrection? Is this an insurrection? Listen, we have tens of millions of illegal alien invaders that have invaded our country under the protection of the Democratic Party, and now they are tearing the country apart. Yes, this is terminologically this is textbook definition. This is an insurrection. We have millions of military-age, young, foreign men that have invaded our country, and they are marching through the streets, destroying, attacking federal officers, smashing windows, lighting things on fire, blowing up cars, waving foreign flags. Once again, oh man, I wonder, is this an insurrection? Oh geez, I don't know. The government of California is actively protecting these people. Is this an insurrection? I don't know. We got to think about it. I don't know.
Provoked by chaos from Washington. We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. And on the flip side of that, we hear from the president of the United States, who are calling those on the streets rioters and insurrectionists. Those are, this is, you can say what you will about the unrest and the violence. This is, it's hard to call this a riot. First of all, that we've seen some burning cars and we have seen violence, but LA knows riots. We have seen them, unfortunately, in our past. It's questionable whether whether this is a riot. Okay, that's fine. He calls it a riot, but to call these people insurrectionists, just I feel like opens the door.
Right? Exactly. Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, shut
pretty chilling to think about what that could mean. And I was talking earlier with Tim Caputo about what he had the burning cars behind him and what this looks like with the country and the world looking at what's happening in our country. And so we have Governor Newsom and Mayor
You know who's laughing right now? Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping is sitting in his Chinese palace, in his communist Chinese palace, and he's just laughing. He's probably watching my live stream right now. And he's sitting there. He's probably in the live audience, in the live chat right now. Hi, Xi Jinping. And he's watching the stream. He's watching all of this unfold. And he's just thinking to himself, man, Americans are so stupid. Man, Americans are so stupid that they are tolerating this. This would never happen in China. Man, Americans are so stupid that they have allowed this to happen. Man. Ha ha ha, stupid Americans. That's what he's saying right now. This is just ridiculous.
Posed to those in charge here, saying this falls on the Democrats. This falls on Governor Newsom, and this falls on LA Mayor Karen Bass.
Definitely not a good look, and I'm sure not what they were going for either, the message that a lot of them are trying to get across. Looking back outside, this is 101. So 101 is still blocked off. I don't recall if it's northbound or south. It's northbound.
This is southbound.
This is southbound. This is southbound that is still blocked. We can see the northbound side getting through, but southbound.
Okay, this is the worst one. Look at this. Wow. Is this an insurrection? Here you have presumably an illegal alien in front of a burning car waving a Mexican flag, with Donald Trump's decapitated head, an effigy of Donald Trump's decapitated head, with a picture of the president on his shirt with a bullseye on his torso, on his abdomen, and his head. Right in the middle of his forehead. Is this an insurrection or not, man? I don't know. Wow, we really need to think about this. Man, I just can't figure it out. I don't know, man.
Pass onto these vehicles below. But, you know, as bad as this looks, it could get even worse with those cars driving by on the northbound side. So how long this is going to be allowed to continue? There are vehicles under the protection of the overpass that are not being hit. Where are those officers right now? Where are the CHP officers that drove these vehicles onto the freeway who have now left them here? I don't think they can access them. They would need some kind of police escort to clear these people from the surrounding overpasses, because they would find themselves under assault, as their vehicles have been for hours now.
It's terrifying just thinking that looking at the damage on their cars, knowing that there could have been a police officer inside that unit when they threw that lime scooter, but luckily, and we just saw something else get thrown at that vehicle as well. Luckily, we think that those officers are not there. So yeah, that's another question. Where are those officers? And when they come back to their cars, they really just have to be careful. They have to have some sort of escort. But Jory, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking about the northbound side and those drivers. They're fine right now. They're fine. But thinking if this escalates even more, I mean, their safety is at risk as well.
So CNN is reporting tonight that California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis says there will likely be a lawsuit filed tomorrow challenging President Trump's decision to federalize those National Guard troops in Los Angeles. So the governor of California is moving for the president to rescind that order, and now the lieutenant governor says there will be a lawsuit filed tomorrow trying to undo that move by President Trump to federalize the California National Guard members. Again, from a PR perspective, who's coming out looking better here? The president says he wants law and order and is doing whatever he can to gain that, and says there are California National Guardsmen and women who are here.
By the way, I see this super chat here from Drunken Sailor. Thank you very much. He says, even though it's an insurrection, the corrupt courts would have filed nationwide injunctions within 5 seconds of the act being invoked. So this is something that not a lot of people are talking about. You know what pretty much effectively shuts down these universal nationally sweeping injunctions? The Big Beautiful Bill. The Big Beautiful Bill effectively, not entirely, but almost conclusively shuts down universal injunctions. It makes it very, very hard, very difficult to execute universal injunctions. One more reason to pass this bill. It's not just a budget, it's a lot of other things.
If our camera can pan back over to what's playing out just a short ways away in front of City Hall. That is where a group of protesters have stuck around. They are using chairs and benches and tables taken from Gloria Molina Grand Park, which for some reason were not secured to the ground, and they are now in the middle of the road outside City Hall. Used as a barricade to protect themselves from an onslaught of less than lethal flashbangs.
We have a new post from Trump here.
Pepper balls that have been volleyed from the folks
paid
on the
insurrectionists
LAPD trying to break this up. We have not seen much movement here in the last hour in this situation. And it appears there's a line of mounted officers that remains there at that intersection just outside the corner of City Hall there, and down the street. You can see those barricades that are being used. And as soon as we clear the shot of these trees, you will see those pink benches stood up on their sides. We have flags of various South and Central American countries being waved here. And it seems we have arrived at an impasse.
And yeah, looking at this, it makes you think that I think we had a very similar setup just about 30 minutes.
Oh, look at this. This is actually a new video that we haven't seen yet. I want to show you guys this. So breaking, anti-ICE rioters are now tearing up sidewalks and launching rocks at police from the overpass. Look at this. Watch. So they are ripping apart the streets, getting rocks. Here's the thing, it's like, man, if you hate the country this much, why are you here? If you actually hate America this much, to go out, to get off the couch, to go downtown, to do this, to behave like this, why are you in the country? You don't have to be here. You can leave. You can go back to Mexico. You can go back to Guatemala or El Salvador, or actually El Salvador is pretty nice these days. You could go back to Venezuela, wherever you're from. You don't have to be here. You can just leave. Unbelievable.
The administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened.
Can we just say real quick how selfish it is of these illegal aliens to have all these riots during Gay Pride Month? We're supposed to be celebrating being gay right now and having gay sex and all that, all of that, being transgender. It is so selfish of all of these violent illegal aliens to make it about them. They had to be selfish. They had to make Gay Pride Month about them. We're supposed to be celebrating being gay. It's really, man, it's pissing me off.
Kids were afraid to go to school.
Unbelievable.
Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel.
Here's an idea. If you are a father and you don't want your kids to worry about you getting apprehended and deported, then you shouldn't be in the country illegally. If you want to exist without worry or concern about being apprehended, detained, deported, sent back, then you should just go to your own country. You should just go back to where you were from and bring your kids with you and bring your family with you. And then, guess what? You don't have to worry about that. Just go home. Just get the hell out of the country.
The control of the governor.
And that was LA Mayor Karen Bass a short time ago, saying this chaos has been provoked by President Trump and the Trump administration and their policies dealing with Los Angeles and immigration and immigrants in our city. As we were listening to the mayor, exactly what we were talking about played out.
It's President Trump's
fault. Some officers
right.
emerged from beneath that overpass, and they were met immediately by projectiles, rocks and bottles and...
Wait a minute, I thought this was a peaceful protest. What do you mean? They're throwing rocks and trying to kill people? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news update from the one and only Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation has to say, no quarter for another summer of love. We are not doing it again. We are not going to have another radically progressive, violent summer of love, during which the entire country is set on fire. We are not doing it. Heritage Foundation, thank you. Yes, we respect you. Thank you. God bless the Heritage Foundation. We love Project 2025. Project 2025 is awesome. We love it. I just hope that we can have a Project 2026 and also Project 2027. I hope we have a bunch of projects. We love the Heritage Foundation.
Things, the damage is so severe on these vehicles that are just beneath the roadway. But I'm curious to see whether someone with a hammer is getting these rocks, because you see the size of the chunks of cement. And here we go. It looks like movement here. Okay, they have moved in now and broken up this barricade.
Oh, really?
Benches and chairs, and the LAPD is moving now through with those mounted
Pay
officers.
Pay attention
and
here.
The demonstrators who were gathered here for more than an hour are now being pushed back Spring Street.
Yeah, that didn't last long.
This is south down Spring towards LAPD headquarters, ironically
Nice barricade.
enough. And you can see the steps of City Hall to the left. The green of Molina Park is off to the right, and the smoke lingers in the air here as officers are working to clear this area.
Nice barricade.
But just the fact that they took those benches and those chairs from Gloria Molina Park, that's just insane. It's mind-blowing. And here we have the remnants of it, I believe. Now, it looks like law enforcement going in, putting those benches down. They'll be clearing that out of the road hopefully soon. But
let's go see what's happening a little further up the road and with those demonstrators, because those
that barricade did absolutely nothing.
Move in again, another stretch of roadway that's just being reclaimed by the LAPD. Where will these demonstrators go next?
Exactly.
Has this run out of steam? It's been a long
Hopefully
day.
back
it's been
to
a
Mexico.
long weekend in Los Angeles. At what point does this end? Does this calm down and these folks go home? Is this going to continue into the night, as we've seen the last 2 nights and seen unrest, confrontation?
By the way, real quick, as another reminder, I do want to plug one more time. If you guys are new to the community, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. Please like the stream. And if you haven't already, please go ahead and follow me on Twitter. It really helps a lot. Twitter is the best way to stay up to date. I'm spamming it in the chat. Subscribe YouTube, follow on Twitter. I'm also uploading all of my videos going forward onto Rumble. So if you like watching videos on Rumble, now I'm also on Rumble. We're all over the place. So thank you all very much. What a great, crazy day. So thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you, guys.
Benches and chairs, or are they just going to stand there now? And now that they are pretty much defenseless, is this where it's
California
going to
is turning red slowly.
Down,
it is.
And you see some more
We're taking it back.
progress being made.
That is happening.
We have police car going up to something.
A little more movement, yeah.
Yeah.
As we watch what's playing here on Spring Street, I wonder if we can go a little bit to the left and see what's playing out at the federal complex. This is pretty close. So remember, this is the site of that large demonstration around 2 o'clock today. We'll show you how far it is from the rest of the activity. So this is the overpass. This is on Los Angeles Street, which looks like these vehicles are now being moved. The overpass has been cleared.
Excellent.
This had to happen at some point. This was going on for way too long. Those vehicles were sustaining way too much damage. And we'll wait and see what kind of damage was done to the overpass itself. But
it looks like
fireworks,
was shot.
More explosives going off here. And we see a canister being kicked on the roadway here.
I also want to know, what's going on?
So beneath, there is some movement here. Watch what these officers are doing on the 101 freeway. They're looking out for more people.
There's people up top throwing things down on them.
Projectiles continues.
Wow.
It looks like perhaps they were able to clear the overpass from below.
That's not a good spot for them to stand.
They're actually like directly fighting right now.
Fireworks directly at those officers.
Okay. Traffic continues to go by on the northbound side, and here you see somebody throw a firework down below and then retreat back to the other side. I don't know what the fortifications are beneath this underpass, but these CHP vehicles have been here for hours. I assume that those officers that we're seeing now, that they have been beneath there this entire time.
Yeah.
We saw those who were arrested.
Those vehicles are
from
toast.
the 101 and the on-ramp, and they were taken away. They weren't taken into downtown. They were taken down back onto the 101 freeway where those CHP vehicles were parked, and you assume driven off to detention from there.
And guess
what?
what?
There remain some vehicles and the officers that occupy them.
All of this damage that's being caused by these far-left radical anti-American rioters, California taxpayers are going to have to pay for it. If you guess what? Give me a 1 in chat if you live in California, if you feel comfortable doing that. If you live in California, guess who's paying for all of this? You are paying. You should be mad. This should piss you off. You are paying for this. It's terrible. In addition to already paying for all of the healthcare costs and food assistance of all of the illegal immigrants in the country, illegal aliens, now you have to pay to fix Los Angeles, to rebuild Los Angeles.
To neutral. So
excellent.
I think his legs.
Excellent.
I don't think that officer is sitting there. I think they are kind of pushing on the gas.
That's a lot of ones.
Because that airbag is fully
Not
deployed.
good.
I think he's climbing under it. And you see him lifting it back up to emerge back from the vehicle. So maybe putting it in neutral so they can push these vehicles out of the way.
Giliberto, you are right. Yeah, you're right.
Out of the way, and another canister.
And thank you for the super chat.
Thrown
Thank
from
you.
up above down onto the surface. So we'll see if this officer is able to move this vehicle again under attack. An onslaught of projectiles being thrown down there. That is assault on a law enforcement officer.
Yeah,
right there,
of course it is.
directly a rock at that officer.
They're
who was
trying to
not
kill
in
them.
a vehicle, exposed at the time, and there I believe that is the person that was doing it.
It's all caught on camera. But where are the officers here that moved in on the protesters?
I'm not sure they did. I'm not sure they did. I think the officers on the.
By the way, there was a $50 super chat from Leo Lionheart. I want to read this. Thank you very much. First off, as a conservative gay man, I cannot stand Pride Month in general because it promotes all types of bad stuff, to walk around naked in front of children. Prayers to all law enforcement. This is a powder keg situation. I heard 500 Marines on the way. We are praying that these Marines show up. Yeah, I think this is only going to get worse as the night goes on, as the sun sets. I think this is only going to get worse. So hey, 500 Marines are on standby. They are ready to deploy on a moment's notice. We've heard that from the Trump admin. And once again, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. $50. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Other officers step out to cover them as projectiles continue to be thrown. We'll see from this side whether anyone manages or dares to throw anything. But this officer now moving pretty quickly, knowing that they're likely to face, there you go, something thrown and hitting that vehicle. So how long this has been allowed to go on? It's been hours. You can see the amount and the size of the chunks of concrete that were thrown onto the roadway here. If that hit a person, it could easily kill them.
They would be dead.
Another firework thrown down there. So these three vehicles still abandoned by the CHP. 4 of them. We'll see if anyone is able to get back in there. The one close, furthest to the left has the airbags deployed. I don't know if that's drivable, if they can move that.
This here, listen, this overpass situation, this is Marines on the ground. This is National Guard pushing in. We are going full automatic, spamming rubber bullets, not live rounds, rubber bullets. We are blasting these people off the bridge. You cannot let them continue what they're doing. They could very easily get someone killed by tossing these 10, 15, 20-pound rocks off of an overpass onto somebody's head. It's a blessing nobody's died yet. It's crazy.
Officers and those
Get these people out of here.
officers running for their lives. Right now, it looks like one demonstrator facing off against law enforcement, but they did clear those two scenes out fairly quickly, that barricaded area and also the overpass. And I'm curious how many other scenes we have, how many gatherings of groups we have. Right now, it looks like this is just one demonstrator, and officers seem to be firing something at this demonstrator. This demonstrator just seems to be walking.
Yeah, just challenging them to do something now. So their protection has been taken down. You can see one bench there, someone, I believe, lying down. Yep, maybe with a skateboard as protection. So these folks just kind of taunting those officers. It brings up the question that Tim Caputo was asking earlier, and quoting someone else, would these folks still be here if the LAPD had backed off at this point? But you know, the violence kind of negates that question. As long as people are acting like this, the LAPD needs to stay here.
What a freaking dumb question. This idea that, well, you know, the best way to combat these dangerous, violent criminals that are destroying society We're just going to call the police off. We're going to send all the police home, and we're just going to hope. We're just going to pray that the rioters decide to stop out of the goodness of their own heart. We're just going to hope that they go home also. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, try that. Do it.
Deputies are moving onto the scene here. Perhaps there was a call when those CHP officers came under attack, and that's why these guys are moving in. We'll see.
Maybe that's what it took. Like,
This is live.
Definitely.
That is live.
Went a
right
step
now.
ahead of what I'm sure a lot of them were expecting, because we just saw those officers get attacked, running for their lives, and I think really you're right, that did spark them wanting to move in.
And so a crowd is once again gathering on the overpass. I believe this is still Los Angeles Street.
This overpass situation
continue to volley concrete and
they got to send in the 82nd Airborne Division.
Chunk that just hit that vehicle once again.
Onto them.
So where is this coming from? Where is all this concrete being removed from to be able to be thrown onto the roadway, and what kind of damage is that doing to the overpass infrastructure here in downtown Los Angeles? There is a lot of concrete on that roadway. Where did it come from? It had to come from somewhere, and you know chunks like that are not just sitting on the side of the road. So here they are scattering again. Perhaps a tear gas canister was deployed back up onto here, or maybe it's the sheriff's department moving in. There's still a couple blocks.
Is that?
They would have to be a couple blocks away from City Hall where we saw them gathering.
Yeah, it has to be either. Oh, there's some fireworks that I believe they threw, but possibly tear gas. That was a pretty large crowd. Again, we saw it clear out, but then that large crowd gathered again. Looks like it's clearing out, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before they come back. And I just don't understand, why are they throwing the concrete? The officers have left. There's 3 cars left. They're heavily damaged. It makes you just wonder why. Why are they continuing to throw concrete?
Why are any of them out here? Because they're stupid.
It's like the destruction of young men.
They hate America.
You know, we see this after sporting events, the burning of couches, the ripping down of goalposts. You know, this is the kind of thing that people of a certain age just like to do. And I am generalizing somewhat.
Do you hear what he's doing right now? He's actually defending the behavior of these guys. Boys will be boys. You know, come on. You know how young men are. Come on, boys will be boys. Dude, are you freaking kidding me? Are you not watching what they're doing? Boys will be boys. Give me a freaking break.
Vehicles of the CHP to that overpass to the scooters and the bikes that are provided for the public to use are now no longer available, and this will cost money to replace. Money that has been spent by our tax dollars to procure is now unavailable.
It makes you wonder, like, how much is the city going to have to spend now? This is thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage.
Thousands? How about tens of millions?
Unnecessary. And it looks
tens of
like
millions.
We have a little more.
Thousands and thousands,
movement. That's just the northbound side.
How about thousands of thousands?
Which, honestly, I'm so glad that the northbound side is still safe as of right now. Looks like at least the demonstrators have left it alone. But we are zooming back in into that police vehicle. Again, it has some sort of bag, and it looks like there is a flame on that police vehicle. I can't tell. Yeah.
Yep, that is now on fire. We'll see if it catches or if it burns out, if it fizzles out. We've already seen 5 vehicles go up in flames. Those unmanned Waymos that were lit on fire.
Someone is putting it out.
Is this an incendiary, or is this to extinguish? It was an extinguisher. Okay, good. All right, so that fire,
that fire is still going.
Burning. Wow. You can see it right on the windshield. What was the windshield is now kind of caved into this vehicle, and that fire is still burning. I don't know if there's anything to catch on that. I guess it depends on how much ingress it has into the vehicle itself, but if a fire lands just on a vehicle that's off on the windshield and the hood, nothing should theoretically catch fire.
Yeah, and just seeing this damage, it just gives you a glimpse of how upset and just frustrated these protesters are.
Oh my God.
And it just makes you want to tell them, like, hey, LAPD is not
Oh
ICE.
my God.
You know, why are you doing this? LAPD is supposed to be there to protect you. They don't like that they're in this situation.
Please, can somebody please think of the poor protesters? Can we please consider the motives and the intentions and the feelings of the protesters, please?
Folks are regathering on this overpass and continuing to volley chunks of concrete, now incendiaries, scooters and bikes off of this overpass onto those CHP vehicles below. We believe there are still officers and other vehicles beneath this overpass, and we'll see how this plays out. We are expecting to hear from Loyola Law Professor Jessica Levinson. I don't know if she has joined us yet, but we are awaiting her to join us because there is quite a bit to talk about, constitutionally speaking, as you now have the governor of California at
Sandra.
odds legally with the president of the United States. The president.
You know, fun little note. So Sandra said that she has lost all sympathy for illegal aliens. We have interesting polling numbers. So we know that in 2017, only 34% of Americans supported President Trump's 2017 goal of deporting all the illegal aliens. Only 34% in 2017 supported mass deportations. Now it's like 67%. In 8 years? In less than 10 years, that number is almost doubled. Now it's 67, almost 70% of Americans want mass deportations. Every single one of them has got to go. And it's because of situations like this. The problem has only gotten worse. It's gotten way worse. People are coming around. They realize, man, this is a problem. This has got to be stopped.
The governor to take over California National Guards members and deploy them onto the streets of that city. The governor of California is now disputing that, asking, demanding, requesting that the president rescind that order and return control to the governor and the state of California. We heard from CNN reporting that the lieutenant governor, Eleni Kounalakis, says that a lawsuit will be filed tomorrow to try and overturn that decision of President Trump to federalize those troops. This has not happened in our country's history, at least in recent memory that I can think of since the civil rights era. We're talking since the 60s when there was pushback against civil rights advancements.
I thought in 1992 with the Rodney King stuff.
The troops to help black students attend public school.
Oh, when they were federalized.
Like Alabama and others, when George Wallace and the like were refusing to follow federal law and depriving U.S. citizens of their constitutional rights to attend school. That was the last time I believe that this has happened against the wishes of a governor. Seeing their own National Guards members taken over, that is a little bit different than this. That was to enforce federal law that the governor was refusing to do.
Right.
In this situation, what is the justification to do this without the governor's request? So that has opened up
it's different, like a different part of history.
Yes,
that
a load
we're
of questions that we would love to pose to Jessica Levinson whenever she is able to join us. We are also awaiting at the top of the hour a law enforcement briefing with the LAPD. We expect to hear from Chief Jim McDonnell. We know
look at that
LA County Sheriff
Molotov
Robert
cocktail
Luna
right there.
Is also involved in these discussions, and we saw some of his deputies as we see these demonstrators lighting a piece of cardboard on fire. They are intent on burning more cars tonight. We'll see if it happens here that one of them is a CHP cruiser that has been under attack for hours now. Folks throwing chunks of concrete, scooters, bikes, and more onto these vehicles below. It was a perfect shot landing on the hood of that
I want to hear from the LAPD.
Again, here comes some fire retardant, a fire extinguisher to put that out. I don't know if it had much chance of lighting anything on fire, but again.
The police are underneath the overpass trying to keep this thing from igniting.
Correct. And so we do also expect and hope to hear from the governor.
Can we just, a little reminder here, guys, this, it's easy to get lost in the plot here. This scene here, we have a bunch of illegal alien violent rioters that have a bunch of American police officers pinned down under an overpass. They've been throwing rocks at them for the last 2 hours. They're stuck there. They have yet to be rescued. And the rioters are trying to throw flammable objects, trying to ignite this cop cruiser. Guys, this is footage that you would see coming out of some third world shithole of a country. Sorry, pardon my language. This should not be happening in America. Do you guys agree? Yes or no? Do you agree? This should not be happening in America. Yet here it is. Just really unpackage the situation. This is Los Angeles. This is in America. It's in 2025. This is in the US happening right now. This is unbelievable. This is ridiculous, man.
10 or 15 minutes. So unfortunately, it looks like this protest has made it into the evening hours when it starts getting dark. And then that raises more questions. What's going to happen when things get dark? Is that maybe where law enforcement draws the line and they say, OK, that's it. We need to, stop this right now and then go a different route? Or are they going to continue what they're doing and like what we've been seeing, let things fizzle out, play out, and then move in with the horses, move in with those to those barricaded areas? It's interesting to see like what their move is, especially as it's getting dark.
Right, the LAPD Central Division throwing out a traffic advisory saying due to demonstrators throwing objects onto the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway and damaging multiple police vehicles, the 101 southbound freeway will remain closed until further notice. This will take a lot of time, not only to get the demonstrators out of this area, but to clean up the mess they've now left behind.
Right.
You have 3 California Highway Patrol vehicles that will likely need to be towed. They could get out under their own power. We'll see how damaged they are. Then you have, hundreds of pounds of concrete that have now accumulated after being thrown from this overpass onto the roadway. That's not something you can just easily.
Right. How do you clean that up?
Right. Are you going to kick it off to the side of the road? Do you need a street sweeper? Do you need crews coming through?
You need a Ford F-150 is what you need. You need a truck built Ford tough.
And so questions remain about how that is going to be handled. We do have, as we await the press conference at the top of the hour, we do have Professor Jessica Levinson joining us tonight. And boy, Professor, we have some questions to talk about with you tonight. I don't know if we have 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's try and fit as much in as we possibly can. First, what's on your mind as you watch what's playing out in Los Angeles tonight and the battle now between California Governor Gavin Newsom and the President of the United States?
So I think what's on my mind is what's on everybody's mind, which is what happens next? What happens overnight? What happens tomorrow? Will we see a significant escalation? If there is a significant escalation, or frankly, maybe any escalation, we could see the president say, I need to do more.
Do it.
We could see the president potentially, again, pull the cord and say, I need to invoke the Insurrection Act.
Yes.
As I'm sure you've been talking about, the Insurrection Act would give the president more authority to not just federalize the National
Unlimited
Guard,
authority.
but to say that the National Guard can actually act as domestic law enforcement, that the military on U.S. soil can search, can seize, can arrest. That's not something that we're accustomed to. So I'm looking to see, obviously, what's happening right now, but also how the situation evolves and how the president reacts.
And we have seen the president allude to the fact that and we're watching.
Look at the car. The car's on fire.
There's a split screen here on the right side of your screen. We're seeing continued demonstrations, and a firebomb was just thrown down off of the 101 freeway overpass onto one of those CHP vehicles below, which is now burning. We'll see if they're able to put that out with the fire retardant from below. There's a fire extinguisher, I believe they're deploying.
No, it's over.
But that looks like it's going to go. It looks like it was some kind of ball of fuel, whether it was alcohol or gas, lobbed off of this overpass, and that CHP vehicle is now on fire. So we're having this conversation with these scenes playing out, Professor. We have heard the
peaceful protesters have done it again
within the last hour refer to the people, the demonstrators, and some of them violent and clearly breaking the law here as insurrectionists. We have heard Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth threaten that the U.S. Marines will be deployed from Camp Pendleton onto the streets of Los Angeles if the violence continues. Is that allowed? Can the President of the United States legally, in a situation like this, deploy under the Insurrection Act?
Who cares what this woman thinks about the Insurrection Act? Just do it.
U.S.
Trump,
military
do it.
to fight U.S. citizens on U.S. soil.
Okay, so in a situation like this is going to be the key. This is going to be where the fighting is. So let's talk really briefly about the federal statutes at issue here. We all know that the president can only act when there's something that gives him the power to act, or there's inherent constitutional power. In this case, what the president is pointing to is Title VII. This is not the Insurrection Act, Title X. Title X allows the president to federalize the National Guard and to allow them to act in a support role for federal law enforcement.
One moment here,
They
gentlemen,
can help
ladies.
protect federal agents. They can help protect federal property, but they cannot act like law enforcement officials and, again, perform searches and seizures. They cannot act like ICE agents.
Oh,
but
wow.
if things continue, you asked me about the Insurrection Act. Obviously,
Great
the president has been
recommendation.
using certain language today.
This is a
What
good angle.
happens
Look at
next?
this.
The Insurrection Act is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. The Posse Comitatus Act says you can't use the military as direct domestic law enforcement. You can't have that happen, again, unless there are
super
certain
chats.
exigent or emergency circumstances. The Insurrection Act would present those emergency circumstances. So for me, the real legal question is, are we in a situation where the president can point to that broad grant of authority?
She takes herself so seriously. It doesn't matter what you think. Shut up. Your opinion means nothing. President Trump is in control. President Trump is calling the shots, lady. Nobody even knows who you are. Nobody cares what your opinion is on the Insurrection Act. Shut up. We are doing it. Trump is in control. This is why we voted for him, to shut stuff like this down. Your opinion doesn't matter. Anyway, sorry. Okay, Jeremiah, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We have Dan Z. They were illegal aliens last Friday. Now they are terrorists and insurrectionists also. True. And we all know, yeah, Newscomb and Mayor Bass in cahoots. Yes. I would love to moderate your live podcast at no charge. You need 4 for this size audience. Many others would be happy to do it too. Please consider. Thank you. Yeah, I will. I will think about the moderation thing. I need to think about that. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do. Thank you, though.
That was really about implementing desegregation decisions during the civil rights era. We haven't seen the Insurrection Act, in my view, used in modern times against the will of a governor, which is a question of what would happen. California would go to court and California would say the president doesn't have the power. And then we would be in another court battle. We would have a federal judge, likely a number of federal judges making that decision.
It is incredible that we are asking these questions in the United States. That this is even in the realm of possibility of something that can happen. But Professor Jessica Levinson, I would love to sit and talk with you more. Unfortunately, we're facing a time crunch here at the top of the hour. We're waiting LAPD's press.
I see somebody said, I need to hire some moderators. I have a genius idea. What if I hired some illegal aliens to moderate the chat, right? Because I hear you can pay them like $2 an hour. That's a good deal. I might do that. I don't know. Probably a lot of them are looking for work these days. I could get some of them.
Conference will wait to see if California Governor Gavin Newsom will be taking part. He did post a picture of himself with the chief of police of the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, that he is in Los Angeles. He is working with those jurisdictions to see what is going to play out and how to best address this situation. But we're going to switch over some crews here as we get ready. So we will continue to cover. You'll still see this Air 7 picture of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles. Things calming down except for that one pocket over the 101 freeway where we see demonstrators continue to hurl objects down at the CHP vehicles below. But stay with us. We are not going anywhere. We will bring you that LAPD press conference here in just about 1 minute as we continue our coverage here on Eyewitness News, streaming and online for Eyewitness News.
So very soon, they said at the top of the hour, we're 1 minute away from that. We're going to be hearing from the LAPD, from the whoever is what's the boss, the sheriff, the commander. I don't even know what the word is. Anyway, the leader, the big boss of the LAPD. Look at these mounted officers. Where are they going? That's pretty cool. I want to know what they are up to. That's pretty cool. We got to keep an eye on those guys. You can tell, guys, sunset is in what, like a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. I don't know. The sun is going to be setting here pretty soon over here on the West Coast. The chief of police. Thank you. It's going to be getting dark here. Look at that helicopter. Whoa. That is a sheriff's helicopter. You can see sheriff on the back of that. Okay. So it's getting dark soon. Always when it gets dark, that is when things go crazy. Okay. That's when things kind of escalate. Things have been kind of mellow now for a little while, I guess, other than this cop car here. These ones. Whoa, look at that. Anyway, I would expect that things kind of go crazy here pretty soon once it gets a little bit darker. RC, wow, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. There have been a lot. There have been a lot of super chats. So thank you. I appreciate that a lot. While we kind of have a little bit of a break here in the broadcast, I will, one more time, I'm going to shout out, if you are not following my Twitter page, that is the best way to stay up to date with everything that's going on.
This is Eyewitness
Twitter.
News.
Also, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate that too. Thank you very much.
Violent clashes between more than 1,000 protesters and law enforcement officers in downtown Los Angeles. This on the third day of protests over federal immigration enforcement operations. Good evening. I'm Mark Brown. Tonight, we have seen protesters shutting down the 101 freeway, setting fire to Waymo cars, throwing rocks, concrete, even electric scooters against law enforcement vehicles on the 101 freeway. We have seen several people pulled out of the crowd and arrested by police. The remnants of less than lethal tear gas and rubber bullets littering the streets of downtown.
Yeah, right, Barney?
And
yeah,
beyond
true.
What we're seeing on the group, another battle playing out over the Trump administration's decision to deploy National Guard troops to quell these protests that the president is calling an insurrection. We want to begin right now. There's a news conference that is scheduled with the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonnell, that is scheduled to begin
Guys,
at 8.
look over
this
there.
Is a key element of this.
The police are pushing the overpass right now.
Is that local leaders, local officials?
The police are retaking the overpass. Everybody over there.
Officials and especially the mayor and the governor.
They are coming in.
They are not responding to the protests in order to quell them, and that is why he is calling in the National
Finally,
Guard.
they are taking this back.
The chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, is going to speak to the news media and to the citizens of Los Angeles. We expect that to happen at any moment. In the meantime, this has been a momentous day here in Southern California, where these protests that began downtown at City Hall and at the Federal Building Complex, including the Hall of Administration and the Justice Department.
I want to see like a mounted cavalry charge.
Those two crowds merged later
like
this
it's the
afternoon.
freaking
a huge throng of more than 1,000 people.
Like it's the Middle Ages or something.
Different areas
like it's out of Lord of the Rings.
Los Angeles, City Hall.
The Riders of Rohan
elsewhere.
coming in.
There has been violence directed at
Look at them. They are doing that. Look at that. The Riders of Rohan are coming in.
As mounted LA
with Gandalf
are now moving some of those demonstrators out. It has been a pretty amazing day in Southern California, another crazy day of things happening. Let's go to Tim Caputo, who has been out in the middle of it for much of the afternoon. Tim, what are you seeing?
Well, Mark, you really nailed it on the head there. It has been a crazy day, and as the sun starts to go down, the concern obviously is things escalate from here. It's kind of interesting as you see the different layers. We kind of took a step back to get a broader vantage point, partially because the area we were on Los Angeles Street earlier was getting a little bit hairy. You could see down the 101 beneath us with all the overpasses and people on essentially every single overpass. As police have moved in, Tommy, come to my right here to show these officers who have lined up on the street.
Dude, they are going in.
We actually saw a number of sheriff's deputies come in on those big trucks with their tactical gear here to assist the LAPD as they try to move this crowd or get some sort of control out here this afternoon. Where we're standing is up on Hill Street. It gives you a vantage point of everything that's going on down below.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. This has grown throughout the day, and this is something
that's all you can do these days.
Not just here a little bit farther away, but even down at Union Station as well. People are showing up. People are still coming out. People heard what's going on. People want to be part of what's going on. And so the crowd is not necessarily getting smaller. It may be dissipating in certain areas, but in a lot of ways it's getting bigger. The folks up here taking some photo, live streaming, being part of it from a distance. As you get a little bit closer, you could start to see
all
and
of those
hear where
riders
the fireworks
are gone now.
going off. The police department, obviously, both LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, and CHP in a bit of a difficult spot because of the landscape here. You have the overpasses, you have the freeway underneath, and then you have the roads that go around the buildings, both Federal Building and City Hall, over on the south side of the 101. There is a lot of area to cover, and it seems as though from what we've seen both down below and up here, as they start to move a crowd and it seems to dissipate, people just work their way around. They come up the street, they go around the street. So getting control here is almost
impossible. So what they're trying to do is get things quieter, but figure out how to finally get this crowd to go home. I can tell you, Mark, from being out here on Friday night, from being in Compton last night, that is a tall order.
Indeed, there are a lot of demonstrators that they still have to deal with. Let's get more from Gabe
They are finally rescuing
Santos. He's
these
in
cop cars.
This is over the freeway bridge under which several CHP vehicles were abandoned after people started throwing scooters and concrete at those vehicles, damaging them, placing the lives of the officers inside them in danger. Let's get more from Gabe about how that situation is now.
Yeah, Mark, this is the situation above the 101 freeway. You have a couple of bridges here. That's the Alameda Street Bridge, and then over to the right is the Los Angeles Street Bridge. And on that bridge, you had a number of protesters throwing things down on the CHP vehicles below. Those CHP vehicles were parked there from, as you see a firework, or parts of a firework going through the shot. Those CHP vehicles were parked there a number of hours ago, about 2 or 3 hours ago, when protesters came onto the freeway and were blocking the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway. CHP moved in, they moved those protesters out, and they controlled that situation, but they left a number of those vehicles there onto the freeway. Eventually, some of those protesters on the overpass on the Los Angeles...
We made the Lord of the Rings, you know, Riders of Rohan joke. They're like the orcs. They are the orcs over here, just tearing everything apart, destroying everything. They're trying to tear down the West. They are destroying Western civilization. It's just, it's poetic, really. It's just everyone is fulfilling their role. Everyone has their role.
It may not be a total loss in terms of being completely inoperable, but it may no longer be drivable. You see those CHP units there under the overpass there, trying to figure out how to move that vehicle out of the way. The other vehicles, they appear to have been able to have moved those out of the way. And all of those protesters that were on the Los Angeles Street Bridge have now been cleared. LAPD has refocused their efforts, and you now have LA County Sheriff's Department here as well. We've seen Rescue 5. That's that very large Sea Stallion help.
Gabe, I need to stop you right now. LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell is about to speak. Let's hear
we go. Deja vu, thank you. Okay. John, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, everybody, listen, pay attention. Thank you.
All good? All right, thank you. Thank you, first of all. I know it's a very, very busy time. Thank you all for coming here tonight and allowing us the opportunity to be able to brief the public a little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing, and ask, truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the Incident Commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials.
You think this guy's going to be
Today I met
woke?
with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of
Is
Central
this guy a
District of
libtard?
California, Bill Escalation, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted
so he's just
by traffic,
blaming
crowd density,
federal officers now.
in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers,
we know exactly
because it
what
was
this
put
guy's doing.
together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement.
Maybe you should.
We've said this over and over again, and
Maybe
I
you should
can't
do
stress
that.
it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe
Suzanne.
and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime.
Thank you very
We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand,
46
however,
years
when
of being
a law enforcement agency,
shithole.
any agency, requests emergency assistance
sanctuary
to
city
protect
shithole.
lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe.
Traitor.
I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and
I've heard enough.
professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't
And now you know why LA is so terrible.
needed to activate those Coast Guard troops and take control of those Coast Guard troops and send them to the area because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration. And just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business.
How is
and
that
so
working
that
out?
takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
This is depressing, man. Los Angeles is done. It's cooked. It's over. This is the police chief.
The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, you know, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance.
Oh, they're making another barricade.
Look at that. People into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
Yep.
We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out.
I gotta say, man,
these past couple of nights we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person.
If you are a cop in LA, you got to be insane. You need to leave. You need to, if you're anybody with half a brain living in Los Angeles, move out. This city is cooked. It's over. This is the police chief. If you're an LAPD cop, this is your chief. It's over. Evacuate. Leave the city. Abandon the city.
We've gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. Before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make
out
that
of control.
But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time.
It's gotten out of control.
We have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we're not. We wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Wow. Yep.
How has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with.
Yes, it is.
Our relationship has been tremendous.
It is.
Overall with the National Guard. We worked
That's
right
right. Thank you.
alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on, they've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that
they are illegal alien
city
invaders.
And
they are
this
invaders.
is what they do. So even more disgusting
is what they are.
Many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Telemundo over here.
Okay.
Sorry, Navarro from Telemundo 52. Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind
There's
of
a lot of them out there still. Probably
You
more of
said
them,
that
honestly.
It's disgusting. You think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is
nice fire. Look at that.
on TV, social
Great.
media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases.
But the
for what
LAPD
happens
does
to their
play.
future.
Is that what he's saying? Seems like it.
Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response time to other parts of the city and the safety of people that are not down there?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come.
So right now, looting is breaking out across
who
LA.
is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly. But in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
Given what you
Sure has.
About not being informed so you could pre-stage.
It's getting dark, folks. The sun is setting. You know what that means.
Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us
a little person
before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Could be a hobbit.
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak.
Only 10?
About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate.
There have been 10 people arrested so far.
Not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated.
Dude, what?
But we're making more arrests as we.
There should be 1,000 arrests at a minimum.
Posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see, when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question I have with people. How long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to continue?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks.
Sure.
It's getting real dark now, man.
Because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're going to call it.
So, Chief,
Now the party starts, looks like.
One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And 2, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at a time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We
29
rush into
arrests
doing that,
yesterday.
but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watched unfold, a lot of people
And all of those,
things just unfold in real time.
the 29 people arrested yesterday and the 10 today, how many of those people are going to just be released immediately within a week or maybe just 24 hours? How many of those people are just going to be, sort of catch and release style? All of them, I guarantee you, all of them. Everybody arrested yesterday, I would bet it's already back on the street today.
Yeah, on individuals,
It's a joke.
cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively, go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday and today.
Do you have the specifics? Yeah.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers.
Yep, we saw
Everything
that.
else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Nobody is interested in Spanish. Sorry, and nobody cares.
You've just heard from LA Police Chief Jim
And
McDonald
nobody
discussing
is
his
interested.
department's response to the
Gracias.
unrest and the protests that are taking place in and around downtown Los Angeles. Of note is that we're getting an indication now of the injuries that have happened. 3 police officers, 3 LAPD officers have been injured, none of them transported, and at least 10 people have been arrested so far this evening and today. One for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police officers, another for ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line of police officers. But again, the officers that were injured were not transported. Some 29 people arrested last night. CHP has arrested some 17 people. There are...
Okay, maybe I have some stuff to show you guys. Real quick. Rioters are launching explosives at the Horseback LAPD. Yeah, they sure are. Man, those poor horses. Man, listen, I don't care how much you hate cops. You have to be real sick to launch an explosive at a horse. I'm just going to be honest, man. Even if you hate cops, whatever. Okay. You're launching explosives at a freaking horse? Really? Arrest him. Deported. You're getting deported. Next up, I want to show you guys this. Breaking news, Governor Gavin Newsom just told border czar Tom Homan to arrest him. Let's just get it over with, tough guy, is what he said. Tom Homan, please, you could do the funniest thing right now. Homan, please. Homan, please. Tom Homan, please do it. That would be... Please. Just please make that happen. Here's another snippet from Governor Gavin Newsom. Let's play the video.
Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community.
How about this? I have an idea. How about we arrest Governor Gavin Newsom and also every single illegal alien? And if Governor Gavin Newsom loves the illegal aliens so much, then we can deport him alongside the illegal aliens back down to Venezuela. Governor Gavin Newsom can go live in Venezuela with all of the Tren de Aragua gang members. That's a great idea. We should do that. Send him down to Venezuela. He seems to love them a whole lot. That's a great idea.
Position,
Tough
but
guy.
It appears that they kind of moved forward so quickly that now there's protesters behind them. So you have a bit of a safety issue
now things are
happening
getting
there
crazy.
now. Another wrought
Here we
iron
go.
fence, it looks like being ripped out of the ground. We've seen a number of situations like this where
Metal, yeah, wrought
individuals
iron.
are
Yep. Look at that.
grabbing
Wow.
things and shaking them back and forth and being able to, you know, with a number of individuals, you could do almost anything, and they're kind of doing the unthinkable, things that are bolted to the ground. A number of people are just coming up and pulling fences, and we've seen traffic signs,
Just
you know, wiggle
tearing
back
apart
and forth
society.
to get them out of the concrete, and that's what we saw earlier over the 101 and Los Angeles Street. That's when a number of items were thrown from the overpass down at CHP cars. That situation has calmed down, but it just goes to show you there's still a number of hot spots here in addition to this one. And I want Rob to go back to that security post
we're just
there.
getting going.
As LAPD kind of moved
They
forward
have, look
towards
at that. They set the
barricade,
toll booth
pushed
on
past.
fire. Great.
It appears they didn't really monitor what was going on in this
Perfect.
parking lot here. Now you could see somebody has set fire to this pay booth in this parking lot.
Perfect.
And with LA City Fire kind of nowhere in sight, they're at their fire stations. They're staying a little bit further away from the scene because of
the
safety
cops
issues.
are coming in.
Just as I say that, not LA City Fire, but LAPD with a fire extinguisher. They're just going to move forward with their fire extinguisher and put this thing out. So apparently they felt it safe enough with their riot gear. You see that officer there with his baton trying to push a protester back there. It appears that they've made the assessment that individuals in this parking lot appear to be pretty calm and pretty docile, in addition to a number of...
Once again, real quick, given this is Los Angeles, California, not a single rioter out here is going to face really any serious criminal punishment. You might see some misdemeanors go out, catch and release. You're going to spend the night in a prison cell. Tomorrow you're free. Not a single one of these people is going to face serious, actual, legitimate criminal punishment. Not a single one. Doesn't matter. Even the people that were trying to blow up the cop car, throwing rocks at the officers, throwing explosives at the horses, doesn't matter. None of it. None of these people are ever going to really face any consequence for any of this at all. Nothing. None of it.
Put up with a number
That
of
is
dumpsters
California.
there. So people aren't leaving the area. They're just kind of scattering and regrouping, and then we're continuing to see different little barricades get set up in different spots of town as LAPD kind of continues to push the protesters towards different areas here. We're seeing a little bit of a progression north into Chinatown, but we also have a large group, at least a few minutes ago, that I last had eyes on, that
Oh my
was
God,
south
they're going
of
to
City
release
Hall
COVID
at,
too.
I believe that was
Super
Main,
COVID.
and I think it was Main and
Do we really
First
have
Street.
gay pride lights on the
we
Capitol
might
building?
be a little too far away with the buildings in a way here to get
Yeah, we do.
eyes on that group there, but there was a group of about 500.
Dude, this is like so Californian. We have the big gay pride building. We have illegal alien riots. We have the city is on fire. It's like, yeah, dude, this is the future that the progressives want. Everybody is gay. Everything is gay, and everybody is also an illegal alien, and the city is on fire. This is what it looks like when your town is run by progressives. Iconic, perfect cinema. It's like this is a cinematic masterpiece. This is exactly what it is. Epic.
It looks like that's the Spring Street Bridge that CHP now has been able to contain. And I think if we pan to the left, Rob, there, we'll be able to see the Los Angeles Street Bridge. And that's the bridge where a lot of protesters were throwing items down onto the freeway below. And you see that CHP vehicle on a tow truck. That CHP vehicle probably going to be a complete loss. It was actually set on fire earlier as people on the bridge above were lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and throwing them down to the vehicles below. So that CHP vehicle actually caught on fire a little bit before CHP officers were able to move in with a fire extinguisher and put it out. But while we were zoomed in there, you were able to see a lot of debris just spread across the lanes of the southbound 101 freeway. So it's going to be a big cleanup here.
All right, and Gabe Santos, thank you for that. As we let's keep that picture up right there, the picture you have. Because the chief in his press conference spoke about the difference between people who are out there expressing their First Amendment rights, expressing their disagreement and disapproval of the ICE raids of day laborers and others, versus the people who are out here doing damage. And he actually had physical descriptions of what some of those people look like, what they do. That some of them are from out of town, some of them are
some of them are from out of the country.
Position of civil
some of them are here illegally.
And he described them, a lot of them, as having their faces covered, having hoods and covering their faces.
I'm going crazy.
And we did see that among the people who were putting up this barricade. So with regard to how we look at them and we can describe their actions, we don't know whether this is protest or simply anarchy for the sake of it. So we're going to try to draw a distinction, if possible, between those who are out here expressing their disapproval versus the people that are doing things like this, setting fires and barricading streets. So we're going to try to bore down into that particular aspect of what we're seeing. In the meantime, Jory Rand has been covering this for the better part of the afternoon and much of the evening, and has some more reporting for us now. Jory?
Mark, it's a frustrating scene to see play out here tonight. Those protesters, is it a demonstration of protest or is it unrest? And in some cases, as you mentioned, it might just be both. Someone who showed up for one now enjoying the other. It's frustrating to see this continue to play out and the LAPD just allow this to happen. They are overwhelmed, as the chief heard from the chief that this is still going on. And as Gabe mentioned, once they break up one grouping, it just spreads out to another spot. And so we're seeing this play out. We have that parking security
It's
booth
the illegal
on fire,
alien Hydra.
and now we have obstructions in the middle of Main Street.
You deport one and then two more pop up.
And it would just
and then you deport those two.
See this end, and these people.
And then
taken
4
into
more
custody.
pop
now,
up.
It has been a very eventful day in our city, likely one that we are going to talk about for a long time to come. Now, there are 2 very different aspects to what is happening this weekend in Los Angeles. Let's begin with what played out on the streets of LA. It was a very destructive day. Several clashes taking place outside the Federal Building. Once that crowd was broken up, demonstrators scattered and a large group made their way onto the 101 freeway. The CHP allowed them to remain there for about an hour. Traffic was stopped in both directions before officers finally moved in and slowly backed that group up and off of the roadway, making several arrests in the process. However, CHP vehicles were left exposed on the 101, and for hours we watched people on that overpass hurl everything from rocks and chunks of cinder block to concrete and electric scooters. They began
Mostly
lighting
peaceful
pieces of
protests.
cardboard on fire and dropping them on them below. Even a bike was dropped onto a windshield, damaging the CHP vehicles. Now, the freeway takeover leading to some tense clashes between the protesters and officers. You can see one person being dragged away. This was in front of the Federal Building.
Escape.
That person had breached the line, had taken that officer's helmet. You saw him just put it back on there and dragged away. That person was on stilts.
Escape
and
LA.
He remained somehow behind. He made his way back behind police lines and was eventually handcuffed and arrested as they worked to take off those stilts from his legs. Multiple methods of non-contact force also used: tear gas, blank shot, rubber bullets from LAPD officers. We saw those protesters picking up barricades and benches and chairs from nearby Grand Park to shield themselves, setting up a barricade. This actually happened twice in 2 separate locations before LAPD officers.
Liz, we have had situations like this on 2 occasions in the last 5 or 6 years in both Portland and Seattle. If you remember, this was, it was the Summer of Love. It was the Antifa riots. I want to say 2020. Yeah, 2020. In Seattle, they had Chaz. Remember Chaz? It was the something autonomous zone. The Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone up in Seattle, in downtown Seattle, where they kicked out all the police, and they were like, they're actually living there for several days. In downtown Seattle, they claimed their independence from the United States. 2021. We had a similar situation in downtown Portland also. I remember Portland, Oregon had the biggest riots in the country when Donald Trump won the election. It was like November or whatever when Donald Trump won the election in 2017. And Portland just went ballistic. It was crazy in downtown Portland. So yeah, no, this is just how we do it. This is how the West Coast does it. West Side is how we do it over here.
Video from before. This, what you're
All
seeing
up and
on the
down
right
the
there,
coast.
that's a fire that actually broke out while the chief of police was speaking, while Jim McDonnell was speaking to the news media about the department's response, about his agency's attempt to deal with what is unfolding in the city of LA. You could hear sirens behind him as he was speaking. Where he was speaking from, the office of the chief of police, not far at all.
Oh, we have more explosives going out. The horse, the mounted officers.
And so what we're seeing here is on the right, officers on horseback trying to remove someone, that person.
Dude, they're
who has
just
a
beating that guy with a baton.
Who was not in an area where he should have been.
Look at
you
that.
see them
Whoa.
bringing him to the ground.
Good.
They're going to search that backpack. We don't know if that
Teach
person
that guy a
ended up
lesson.
being arrested,
Good.
but we do know that some 10 people have been arrested thus far this evening by the LA Police Department, and some 17 people have been arrested by the Highway Patrol. LA Mayor Karen Bass speaking earlier today about where her disappointment lies with the federal government.
Wow. Yeah, I can't believe the federal government would do this. This is terrible that the federal government would cause all these
Situation
problems.
from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate.
I just have to say over here, I'm just so happy that in spite of all of these illegal alien invasion riots, we can still find the time to celebrate Gay Pride Month. I'm just happy that Los Angeles still found the time to light up that building with the biggest, gayest lights ever. Here we have a fire in the intersection. Look at that. Wow.
Pictures from
Look at that.
Air 7 over downtown Los Angeles. And this statement from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth discussing the possibility of deploying U.S. Marines on American soil. That drew a small group of protesters to Camp Pendleton today. More than 4 people held up signs at the main gate there with slogans such as, "We're on a slippery slope to fascism and your oath is to the Constitution." President Trump has already...
So just to be clear, according to the incompetent radical progressives, fascism is when the president tries to enforce federal immigration laws. Fascism is when the president actually tries to enforce our national federal immigration laws. That is fascism, according to the Democrats. Just so we're on the same page.
Of what their duty is to us, but additionally we want to make it very publicly known that we condemn any sort of action by the administration of using active duty or National Guard troops on U.S. citizens.
They're not citizens. They are illegal aliens.
500 Marines from 29 Palms are prepared to deploy status should they be needed to augment and support the DOJ's protection of federal property and personnel efforts. That is a quote. We will keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we are watching people now milling about, moving from place to place in parts of downtown Los Angeles. This is a Chevron station that is near one of the points of conflict. People are going in there. We don't know what they're doing at that gas station. If there's any looting going on,
aren't they?
Again, you see people with hoods on. You see some of the people.
Are they going to blow that gas station up?
Involved in some of the unrest here that are gathered there. We do not know what they're doing. I don't see people coming out with a lot of things in their arms. So that's a good sign, I guess, that it's not being looted, but it's troubling to see people in these
Man, I'm craving some gas
gathering.
station beef jerky.
That is the
right?
area there
beef jerky
where
from a gas station.
A wrought iron fence had been ripped off.
That sounds pretty good right now.
An area right around the street and placed in the middle of the street and then fortified with dumpsters. This is another one of these makeshift barriers that people have been using to try to confront the police, and the police are moving in and moving those barriers out. There was a fire a short time ago right in front of that barrier. That has since gone out. Nearby, about half a block to your right, is where some people had set up caused a fire at a pay booth at a public parking lot near this is near Olvera Street, and that police officers actually moved in and put that fire out themselves and moved people out of the way. So the LAPD is responding, but as the chief himself said, at the moment they are overwhelmed. There are more people causing trouble than there are officers to stop them at this point. And whether the National Guard is in fact needed tonight,
it's out of control.
He says will have to be assessed. In the meantime, ABC News reporter Matt Gutman was behind the police lines earlier today. He showed us the projectiles that were coming from both sides of these clashes.
From the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they've fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very...
Now, here's my curiosity at the moment. Do you think these riots will continue tomorrow night? Obviously, we had Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, it's weekend. Are we going to have more really on a Monday night? Although a lot of these people don't have jobs. In fact, I would say probably most of these people that are rioting out here don't have jobs. So they could, I don't know, they very easily could continue rioting on a Monday. Who cares? Monday night might as well be Saturday night for these people. Who knows? For months. Could be months. I'll tell you, I mean, you guys are right. I'll tell you, it is going to be a crazy summer. I would expect a lot of this all summer, this type of stuff. In fact, I saw somebody in my Discord server, they were saying that, I'm not sure where they heard this, but that on the 14th of the month, 6 days from now, what day is that's a Saturday night. Okay, so Saturday night, June 14th, that there are riots being scheduled across the entire country. Portland, Seattle, LA, San Francisco, Minneapolis, whatever, New York, all across the country. So that's about a week from now. We'll see if that actually happens.
Hit in the head by these projectiles, because even if they don't penetrate, it's the equivalent of a very hard blow to the body, and that can in fact cause permanent damage.
Yep.
People have had eyes put out, people have been blinded, people have had facial bones broken and suffered internal injuries.
Okay, this
from
live broadcast
those,
is
lethal weapons.
over.
They are not, however, bullets and are not intended to kill or maim, but they are definitely something that you do not want to be trifling with. As the LAPD is going through this, they are using up quite a bit of those munitions, as Matt Gutman was mentioning, and as we have been mentioning on our air, some of the officers
This is Fox,
at the
Seattle,
scene were starting to
ABC
run out of
7.
those, and they're having to be brought in from other areas of the city because so many of them were being deployed. In fact, you can hear at various times
we have total coverage.
during our discussions and interviews with either police officials or with the mayor, you can hear flashbang grenades and less than lethal rounds being fired, along with fireworks, actually commercial grade fireworks that are being fired at the police by some of the people in the crowd. And as the police chief mentioned, those can kill. So there are acts of violence taking place here. The police department is responding. The National Guard has been called in. And now we are going to see how this plays out as
to be very clear,
this evening.
The National Guard hasn't done anything at all whatsoever other than guard the exterior of federal buildings. The National Guard are not marching through the streets, apprehending, detaining people. They are just guarding the federal buildings in Los Angeles. So really, we haven't even really seen anything of them tonight. All of the police officers that you're watching, this is LAPD. All of these people, all these police officers, all of this is Los Angeles Police Department. National Guard has done effectively nothing. So it's not really like they have been that involved.
Yeah, Mark, we've been focused on this this intersection here at Alameda and Main. This is
What
the
is
next
going
kind
on?
of barricade that has been set up
Another barricade.
by individuals that appear to just kind of continue to be setting up a few of these barricades as LAPD continues to push the crowd more and more north. So this is just the latest one, as I see a few people kind of making a run for it there, but we've been focused on this gas station at the top of your screen, because that's the reason why there's been a crowd around there is just because that's there was such a big crowd that was pushed further north, and I'm trying to monitor a few different things here to see why people are running. But the crowd had been further to the south on Main Street, south of Cesar Chavez Avenue, that intersection you're seeing right there, and LAPD continued to push that crowd further north. So now you're just seeing the crowd just kind of scatter in a lot of different directions. So a couple people went to the gas station. We didn't see any signs of looting or anything like that in that particular store right there. So that's definitely some good news. But the concern obviously is individuals that continue to make barricades, such as this one there on the right side of your screen that's been, as you said,
what is the point
fortified with a couple
of barricading
dumpsters
this?
And a wrought iron fence.
What is the end game? What is the goal here?
On fire there next to that fence, but it appears that fire
What is the plan?
may be out as of right now. So LAPD is trying to avoid situations like this, but they're also taking into account all of the resources that they are pouring into the area.
What is the game
and
plan
they have
here?
been pouring into the area, and they're trying to figure out a way to balance those resources. So they are not at this time making a push further north to knock down that barricade as they had been with previous barricades. They're just kind of holding the scene as it stands right now, maybe to have a little bit of a respite, have a little bit of a calm, regroup, and then figure out the next
We have
move.
duplicate videos, is that
the
right?
Night Sun from
Okay.
the LAPD helicopter that is over the scene here.
here,
We've
I'll
seen
try
the Super Puma Rescue 5 helicopter. That's the big LA County
that
Sheriff's
duplicate?
helicopter here at the scene as well. They've been helping law enforcement keep an eye on
Yeah,
things.
that is the same.
Parking, that pay-to-park structure at the center of your screen was set on fire earlier, but LAPD actually moved in with a fire extinguisher, and they were able to put that fire out. We were talking about an individual, possibly with a flamethrower,
I
that
think this might be
set
the same
fire
too.
to a couple of trees there on Main Street, just south of Cesar Chavez. We did see
Yeah,
an
that is.
individual that LAPD believes to be the individual with that flamethrower taken into custody. So that person has been arrested at this time. And LAPD is going to figure out what to charge that person with.
We might only have 2 streams now, I hate to say.
And, using it on city streets, that will be
that just might be it.
Very serious charges. And you can see here, that's Main Street and Cesar Chavez, and that's where a large contingent of LAPD is staging at this time while they figure out their next move. I want to ask Rob to widen out the shot. Let's look to the south of City Hall, because that's where another group of protesters was located about 30 minutes ago, and we haven't been able to see them for a few minutes now because we've been focused on
this
the groups
is
to the
different.
north.
We'll do this.
And there was about 500
At least
people
it's something
down there to the south. It appears that that crowd may have more or less dispersed at this time and maybe gone their separate ways on.
Folks, I think
Spring
this
and
might
First Street,
kind
as
of
you
be
can see
dying
right there.
down, maybe.
So LAPD kind of breathing a sigh of relief as far as the
I think this is kind of
side of
winding
their,
down here.
The area that they're kind of watching right now. But you still have
It doesn't look like we have a big like mob of
LA
people
in and
anymore.
around
They're kind of
City Hall,
dispersing a little bit.
around City Hall, I should say, that LAPD is keeping an eye on. You have that scene at the center of your screen, which may become a crime scene, more or less. The lanes of the southbound 101 freeway, where people were
We'll give it some time, though.
throwing pieces of concrete and bicycles and bird scooters and signs.
No, I'm going to leave it here.
Los Angeles Street overpass onto the street below. You see all of that debris there. You see a number of those highway patrol cars, and I think, yeah, those are all highway patrol cars down there. You see that they're parked under the overpass, and that's because the ones that weren't parked under the overpass were heavily damaged by items thrown by people on the bridge. And LAPD,
What a
the reason why they
freaking day.
moved north to begin with was they had to clear that.
And this is day 3. This is the 3rd day of exactly this. I'm just astonished that, so yesterday, we learned that yesterday the LAPD arrested 29 people. Today they have arrested only 10 people. We just watched 4 hours, I don't know how long, maybe 3 or 4 hours of just pure mayhem, violence, really. People blowing up cars, police cars, throwing rocks at police officers, trying to kill them. All types of crazy stuff. Today, they've only arrested 10 people. Listen, dude, you are spamming the chat. Stop. What's your name? Raji? Whatever your name is. Stop. Stop spamming the chat. Stop. I see you. You've posted the same thing 57 times. Stop doing that. Stop, please. You are not more important than anybody else in the chat. You're taking up space. Stop. Oh my gosh. Good grief. Anyway, 5 hours. Okay, so 5 hours. So what I'm trying to say here is that they've only arrested 10 people after 5 hours of just freaking chaos out here on the streets. It's embarrassing. I don't know, man. Like, so President Trump yesterday afternoon said that he's going to keep the National Guard deployed in Los Angeles for 60 days, aka 2 months. But I mean, really, so far, you know, okay, the National Guard have been deployed all day now, but they're not really doing anything. They're just kind of guarding federal buildings. The National Guard are not marching through the streets. They're not arresting people. They're not detaining people. They're not really, actually, as we found out, they're not even really working or communicating at all with the, breaking news.
So many Americans, I am appalled
with
at
the
what
LAPD
we're witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying that National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. This administration's actions are not about public safety. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protest is a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. And as the LAPD, the mayor and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms. That from the former vice president and former presidential candidate.
Can you imagine if she was president right now? Man, Could you imagine how screwed our country would be if we had 4 years of President Kamala Harris? By the way, we have another car that is now on fire. Look right over there. That car has been ignited. So this is like the 7th car that has been blown up today. Anyway, yeah, guys, we came that close to having President Kamala Harris. That would have been very bad. This country would have been over. We'd have another 20, 25, God knows how many illegal aliens invading the country. At that point, it would be over. I mean, we wouldn't even have a country by the end of that. We would not have survived 4 years of Kamala Harris. It would have been bad.
Allow black students into school, as the governor, namely George Wallace and other officials, were not allowing students into school, breaking federal law. So the federal government had to come in, take over the troops there. In this situation, it is a little different in that the governor didn't want this to happen, didn't give his permission, and it wasn't because federal law wasn't being executed by the local government. It's because the leader of the federal government wanted to prove a point here and take over and use these these state troops under federal power. And so both the governor and the mayor are accusing President Trump of inflaming passions to provoke a response, saying he and his administration are ones.
Yeah, they are denying that there is an insurrection. Meanwhile, this is what is on the streets of Los Angeles. Is this President Trump's fault, or is this the Democrats' fault because they opened up our southern border and allowed over 20 million illegal aliens to invade the country? This is a foreign invasion. This is a foreign occupying force rioting in our streets. They are here illegally, violating our federal immigration laws. They're blowing up cars. They are attacking federal officers. They're attacking police agents, police officers. This is an insurrection. And as if all of that wasn't bad enough, the Democrats running the state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, who is former vice president, and mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, all of them are playing coverage and defending and supporting these illegal alien invaders. California Senator Adam Schiff is also doing the same thing. They're actively defending the illegal alien invaders, the violent illegal alien invaders. It's nuts. This is an insurrection. Terminologically, look at the definition. This is an insurrection. As far as I'm concerned, all of these people have committed sedition. Sedition is a different thing. Yeah, 100%. Now, folks, it is 9 p.m. and I am getting old and I'm getting hungry and I'm probably getting a little bit irritable. So I think it's probably best. I'm getting tired. I think it's probably best if we wrap it up for the night. And, you know, I also need to get a video. I need to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow for you guys. I have to make another video tomorrow or two. I'm not sure exactly what those are going to be about. So I really need to get to work. I need to have some food and get to work. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very, very, very much for tuning in. I think it is probably time to wrap it up. I mean, we can kind of tell. I think things are kind of wrapping up here. Things are dying down. I think, you know, this is pretty much over for the night is my guess. So thank you all very, 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 very much for tuning in. The super chats, the subscribers, everything. If you guys have not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please go ahead and subscribe here on YouTube. It's free. It really means a lot. It helps a lot. There was one more final request I have of all of you. This is my personal Twitter page. If you guys could do me a favor, if you have not already followed on Twitter, please, that is the best way to stay up to speed with everything that is happening. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that. There is the link. Okay. I'm trying to think, when am I going to do another live stream? Definitely I'll have more videos for you guys tomorrow, but another live stream, maybe tomorrow. We got to see. I'm not sure. It depends on what's going on. But anyway, thank you all very much. Hope you have a great night. Have a good Monday, and I'll see you guys when I see you. So thank you all. Have a great night, and thank you.